You hear that? That's the sound of the calm before the storm. It is Group B weekend of the Mythic Dungeon International, and our teams are looking to bring big plays and unexpected upsets your way. I'm Rook here on this digital desk with Makes, Zyronic, and Duratnos, and you know we're hyped about this week. But last week, Season 2 MDI started off with a bang. So Makes, did it live up to your expectations?
I definitely think it did. There were so many questions going in with the spec ban rule, and then how the new format of the MDI works, and all of these new teams. And honestly, I thought it was an absolute blast. I'm really, really excited for this weekend, though, because we've been calling this a group of death.
Yeah, just lighthearted, casual group of death coming up, everybody. Please look forward to all of the action that's about to happen. It's a confusing and interesting and new and old bunch. We have a huge group of teams today that are going to bring it all, and a lot of possibilities for people to creep up those rankings. So, although our group weekends right now are where we're at, they aren't actually the beginning or the end of the MDI. So let's take a look at our roadmap as we look backwards and forwards here. We had our time trials to start things off, for 24 of our top teams moved on here into our group stages, which we are in right now. Group A was last weekend. Group B starts today. You can look forward to Group C and as well our CN region, which will be coming up. The top two teams from each of those will continue on to our global finals, where the teams will be fighting it out for $300,000, our largest prize pool that we have had so far in the War Within. May is full of Mythic Plus action, so be sure to add all of these dates to your own calendars so you don't miss out. With these 24 teams trying to secure a spot in the finals, the competition is as big as the stakes are. And they're going to have to not just face the dungeons, not just face one another, but also take on the format changes that we've had this season in the MDI. So in case you didn't tune in last weekend or you didn't hear ahead of time, the MDI is the TGP, is the MDI is the TGP. It's all one thing now. So TGP is our primary format moving forward. We have more teams than ever, as well as we have our 4 group stages and our biggest global final yet with 8 teams versus 6. Now, of course, there are some other details in here as well, including the fact that our dungeons were revealed ahead of time, this new spec variety rule, which you'll get more information on here in just a bit, and avoidance being added to the tournament realms. But Zyro, this has been a lot of stuff in this season, so I'm curious, what do you think as we look at this new shift to TGP being the exclusive format? What is the difference in sort of the skill sets required between the old version of MDI versus this new sort of TGP era?
I think you're kind of splitting hairs when it comes to the two formats. At the end of the day, both of the formats are about doing the dungeons as quickly as possible in the format given. With MDI, it's lower keys, which lets you do bigger pulls with a little more volatility. It's harder to practice that. It's more of a niche format, though. It's not something you can really replicate on live. With the current MDI, formerly the TGP, it's something that'll, more teams can kind of sink their teeth into. It's more like live key pushing. It's just on the tournament realm. So I think this is something that's a little bit more digestible for newer teams to get into.
Absolutely. It's cool, too, because it's kind of aspirational, right? You look at it, you go, hey, I can do that. I do this on live. What's the next step? Maybe I want to go into the competitive side. And you're right, that time element still plays a role. We've seen those tiebreakers already be huge, even in just the group weekends, and they play a big role as well in the global finals. So absolutely, I love it. And we've talked a little bit as well about some of the other changes, including our spec variety rule. But let's go ahead and give you all more details on that, because that is also going to be a big challenge for our teams. So this time around in the MDI, we essentially have it so that during the group stages, each of the 4 teams that will fight it out either Friday or Saturday will basically have any of their runs that were successful, so it pushed their keys higher than the previous score, or they shortened the amount of time on a previous run. Those will be added up, the specs that they ran, and then will be tallied up by the end of the day. And the top 3 most used specs that they have made use of that day will be banned out for the play on Sunday. So if they make it to group finals, then it'll be banned out on Sunday, whichever of those top 3 they use. Now, of course, we have some tiebreakers on this. So the priority goes tanks first, then healers eliminated, and then DPS. And if there is a sort of deadlock on the DPS, the teams have the choice of which of those they would like to be eliminated. Now, this doesn't apply to the global finals, but it is a huge consideration here in our group phases. So, Duratnos, seeing how our teams have already tackled this, what do you think about how they navigated this new variety rule last weekend?
Yeah, it was really fun to watch last weekend because the best teams in the tournament, they want to come in and they want to preserve their favorite comp till Sunday. So they're playing slightly more than half of their keys on the first day with a different comp, which teams had a lot of different options for what they did for that. But then that potentially opens you up to getting upset by a team that says, you know what? We're not going to do that. We're just going to play our best comp all day on the first day. And we actually almost saw an upset on last weekend. 07 nearly got eliminated on day one while they were trying to juggle around their specs. And they managed to successfully time their last key of the day. So they didn't get eliminated, but it was very close. And then there's sort of one little adaptation you can make as well, which is even if you want to play the best comp all day today or tomorrow, you can still swap out one dungeon, just change your tank for one dungeon, and that lets you save your tank for Sunday, because otherwise the tank is the first one to get banned, and teams have often found that that's one of the most pivotal ones to keep access to the Vengeance Demon Hunter this time around.
Yeah, Vengeance Demon Hunter has definitely been the one people are trying to sort of juggle around, but it's been really interesting to see the approach these teams make, because just because you play it safe doesn't mean that you are playing to win, which is really interesting. And, we saw a few self-admitted sort of pocket picks, comfort picks kind of come out from Group A. Are there any specs that you're hoping to see kind of added into the current tally?
Well, let's just say there was a tuning patch that is now live and also reflected on our tournament realm that took down DPS DK damage in the AoE smidge. So maybe not as supreme anymore, question mark. And then there are two specs that I'm on the down low expecting to see. Now, don't quote me and say I'm hoping for this, but my bet is on Rat Paladin, an Augmentation Evoker, making a showing in this weekend.
It's funny you mentioned that. Augmentation Evoker got a 15% buff to their personal damage, and I think every single tuning patch over the past month and a half has seen little buffs to personal damage for Augmentation Evoker, and everyone's looking at that and they're like, you do that enough, it's gonna get to the point where it's good again. And just this past week after the tuning patch, we've seen 19s timed. A lot of the Chinese teams are starting to maybe play with it a little bit. I've seen some augmentation enhanced boomkin comps doing some really high keys, so it might be good again. Look out.
Yeah, I know, chat. Calm down. It's going to be fine, everybody. Look, I agree with you, Zyro and Makes. I mean, this has definitely shifted the landscape a little bit, but I think it's still within reason right now that maybe we see some people bring it in, and it's, maybe we don't. I think there's a little bit of debate that we've even kind of maybe gotten wind of from the teams as to what they'll bring or what they already had strategized. So everybody, keep an eye out. We'll see what comes into the pool today as far as specs, but it's going to be cool to see no matter what. Now, of course, one dungeon, we're talking about our dungeons ahead, not just the specs they're going to bring to them, and one dungeon that our teams have already faced, but they'll also be getting to know very well this weekend, is the Priory, which we'll be seeing on both day 1 and 2. So, Zyro, you were giving your thoughts on specs, but can you give us some of your thoughts, too, on how Group B sort of fared in this dungeon in the time trials?
Well, we've got our top seeds in the top there, obviously. Miscount and Holy Method, the two favorites for the weekend. You can see them in the 2 and 4 position there. Obviously, they're going to do really well, but I think the main takeaway here is to just look how close together all of these teams are. Top 3 teams got 20s done, but everyone else, 19s and 18s, the difference here is not that massive, and if teams have been practicing this dungeon, they could easily get that extra key level to put them on par with the top-end teams. And they have a great blueprint of how to do this dungeon from what we saw last weekend in Group A. Wunderbar put on a clinic in this dungeon, getting the world first 20, and not only this, but 2 other keys, and they had a really cool strategy. So these teams have been able to practice all week. They will have been practicing for this dungeon, and maybe we can see them do a little better than they did in time trials.
I mean, yeah, there's always that possibility, especially as they can kind of even see what Group A weekend has done and what they might want to adapt. I mean, it gives them more time, more practice. So how they implement that will definitely be very important, and I'm sure teams like Polish Mountain have given us some big upsets in the past, but we have not just that one dungeon, but the whole sort of dungeon experience. We had 2 that they ran in time trials to take a look at. So taking into account both of the dungeons from time trials, Dratnos, were there any surprises in how these teams kind of ranked for you?
Yeah, I mean, all these teams look incredibly scary. You can see I Do It actually coming in here at the 26th seed, but know that they did really well in the Priory, which is the Today dungeon. They were almost twice as good on that one compared to their overall seeding. So I think we're going to be in for a really competitive first day here.
Yeah, lots of close teams, but again, we've seen them creep up, even if they were lower on, so this is going to be interesting overall to kind of take a look at as we set things up and get the stage ready for Group B. But now that we know how the time trials have kind of played a role in all of that, let's go ahead and introduce you in more detail to our Group B teams. Now, Missed Count is a name you probably recognize if you've been following the MDI, but Zyro, can you fill us in on some information about them?
Yeah, fantastic team. I feel like if there's a team that needs no introduction this weekend, this would be the team. Obviously qualified second overall, insanely strong team. Really come up through Dragonflight. They came into their own. They're one of the best TGP teams, which is now what the MDI format is. These guys should be really strong. One slight change, Verb is new to the team. They say he's helped out with the shot calling. Keep an eye on these guys. Not the only team we're looking at this weekend, though. We also have none other than Polish Mountain in the chat. Give me the blood trails. Let's go. Put those copy pastas in the chat. Okay, that's the only introduction for these guys. These guys are also an insane team. I think they're going to be really strong today, but not the only two teams we have to look out for this weekend.
That's right, there's one more, and I've personally been standing the name before I even knew who was playing in this team. You're coming in here strong. A bunch of former high Race World First Raiders from the guild Aversion making a name for themselves now in a Mythic Plus group. I'm honestly quite excited for what these guys are going to be bringing. Some of them have played in our tournaments before, so there's a little bit of experience on the realm, but we're going to be watching and see how high they can actually go.
And last but not least, we have I Do It, who have qualified for this. They were 26th seed, but we had some dropouts and stuff, so they are in this weekend. And there are players here who have played in TGPs, actually back even in Shadowlands, various M+ competitions since then, and also have been just among the top teams or top players on the leaderboards on just if you look on the live servers and Raider.io some seasons. So definitely a team to not count out, even though they are coming in as the underdogs based on time trials.
Oh, absolutely.
I love this logo.
I know, I was literally about to say, it's so good. Like, I do it. I can't wait to see them do it. They are going to pull this off, no doubt. And, you know, I love seeing teams that we don't totally know what to expect from, because sometimes they just blow us out of the water with what they're able to do. So very glad that they'll be joining us, as well as all of the teams we'll be seeing today. Now, we have our dungeons, of course, for the teams to be jumping into. So, Makes, put yourself in the mind of one of our competitors. You get given these dungeons. We can see them here. Where are you going first, and what dungeon are you going to push the highest, you think?
So I think Priory, we saw a lot of tech last weekend by Team Wunderbar already, so we know there is many possibilities in that dungeon. Maybe go there first, because a lot of it was shown already. I think the highest is probably going to be the Motherlode, and I'm personally just loving to see the Cinder Brew make a comeback. It's one of my favorite dungeons this season.
Yeah, it's a cool one. I mean, these were some of the ones we got to, of course, see them last weekend. But some of the strats we saw in Priory, incredible. Cinder Brew, I mean, it puts up a good fight, but of course a little bit of variance in some of the runs that we got to witness, and kind of seeing how different teams were going to handle that. And the Motherlode, always a fun one, very interesting as well, with how there may be some different approaches to this. And we will be heading in to see our teams here very shortly. The day is about to kick off, everyone. And with that, we will also be saying goodbye to Zyronic, at least to start.
Bye.
But we will go ahead. Bye. We'll go ahead and jump on in. Dratnos, here we go. We are starting off our Group B competition.
And right off the bat, we can see Missed Count heading into Cinderbrew Meadery. Now, our UI, we need to adjust real quick here, but you can see a little bit of the specs they're using here. We have a bear and a Holy Paladin making the comp here, and then a Frost Death Knight and a Fire Mage as well, joining the Destruction Warlock. Now, this is a really exciting dungeon because the Destrolock is just great in here. Destrolock is good everywhere, but we saw the Destrolock was actually the spec of choice even for the highest level keys in this dungeon last weekend, so a really great option in here. But the entire comp that they're using, I think, is a good one for the start of the day, because a lot of these are going to be specs that they will then be getting banned with the spec variety rule going into Sunday.
Honestly, I am very positively surprised to see the Holy Paladin make a show here, because last group weekend, of course, we saw a lot of Resto Shaman, which was kind of on par to the Disc Priest and many of the dungeons. Missed Count here saying, we actually really enjoy the benefits a Paladin can bring to the group, and so I'm very excited whether or not there might be more Paladins, and Surely it is so. I do it. Not running 1, but 2. We have a prop paladin and a ret paladin in play. That makes one of my predictions at least checked off for today.
Yeah, very exciting. That's some new specs, multiple new specs here. We've gone from seeing one flavor of Paladin to all of them just at the very start of our day here. And we can actually see just what the teams are doing around that spec variety rule. It looks like are going to go with the option of we're just trying to qualify to Sunday and we're just going to play this, quote, meta comp all day today, right? And try and put a lot of pressure on the other teams. And our other 3 teams, including I Do It, who are coming in as one of the lowest seeded teams, are all trying to save their options for Sunday. So really exciting differences between our teams. Here's though. They're heading into the 16 Motherload first of all. And this is the comp that the teams are trying to save. The other teams are trying to save this comp for Sunday.
Yeah, we saw this in Group A as well, that in both of the sets of 4, there was at least one team that only played the meta comp on day 1 just to guarantee or try to guarantee to get to the Sunday. Now, we were kind of all of the agreement that this is not a supreme tech because then on Sunday you don't get access to this composition, and so you kind of set yourself up for a little bit of failure. However, some of the lower seeded teams, they're maybe just saying, okay, first we get to the Sunday, that's our biggest goal, and then whatever happens Sunday happens Sunday. That's a problem for future us.
Absolutely, yeah, that's and that it's a very logical decision. As we can see, I Do It. Now this is an innovative route that they're taking in the Motherload with this box jump that can sometimes take a little while to execute. Of course, you can get bailed out by somebody on a 3-seater mount, helping you up there as well. And they actually pulled 5% trash at the very start of the Motherload. This is not something that we've seen a lot of teams do because the very start of the Motherload contains some fairly difficult trash that doesn't give a lot of percent, right? They did a pull, it's taken them more than a minute, and they only picked up 5% for their trouble. Now they're waiting for this Peacekeeper to patrol back as well. But one of the cool things about this comp is they're actually playing the Enhancement Shaman in addition to the Ret Paladin, so that's a pretty cool thing to see. We saw some Elemental last weekend in Priory from, I believe it was Team 07 that played it even in the very highest level Priories they did at the end of the weekend. But Enhance should be cool to see as well. Should work especially well on this boss. I'm curious to see what the damage meters look like at the end of Coin-Operated Crowd Pummeler, because I think Enhance should line up pretty nicely against it. In the meantime, though, we do have Mist Count nearly at the end of the first boss of Cinderbrew as well. We're starting off our day at the plus 16 key level, which means teams are looking to finish these dungeons under that 2 chest timer so they can go straight to an 18, or potentially even in that 3 chest range for some of these dungeons. That was something that depended on the dungeon and the teams last weekend, whether or not that was possible.
That's right. There's a lot that was happening, though, there in that Motherload. I just quickly want to call out, bringing that hunter tech a little bit to the forefront with being able to feign death and then reset, meld off, and let the rest of the group skip by. Really cool to see that on the big screen. And there is something else that is on the big screen, which I just want to shout out production for, because our bosses now have cast bars over their HP frames. So really, really awesome to see these come into our overview here. I love seeing that. As you mentioned, Mist Count making their way through the Cinderbrew. I'm really curious on how they're going to be routing here, because of course we saw a lot of variety depending on where teams wanted to lust the second time in this dungeon, and a lot of them opting to go to the right side first on the lower key levels, all the way to Busby actually.
Yeah, the very highest key levels, we saw Wunderbar last weekend would pull some of the right side and then head back over to the left and then head back over to the right at the end, which that's the kind of pathing that I don't think we're going to see too much of on this lower key level, because I think it makes more sense to just not do too much backtracking. Backtracking scales pretty poorly into the lower key levels because, if it takes you 15 seconds to walk somewhere, that's a higher percentage of your key timer if you're doing the dungeon under the timer by 20 or 40%.
Yeah, that's right. That is definitely a big part of it. I'm curious on whether or not Polish Men are going to be backtracking from here on out, because this would be the normal pull they do and then turn around, or if they're just gonna do a Wunderbar on the 16 and just run all the way through to Busby. Miscount, of course, also making their way, and looks like they're also opting to go all the way in that dungeon. So maybe we can take a look at Ur again, because of course they're showing us here the sheer potential of what was the best in slot comp last weekend. Like we mentioned, top of show Dratnos, so there were some tuning changes. And I'm curious on what you think, whether or not this is still the supreme comp for Sunday.
Well, they buffed Unholy and they kept the rest of the specs in this comp the same, so I think it's still good.
They buffed a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, and okay, when I say they buffed Unholy, it's being a little facetious because they did nerf the AoE of the Blood Beast explosion, but they buffed the single target of the spec, and in a lot of cases, that's actually what times the key more efficiently is single target compared to AoE. So, especially when the AoE came from a random proc, which it does, right? The Blood is Life is when you get those Blood Beasts spawning in, which happens more often when you're spamming those vampiric strikes in that dark transformation, but it can happen. It's not forcible, it's not reliable, so that damage has gone down. The damage of those blood beasts exploding, which would cause the unholy DK to just jump on the meters, now they jump half as much when it explodes, but their single target's gone up. Their pets are doing more single target damage now, which I do think that in a lot of cases, this is actually going to speed up a key or keep it at the same pace. And then the rest of the specs are definitely all still good as well. So the only question would be if one of these buff specs is now a new good option for the best comp. The Rep Pally, definitely an interesting option that we are seeing I Do It use. I was seeing some speculation that maybe people would start using those in the high keys because Rep Pally got a pretty sizable single target buff as well. The AoE was already quite good on the spec too, so that's definitely an interesting question. I like the Holy Paladin here out of Miscount as well. Holy Paladin, I mean, their plan is probably to get it banned into Sunday, right? It's probably not to use it a lot, but I think it makes a lot of sense as one of the better specs, because we've actually seen Ellesmere on the live servers on Holy Paladin doing the exact same levels of keys as those Disc Priests, so very much a spec that can perform. Provides a lot of similar effects to the priest as well. You've got that devotion aura, which fills in for the power word fortitude, does a pretty similar thing.
That's right. Before you claim all that on the DK, I didn't want to interrupt, but I just briefly want to mention that that's not usually something they skill in the dungeon. So the single target, I wouldn't expect to show up, so it will continue to be an AoE nerf in my book, at least. But yeah, I would love to see maybe a team say, oh, actually, we cooked up an entirely new comp rather than the one we've been seeing in last group that we think is better than, or maybe even equally good. I'm really, really curious whether or not that is something that's going to come up, or whether or not the difference between today or Sunday is actually going to be as much as we are going to be seeing it. I'm also really excited to see the Hunter in here, of course, a little bit of a preview. We have Physical God Comp coming up tomorrow, and that is a team that I was also expecting to bring that Hunter into play. How are you feeling about the state of Hunter right now?
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of keys on Hunter as marksmanship, which is the same spec that I Do It are using right now, and we're expecting to see potentially out of Physical God Comp as well. It does a lot of burst AoE. It does some really impressive burst AoE. It's also a very proc-dependent spec, where if you can get a good lock and load proc, you could just jump up to like 15 million DPS on some of these pulls. So that can be a very fun side of the spec, but it just does pretty good consistent AoE as well. The single target is not bad too. You're bringing Hunter's Mark, which basically removes a % of the boss's health for free if you remember to cast it at the start of the fight, which I always do, of course, but hopefully these hunters also always do. Yeah,
of course. All of us, right? But a big important thing now that these keys are moving closer to the timers is what you mentioned earlier. The +2 is going to be a really, really vital point in all of these dungeons. I think on the 16, in all of today's dungeons, it should be possible. There's not one where it'd be like, oh, I think it's going to be really hard on the 16. So if one of the teams misses out on +2ing the 16, I think it's actually going to be a big story, and we need to keep an eye out for that, as some teams are maybe having one or two more deaths here and there. One of them is I Do It, who are now on the big screen here with that Rat Paladin and that Hunter. I just love seeing this comp. It's so entirely different. And then you have that Disc Priest in the middle there.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting to see the difference as well. I think that playing the Disc Priest, we talked about it last weekend, as we do have a death to that final blast coming out for I Do It. But the healers really are a great choice. Like, you definitely want to make sure that one of your spec variety rule, 3 specs that can't play on Sunday, you want to make sure that one of them is a healer, because they are so close to each other this season, especially that Disc Priest and the Resto Shaman. Both are just so great that I wouldn't mind which one I played on Friday and which one I played on Sunday at all. And even the Holy Paladin, another great option as well. I wouldn't be surprised as well. I believe we're going to see some Mistweaver potentially out of Physical God Comp 2. So that should be a fun thing to look out for if they continue playing their time trial comps when we see them tomorrow. So it should be a pretty exciting weekend. We're going to see a lot of different specs being used by these teams. You're, of course, giving us a preview of the meta comp. They are the team that is sacrificing their Sunday to try and qualify to Sunday right now. And that's going to be hopefully this works out for them, right? Hopefully they are able to put pressure on the other teams as a result of doing this. They really need to make sure that they get these good times and these plus 16s to make this pay off.
I'm actually so surprised that after last week, they're opting to go for this strategy, because yeah, it's a little bit safer to maybe get you into the Sunday, but especially in this group, right? Out of Group A, B, and C, I feel like Group B is so insanely stacked and so close to each other that I'm not sure it's even going to work out for them in the long run. So I will definitely need to keep an eye on Euro here and their strat with how they're dealing with the spec ban rule. Maybe we should give, I know we did briefly in the pre-show, but maybe we should give another brief explanation of how it works, because the most played specs out of today, and then for the teams that play tomorrow, out of tomorrow, will be banned top 3 for the Sunday. So teams can play around that, and they are trying to do that. We saw it last week with either playing entirely different specs or just blocking off their Priest or their Vengeance Demon Hunter, and that is something that we'll of course keep you updated on throughout the weekend and keep an eye on as well. But I'm really excited and curious whether or not we're going to see Euro on any other specs today, or if they're just going to stick to that one comp.
Yeah, it's a fair point, because we don't know, right? I'm assuming that they're probably going to play this all day, but we don't know for sure. They definitely could change things up after the first dungeon, depending on how things go. But right now, my guess would be that you're playing that all day, and then these other 3 teams are going to do maybe 5 dungeons, maybe 6 on their current comps, and then swap to mostly or all of the comp that you're running for their last few dungeons of the day, but making sure that they don't play them in more than half so that they don't get those specs banned.
That's right. It's a lot of mathing, which is why, of course, we have Dratnos on deck here to make sure we have all the numbers down. And we also have a little bit of tech to show you guys, because, of course, we saw this in the last group as well. But it's always cool to show this to you at home who are watching and maybe wanting to use this in your keys, because the pack that is sitting in this hallway, Dratnos, it's incredibly hard. You do not want to play the double hobgoblins. And we see a missed count here, skipping it by Kira actually pulling it back, the rest of the team using this gate, and then Kira comes in and melds it off as soon as they are back there.
Yeah, now often you would mind soothe this 4-pack in front, but of course no priest is available for this comp, so they're just having to take this with them into the next room. I suspect that we are going to see them mind soothe that once they do this dungeon on a higher key level, potentially bringing in that priest.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just, it has so much good utility. But honestly, I would love to see the priest, the paladin go really high as well. Just to shut up maybe some of the naysayers. I remember last group weekend, we had people in chat saying like, oh yeah, we might see every healer, but not the Holy Paladin, and yet here they are. That's probably been my favorite thing that has come out of the spec ban rule, and I'm still of the confident choosing that we will get to see every single spec at the end of this MDI before we enter into Grand Finals. Maybe that's cope, you know, maybe I am dreaming, but if it's so, I'll gladly be a dreamer.
Yeah, we've seen most of them now, right? We're still waiting on Mistweaver, which we think we're going to see tomorrow, maybe. Holy Priest, which got buffed, and is, I mean, that spec can do a lot of HPS, depending on the dungeon you're doing. You're trying to do something like a Candle King in Darkflame Cleft. Holy Priest does so much raw healing right now that I think it's actually a great choice for that dungeon. And then I think Resto Druid as well.
It's also very contemporary, right?
How so?
Well, Holy Priest has just risen on our IRLs as well, so very
I see,
contemporary spec.
I see, yeah. They've elected a new Holy Priest.
All right, we'll see if any of her teams go for that. We are still missing some of the evokers, of course. So that'll be a big question whether or not we see these come in. And I think what's also going to be hard is the other specs of the Hunter.
Yeah, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if we see Beast Mastery or potentially Survival, but I would guess Beast Mastery. If you just think about Physical God Comp, what they might do about the spec variety rule tomorrow, they may well opt to swap into a different spec of Hunter because they might want to save Marksmanship Hunter for Sunday even. So that could be that could be what they're up to. I mean, it's an interesting rule for them to play around. They could also play the meta comp on their Saturday and then play their Physical God Comp on Sunday. So I don't know. I don't want to get too much into the weeds when we're discussing Saturday because we've still got all of Friday to watch here as Polish Mountain pulling into IPA, a little bit of extra trash as well. This is always nice for the Arcane Mage when you have one of those, but they don't have one of those right now. It's still nice for the other specs as well. There are some interactions where it's nice to have some extra enemies involved. The Destra Lock does like it as well, getting some extra soul shards off of all those extra Wither targets. So that works out nicely. Ooh, they got to be careful. A beautiful Blast Wave comes out from Polish Mountain's Mage there, keeping that Brew Drop from going into the boss. Otherwise, things could have gotten pretty dangerous. Even at this plus 16 key level, if one of those drops goes in, it's going to be pretty scary. And if two go in, it's going to be a wipe for sure.
Yeah, you definitely need to watch out for those. I also quickly want to mention something in the Cinderbrew. It's not something that we're seeing on screen right now, but just a really cool piece of tech that we've been seeing all last weekend long. And a lot of the high key pushers will know this, of course, but you can use these barrels that you are seeing around the room for every single time these hobgoblins charge. All you need to do is stand behind a barrel. You'll still have line of sight, you can still like free cast, but it will stop the hobgoblin and not inflict any damage to you. So really, really cool that this kind of niche tech is there on every single corner in this dungeon, vitally where these hobgoblins exist. You can also use this to line of sight the explosive barrels that do go up here. So I just found this to be a very helpful tip for my own key pushings and the people I play with, so I'm just sharing it once more because I think it's so great. It makes your life a lot easier in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's helpful if your tank as well can position the start of the charge in a good spot here, but we do have Miscount and Polish Mountain both nearing the end of their Cinderbrew. Both teams should be on pace for the 2 chest, although Miscount are substantially ahead of Polish Mountain. If we look at their dungeon splits there over on the left side of the screen, you can see the M+ timer we have. Miscount were actually about 20 seconds slower on killing Bank Busby compared to Polish Mountain, but they're going to be like 2 minutes faster on the IPA split, and therefore potentially on the end of the dungeon as well. So Miscount have really accelerated into the second half of the dungeon here. It's pretty cool as well to see the two teams are both playing a pretty similar off-meta comp here. The only real difference between them is that healer slot, where Miscount have opted for the Holy Paladin and Polish Mountain instead the Resto Shaman.
Yeah, that's right. We are, of course, still looking at Polish Mountain as well, because I don't think they have full count yet, right? It's still a blue bar. We're still missing like a tiniest bit of count here for the team, so they still need to deal with that on top there as well. But of course, you can't skip the Yes Men. You can dominate Mind One, though. Not an option for neither Polish Mountain or Mist Countess. They're not bringing any form of priest to their groups right now. It's something I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing on the hierarchies as well, just to make your life a little bit easier, saves you one of the promotions as well. That is something that makes your key a lot faster here as they are going through. 5 minutes though on Goldie Baron bottom, I think is more than enough on the 16 to make sure that they get the +2.
Yeah, Mist Count are definitely safe, and I think Polish Mountain are going to be on the good side of that 2-chest timer as well. Have pulled the last boss in their mother load and are also going to be on the good side of their +2 timer, which again, the rule there is it's 20% of the dungeon timer you need to still have available, and if you can time the dungeon with that still left over, you get to go straight to the 18 instead of having to go to the 17 first. So a big value. I mean, with the way that our day works today, you have 5 hours to play Mythic Plus today. If you can skip these key levels by securing these 2 chests, you are going to save a bunch of time, and you can convert those into the points that you need to qualify to Sunday. So very important, even though these dungeons aren't in danger really of being depleted, being on the right side of that 2-chest timer is almost equally important as whether or not you time those keys later in the day, because it saves you the same amount of time, basically.
I agree, and because you're talking about it, how vital really this +2 is, and having that 18, let's talk about the potential of these dungeons, because on live, the highest we've seen, both in the Priory and in the Citterbrew, is the 19s. But of course, from last group weekend, we know it can go higher, and then the mother load, the highest we've seen on live, was a 20. Do you think there's a world where we see a 21, 20, 20 across these dungeons from any of the teams at the end of the day?
So I do think that those are the theoretical ceilings for these dungeons, but you have to remember, like, Wunderbar got 20, 20, 20 on Sunday of last weekend by playing perfectly all day, right? And timing every single dungeon that they went into, 2-chesting or 3-chesting all of their 16s, never needing to reset a dungeon, basically, except for like once or twice in the Cinderbrew 20 when things went a little bit wrong. So I agree that those are the theoretical ceilings for these dungeons, but I don't think that it's realistic to expect our teams, especially here on the first day of competition, when they are also juggling around the spec variety rule. I think it's probably going to be something like 20 mother load and then a 19 in the other two would probably be good enough to make it to Sunday.
We, of course, have to also keep in mind that when Wunderbar did this, we started on the 17 on the Sunday.
Right.
We're starting on the 16 today. So it'll be a question of how hard the 18s are for these teams, how crazy the tech is they have prepared. But I do agree that I think the 21, 2020 is a little bit too much in terms of timer for today, because of course it is only 5 hours that they have, and they have to take 20 minutes of break in between, and then there's some relogging, there's some spec switching that they also have to do and take care of. So I also think it's maybe a little bit ambitious, but never say never, right?
Yeah, and if one of those dungeons is your specialty, maybe you spend some extra time pushing in there, and you can get, say, one of them up to that level, but it's going to be something that we'll have to watch out. Right now, our teams are just trying to get on the scoreboard. It's Ur and Mist Count that have done so first. Mist Count now entering the 18 in the same dungeon. Same with Ur. Both teams just going back to the same dungeon they started in. This is usually what we see because it minimizes the amount of time that you're switching specs, you're switching characters. If you can just go back to the same dungeon, especially between the 16 and the 18. This is very much the most common strat in here. Polish Mountain about to finish out their metery as well. It's going to be a little bit tighter on that 2-chest timer than it was for Mist Count, but it should still be on the good side of it. But I Do It, down in the bottom right of your screen right now, are actually in some danger here of not 2-chesting. In fact, they're not going to 2-chest their 16 motherload, so they're opening up the day with a little bit of a slower start. Not that surprising, given that they came in as the lowest seeded team here. And they are still playing one of these very off-meta comps as well, so they might be able to accelerate later in the day once they unlock their their meta specs if they are wanting to play those. Although with some of these players, I mean, people like Carmisi, I believe, has been known for playing the Hunter on the live servers, so they may be on some comfort picks as well. Polish Mountain, though, do stop the clock here with a little bit of time to spare on that 2-chest timer. Likely to see them come back to the Cinder Brew meadery as well. And here's a look at our scoreboard at the start of the day. Missed count a minute and a half faster in that Cinder Brew than Polish Mountain.
Yeah, I was looking at there on the right-hand side because they were doing the skip that we saw over the boxes as well, which I think a lot of people are doing on live as well. But somehow Darrett got in fight with the Peacekeeper. It now has to be rest to be back with the group. So maybe walked too close after jumping. It is a little bit fidgety here. Now back with the group and they can move on. Question is, are they also going to be skipping? Or it's going to be a skip from them as well. And then melding it off to make sure that they have the way to go behind the coin operator here as well. I'm not surprised to see them go straight back into 18. That's usually what a lot of these teams do. They try to get like one dungeon pushed up to a significant level, like the 18+1 or sometimes even the 19, and then they start going into different dungeons. It is a little bit easier, I always feel like, to go back to back because, we've just done it. So you kind of have it still freshly in your mind. But some teams have also been doing a 16-16-16 run in the past MDI seasons, which is always interesting to me when that crops up.
Yeah, it is very interesting because there's sort of, 3 different ways you could do it, right? You could just do by key level, right? Start at the lowest key levels and then keep going to the next lowest key level that you've got. Or you could stay in one dungeon all the way, right? You could just do 1.5 hours in each dungeon, and that's 4.5 hours plus 20 minutes of breaks, and that's basically your whole day. Or you can do sort of a balanced strategy of like, okay, let's do 16-18, and then go to another dungeon and do 16-18. And we do that for 3 dungeons. We sort of do our builder keys across all 3 dungeons, and then we come back and do our push keys in all 3 dungeons. And there are pros and cons to all 3 of those strategies. A nice thing about doing the sort of builders or even the 16-16-16, 18-18-18 strat is that you avoid running into the risk of like making a mistake and then leaving easy points on the table at the end of the day, which is a really bad feeling if that ever happens to you.
That's right. I think it's gotten pretty rare, maybe also just because of that, because we very rarely see teams do it. One of the teams that has been doing it in the past, though, is Missed Count, who are playing here today. But they're not going this route. They just did the 16 Cinder Brew. They're back in that 18 here as well, just like Polish Mountain, who are on the big screen. So today they're saying, okay, we'll do our builders. We'll do our 16s and our builders. And then maybe that's also where the spec ban rule comes in a little bit, because that is where you would switch to the other comp to just finish out your runs of the day for the higher keys on the composition that you are wanting to run on the Sunday as well, because this is of course the most played specs per dungeon that gives you score. So if you're doing the 16s and the 18s and you leave yourself like one more run in each of the dungeons, then you get to switch like 2/3 of the way throughout the day in.
Yeah, exactly, which is again efficient to do as few total like swaps as you can, because it takes 2 minutes or something to do that. But if you're doing that 5 times instead of twice, you're losing an extra 6 minutes in the day. That could well be the difference between starting an extra key or not at the end of the day, and that could be the difference between qualifying or not. But we do have a replay here from Missed Count getting started in the dungeon here, where they actually ended up wiping on Brewmaster Alldryer here. So watch out. It was the Hot Honey Dot taking out their healer, and then the B-Res came out, but while the healer was down, the dots ticked and killed some of the other players there. Pretty quick, that turned into a wipe, so they're going to reset. Missed Count have lost now 5 minutes of their day, and I was just talking about it, but 5 minutes, that could be the difference at the end of the day between being able to start another key or not. So already start of the day, Missed Count potentially having some signs of weakness for our favorites of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a little bit early to call that, because of course you get to restart immediately. It's only like 2 minutes that you're losing, but a little bit of oopsie there can happen. We don't know if maybe a key got stuck or something. I'd be a little bit more gracious on that end.
These things happen.
But of course, maybe it's already a big sign, Dratnos. It could be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge thing. Maybe signs of weakness, just a singular sign of weakness from missed count. And yeah, like you said, it's early in the dungeon. That wasn't necessarily a run-ending mistake either. Like, they could have potentially recovered it. There was a spot there where they could have just tried to have 4 people alive for the end of the boss. But when it is early in the dungeon, your incentive is to just hit the reset button. But we are going to tune in now to I Do It, who only have 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the dungeon timer here, not the 2-chest timer, just the straight-up dungeon timer at the end of this Motherlode. Now, they have made it through the intermission here on Milgor Razdunk, so there shouldn't be too much more danger, but the timer itself getting a little bit sketchy. 10 deaths on the board for them as well, which might look like bad news. I think it's actually good news that there's 10 deaths on the board here, because that means that their timer isn't as bad as it looks, right? Their timer is... It's based on deaths, not just on time.
There is something we need to call out as well. So boss has RP after. We have a death here. No battle rest for 23 seconds. And you're missing count.
That is not good at all. I Do It are in tremendous danger of depleting this key, and with that death on the healer now, I believe they are on the wrong side of that timer. And yeah, you said, the count incident as well is going to mean that they, even if they were able to kill this boss, they wouldn't have count. Now, it's the end of the Motherlode, so you could run over 5 mines real quick and then just pop them really quickly and try and stop the clock that way. But yeah, I Do It not going to have that option. They are going to wipe, and this is basically the worst thing that has ever happened to anyone, right? They are now going to have to leave this dungeon after having expended more than 30 minutes without putting anything on the board. So they'll probably just have to come right back and try it again. But already at the start of the day now, they've lost more than 10% of the time in the day in just the Motherlode 16 here.
Yeah, that's a suspicious start to the day, I would say. The good thing is, it is the start of the day, right? Thus far, yeah, they lost 30 minutes, but they have 4.5 minutes to maybe catch up. Maybe we can get some 07s in chat here for a very unfortunate run. Of course, there were a lot of little bitty things throughout the run that added up to the 10 deaths. It wasn't like 2 big wipes, so maybe a little bit of missing practice even, or trying to go for the dungeon that is the hardest for you first, which some of the teams definitely do. So hopefully the other dungeons are more up their alley, and we're going to see them defeat this 16 Motherlode rather quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully they can shake this off and keep going. They are definitely one of our big underdog teams of the weekend as well. So even just showing up here is impressive what they've done so far. And the run almost worked just at the very end there, and the slight count issue. Maybe need to pop back open MDT and figure out what we missed. Always a fun puzzle at the end of the dungeon. Whenever you miscount, you're like, okay, hang on, what were we supposed to?
What happened?
Yeah, how did that happen? But here we have
interesting.
Heading back
because sometimes groups aren't connected, right? You can tag something, but it isn't the whole mob group that runs in, and so you think you pulled everything, but you actually didn't. So we'll see. Hopefully they make a comeback here. It is a team that was jumping in as well because another team couldn't actually make the competition. So I think we should be gracious here to them. And to anybody who's maybe saying, I could do better, we welcome you at the next MDI. We're always eager to get new teams in and competing.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can earn a banner as well. A nice toy that you can use, show off at the start of your runs on live, and basically all you have to do for that is show up and complete each time trial dungeon, I believe, just once. You don't have to qualify for the actual group weekends or anything like that. So just playing a little bit for fun for the banner is a very good option. A nice prestigious toy that you can use on the live servers. And you might realize, hey, hang on, we're actually not that far off from qualifying, and then go from there. That could be the start of your MDI journey.
Yeah. I mean, I would be here for it. I always love seeing new teams and hearing their stories of how they gotten together. And every now and then, one of those new teams becomes a repeat team, which is actually true for both Mistcount and Polish Mountain. Both of these teams haven't been here for decades like some of the other teams, but they have certainly made a name for themselves in the past 1-2 years. So really, really cool to see them consistently at the very top. And, everybody starts somewhere. So let's take a look on Yer, who are working on that 18 motherload. Out of all of the 18s that you theoretically have access to with the +2 Dratnos, I would say we're not feeling like any of these 18s are +2able. Would you agree?
Definitely the closest one to being possible, I think, is the Motherload. The Motherload, goes up an extra key level potentially over these other dungeons, so maybe it's doable, but yeah, I wouldn't expect it. I think that we're mostly just going to be looking at just timing the 18 in one attempt is a good outcome. In fact, a great outcome for these teams.
I agree. We're going to be seeing how that all goes. And of course, I'm once again curious on how they're going to be routing. Polish Mountain here saying, okay, on the 18, we're not going for Buzz B second, we're going for IPA, which we were actually discussing earlier on before the show started in our caster virtual green room, because some people are calling this boss IPA or IPA. And some people are calling it IPA, and I would really like to know what chat calls it, make it a popularity vote.
Yeah, I do. I mean, given that the apostrophe is there, it's probably supposed to be IPA, but I always call it IPA as well, as we do see Mist Count heading over now towards the Buzzbee side. So it is actually a divergence in strategies between Mist Count and Polish Mountain in the dungeon right now. Always interesting to see the routes change a little bit. Ooh, and look at Polish Mountain here. They've got another different strategy. We didn't see this last weekend, I don't think, but they're having all of their ranged players hopping up on some of this brewing equipment. And this looks like another place where you are safe from those hobgoblin charges. Nice little piece of tech there. Not hiding behind anything, but hiding on top of something.
If it's high enough, it works. Yeah, because the boxes, you can kind of see them on the right-hand side there, or even those barrels. If you stand on those rather than behind them, you will still get hit by the charge. But this little, is it a leg? I'm actually not sure what it looks like, a leg, or maybe a pipe. That's definitely high enough to be able to outrange, I guess, on the vertical, the hobgoblin's charge.
Yeah, it's you definitely got to be sure before you hop up there. Got to make sure that you can actually get up there as well. It's it's a slightly challenging bit of parkour, so it takes a little bit of getting used to actually land the jump. But once you do get up there, you are nice and safe. And it's also a nice and safe spot from, I believe, the ground puddles spawned by the Reckless Delivery aren't going to affect you there either. You can see, when these, or not from the Reckless Deliveries, but rather from the hobgoblins dying when they die into those puddles. So a little bit of double value on that spot up there. But yeah, you can see Polish Mountain sort of taking this room a little bit more methodically, as they're now fighting just one hobgoblin and one pull. Very safe fight compared to some of the other things that we've seen teams doing in this room. But at this plus 18 key level, they should have time for doing this as long as they are safe in here. And then once the key level goes up even another level, they'll probably be playing a different comp, which that might be the comp that they've practiced some of the more ambitious pulls in this area on.
Honestly, I think it's fine if you know that even if you did the riskier pull, the +2 wouldn't be possible, then you may as well do the safe pull, so long as you know that that will give you the dungeon in time, right? It's always a weighing off. What can we do here if we are playing on maybe our off specs, maybe our second best comp that we have put together? And I'm actually pretty much in favor of going a little bit safer here, so long as you know it doesn't actually ruin your key, and the other one wouldn't enable maybe a potential +2, which I think in the 18s is a little bit out of the question in the Cinderbrew. We do have one death here on Hearthjacks for Mist Count, as we are hopping over to another part of that Cinderbrew meadery. They're working away on the trash, and they're still going for Bank Busby a second boss.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see if both teams sort of converge on the Wunderbar route and the Wunderbar comp once they get up to the plus 19 key level. But right now they are on different strategies in the plus 18 with their off-meta comps. So it's definitely fun to watch here for Mist Count. Yargi doing some incredible DPS here on this massive pull.
Absolutely is. It's such a cool thing that I was really excited to see last group weekend as well, to see the different flavors of Warlock even come together and just shine in some of these dungeons with what they can do. And of course here in the Cinderbrew Meadery, you were even mentioning at top of show, it's just such a good dungeon for the Warlock with all of the heavy AoE that they can do.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of demonology in some other dungeons last weekend as well, but destruction in Cinderbrew is just so nice. There's so many spots where you're just pulling so many enemies, and destruction works really well on that. Not to mention there is some very good Warlock utility in this dungeon, or in that dungeon rather, in the form of dispels. There are like 3 different places where having an imp out to dispel can make the dungeon way easier. So something that isn't easy is what you're up to here, though. They are fighting war machines with Rixa Fluxflame. This is a very scary section of the Motherlode, and the way these teams often do this is whenever one war machine dies, it's time to go and pull another one. So they just have to deal with this entire boss while handling all of those charge shot AoEs, while also avoiding those mines in a very small section of the room here.
It's after the danger is before the danger, I believe, is our theme here on Rixa Fluxflame. You can see kind of Aura making his way towards maybe that next war machine. We've definitely seen it claim some lives last weekend as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're also adding the one that you can see on the back there on the right-hand side into this boss here soon. Or maybe, they're saying, okay, let's just play that with a rest there. Nope, there it comes together with the Ordnance Specialist. To me, that is the harder one out of the 2 war machines. So Polymorph will come out here from Paso to make sure that that Specialist does not cause any more extra commotion for them. And like you're saying, those charged shots, you're really the thing that can truck so hard. But they're a little bit stuck in the water here, same as Paso, but they are going to be trying to make their way back on the platform. Very scary when these extra bombs are spawning as well, but seems like the team has made it at least up until here, and that bomb shall soon be defeated, and hopefully Rixa and the War Machine will follow soon as well.
Yeah, you're looking really good on this timer. This is going to put some pressure on Polish Mountain and Miscount right now, because Polish Mountain and Miscount are trying to play these off-meta specs, these slower strategies potentially in some of these dungeons, and try to qualify to Sunday, but there's some danger that you're just going to put up a all-star performance today, not just completely ignoring that spec variety rule and trying to put Polish Mountain or Miscount in the position of not even qualifying to Sunday. So a scary spot for our 2 favorite teams coming into today, which are Polish Mountain and Miscount, especially Miscount. Miscount, one of our overall tournament favorites, although I think every single team in the MDI is now terrified of Wunderbar based off of what we saw last weekend.
Well, to maybe give you a little bit of a preview, I did talk to Mandatory after last weekend, and I was like, so what do we think, guys? Like, feeling threatened, and they were like, there's some healthy respect, but definitely not intimidated, definitely not terrified. So I'm quite excited to see, hopefully both of them, we don't know, of course, with Group C still coming up, hopefully both of them in the grand finals here, and we're trying to figure out who of this group is going to make it there as well. And I'm agreeing. I think yours is looking really, really good thus far. And we're going to be seeing them move through that 18 Motherlode.
Yeah, you can see their tank is just running ahead, grabbing a bunch of mines and a bunch of counter here. The rest of the group is staying back here, so they can't be fixated by these mines. And there's some danger of our tank dying on the way back, but it looks like everything's going to be okay. And this is a good way to get a bunch of count. These mines are just a bunch of free count if you can deal with them, which this pull is designed to facilitate.
Yeah,
I'm having bomb
here.
pull. Oh, I'm having bomb pull flashbacks to the most recent raid. But, here we are coming in. We're going to keep an eye on everybody in this poll, but we actually have a swap here. So, Makes and Dratnos, not to pull you out of this explosive moment, but we'll be saying goodbye to you now, and we're going to be bringing in Nagura and Tuttle. So, see you later, you two.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Nagura, Tuttles, welcome in. We have kicked off Group B weekend, and as we can see, we have a lot of big pulls happening and a lot of strats coming out from the teams. But, Tuttles, from every flavor of Paladin to Hunter, what are you thinking about the spec picks so far today?
I think so far it's kind of par for the course. It's kind of about what we expected. I mean, and it's also kind of what we saw last weekend, right? Where these teams are posturing to have a composition that's probably going to be their main comp that they're running for the highest level of keys. And then they're likely to have some secondary comp that's more closely aligned with what we saw as the meta strategy from last weekend. And I think that like having two very distinct comps was proven to be the best strategy, assuming that you could make it to Sunday. Now, that assumption is obviously probably the very hardest part here. And Nagura, what are you thinking about how these teams have been playing so far with like these multiple compositions?
Yeah, I mean, as you're stating, right, we saw the teams that were playing two distinct comps making it to Sunday and also like actually making top 2 as well, making it to globals even. So the problem though is like being able to make it to Sunday while doing that, that's the hardest part, right? So I think if we look at last week, I do think we want to really focus on the teams that really are playing like this kind of like full off-meta comp, almost, like as we see Miss Count here do, and see if they're actually doing well and if they're going to make it to Sunday, because then that they would be the favorites to actually make it out of Sunday too, if we're comparing it to last weekend. But then at the same time, as you said, like that is just very hard to get there. I do think this this division here, in particular here, this first day, having Cinderbrew as part of their dungeon pool is actually pretty beneficial to them, in my opinion, right? Because that means for one of the dungeons, you already have one off-meta spec that is actually the best spec, but only for this dungeon in particular, right? So I do think that it plays a little bit into their cards, because then they can play this Warlock as the best spec here for Cinderbrew, and then they also can adapt the Warlock for the other two dungeons, where it maybe wouldn't be better than Moonkin would be, but, you know, it's still just 2 out of 3 where you have a little bit of a downside in comparison. So, I don't know, I do think I like the approach from most of these teams here.
What do you think about Polish Mountain and Yete on this mage playing Arcane in the Cinderbrew meadery? Do you think it's one of those things that it's like carefully calculated, you know, he's going to swap off the Arcane mage for the other couple of dungeons, but right now he's just sitting on it in the 18 because it's the best in 18? Or, like, do you think... Because I think that most people are going to be tending to play towards this Arcane mage, right?
Well, if you think about the spec rule, right, we only have 3 bans coming in, and if your tank and your healer are being banned, then you can choose which damage dealer is going to be banned for you if you play the same damage dealers all the time. So if they stick to this comp that they're playing in all the dungeons, or in most of their score-giving keys, then they would be able to choose that the Warlock should be banned, right? And they can just continue to play their Arcane Mage in all keys, right? If they would choose to do so. And the DK as well, I guess.
Interesting. Yeah, just food for thought, because like the Arcane Mage is so strong. You know, you mark a target with Skull Marker, and it just like insta kills it for you. So kind of interesting to see. I'm really interested to see what Polish Mountain lands on with their lineups later on in the day. So, but for your here at the very end of Motherload, 2 minutes left. Do you think they're 2-chessing this 18?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Actually, oh, they don't have Lust. I think they can still do it.
I mean, we've got the intermission right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit rough. I had one death. I don't know.
Not so sure either. I feel like the answer is no, but I guess...
Yeah, maybe... yeah, maybe they won't. I actually, when I looked at the percentage, I thought that it would already be past their intermission, and then 2 minutes obviously would have been fine. But then I saw the boss jump up, I was like, wait. Yeah, maybe they don't. Let's keep an eye on that timer for sure. I did want to go back to the Arcane Mage though, because I did also want to... Like, do you think, when it comes to like the dungeon pool that we have here, that Cinderbrew might be the highest priority for Arcane Mage, like when it comes to like their damage profile? Or would you maybe go with any of the other dungeons? I guess Priory also has like a lot of those high HP prior targets that an Arcane Mage would be really good for.
So people play Fire in Priory during time trials. I think that Arcane is really, really good in this dungeon because there's always a very high health target that you can be killing off, whether it be the Hobgoblins, whether it be the Muscles, whether it be the Harvesters, whether it be any of the bosses as well. They have a bunch of trash on them, or Beelits, or whatever else you can really pull into them. I think that's actually probably a pretty good analysis that Cinderbrew Meadery is the best Arcane dungeon on this set. Especially as well, like I hadn't really considered it. If Polish Mountain does end up busting out that that Fire Mage, say for some of the higher level priority of the Sacred Flames, you don't really have to worry too much then about the Arcane Mage accidentally getting cross-banned.
True, good point, yeah. Yeah, the spec rule is very
I
interesting.
do have
We'll
a
see
death.
how they play around.
Oh no, a tank death. I think I do it might be wiping again in the 16 Motherload.
Oh no. Ooh, I do it. I saw that their heartbreaking wipe
Yes.
there and
Oh my
deplete at the
God.
very end of their run. That was just, it's just the worst thing that can happen to you at the very start of the day as well. But they did manage to recover. It looks like their tank is back alive. But this was the very start of Rixa Fluxflame as well. They have this war machine as well that they're trying to control as everything is kind of falling apart a little with their tank going down. But maybe they're able to recover here as the war machine is just casting AoE after AoE coming through as the disc bubble is coming out. Everyone drops so low. We have spell warding coming out from the disc freeze from the prod battle and is saving their healer, and they might be able to recover. But yeah, this is just very rough for them. No battle rushes left.
So this is a tip for all the tanks at home. Whenever you pull Rixa Fluxflame, ask for an external unpull from your healer. No matter what happens, the fight, there's like some weird stuff with like travel time and projectile speed on the defensives, and if you don't have like active mitigation pressed beforehand, you get hit like on pull by these unmitigated tank hits, and it just absolutely owns your tank. So get a PS on pull there for the tanks in chat.
Definitely just yell for it. Or just don't call it, and if you don't get it and die, just make sure you blame your healer for not reading your mind. Usually what
exactly.
my packs do.
That's a good way of handling it as well.
Alright, so it looks like Yer did unfortunately not manage to chest that Mother load that they were in earlier, so they're gonna have to do that 19. We can see the key timer start already, so they're gonna get straight back and make sure they get that extra point on the leaderboard. What do you think Polish Mountain and Miscount are going to do after this 18? Do you think they'll move on to a different dungeon or continue playing this one out?
It's kind of an interesting question. So just taking a glance at Miscount, it looks like they're going to be missing the 2 chests on the 18. Looks like Polish Mountain's going to be missing the 2 chests on the 18 as well. So neither of them are going to be able to jump directly into 20. Although, yeah, I don't think they're 2 chesting this. I don't think that either are going to be able to jump directly into the 20 that we saw done last weekend. I would probably just bail on this. So what we saw last weekend is that most of the teams went wide with their non-meta composition, where they did all of the dungeons on 16, 2 chested them, did all the dungeons on 18, 1 chested them, and then came back on the 19s and the 20s that they needed to do, and they ran their more standard composition that they were running for the highest level of keys, that they wanted to run for the highest level keys. And that seemed to be the most consistent strategy, is just like, you know, I've been playing Bear Druid for the last like couple of hours, prepping for the first few hours of the TGP. I don't really want to be swapping it up and playing Vengeance Demon Hunter right now. I'm just going to keep playing Bear Druid. So I kind of expect them to swap it up and go to different dungeons. Whether that be the Motherlord or the Priory doesn't really matter all too much. But I do kind of expect Polish Mountain and Miscount to leave here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that does make sense. I also like how Mateo is just carrying the DK on his back for that box jump scare. So the DK... Honestly, sometimes DKs are... actually, right? Like, they're like just being carried around everywhere because they're so slow. And I remember when we did... was it... No, it wasn't Korthia. It was... oh my god, what was that area called where you could mount up?
It was the Maw.
Yes, the Maw. I always had to carry a DK around.
Dude, I did
my
Maw
travel
dailies.
form.
I did Maw dailies with a guy in my guild. His name is Shinro, and I always had to carry his DK literally on my back as well too. That was crazy. I haven't thought about that in so long. But the rule of thumb, if you're playing a druid and you're gonna do that box jump, put the person who is the worst at it in your group on your back and just be like, "Do not get off. I don't want you doing the jump. Like, you're gonna waste my time."
I love that. Yeah, those were some flashbacks. I'm sure the other druids that were watching also remember carrying a DK around them.
The core thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yer is working on that 19. Did manage to play that first pull and the skip properly as well. I mean, everyone except the DK, of course, who didn't really participate. And now they're going past that first boss to do an extractor pull, which is very common to do. And so another big pull coming in where things can for sure happen here. And as I say that, their mage does go down
What
to
was
actually
that?
an Asteroid eruption.
He
Honestly,
just
like,
cursed
it didn't-
him.
It looked like the floor actually was covered quite a bit by these puddles. Like, it was hard to go anywhere, especially because I think there's trash on the other side as well, so they don't want to pull anything of that like that. So I guess the mage didn't really want to blink, and then didn't have anywhere to go, and then it just going down. Sorry for cursing you there. That was totally my fault.
All right, so looking over here to Polish Mountain, they are going to be finishing off their Cinder Room Eatery 18 with 0 deaths, honestly. A very clean run by them. I don't know if 20 is necessarily in the cards, just looking at their timer a little bit, since they were only 4 minutes under. But if they have a perfect run, maybe there's still a chance, especially since they do have those compositional switch-ups that they can make. I kind of expect Polish Mountain, though, to be jumping into a different dungeon. And by getting down that 18 Cinder Room Eatery, they're ahead of Miscount.
Yeah, they actually are ahead of Miscount. Miscount still has Bloodlust here at the very end, though. So that means that maybe they can do the dungeon quicker. But overall, in the day, of course, they're still going to be behind still.
When I say they're faster, I'm talking like real time, right? Like I'm not talking necessarily about in dungeon time. So Polish Mountain getting better menuing, just getting into Dornegal and leaving Dornegal faster. Look at that, they're already into the Priory of the Sacred Flame, while Miscount still lollygagging around a goalie beer bottom.
I mean, that's actually an interesting point that you're making, though, because we keep talking about how fast the teams are in the dungeons, and obviously if you deplete a key, that's going to be a big indicator of a big time loss, right? But sometimes we talk about dungeon speed, and of course dungeon speed is going to be important for a tiebreaker eventually, but how fast you are in between dungeons and getting to the new one, starting the new key, that's actually a really important thing in the end of the day, that a lot of, like, we just never really talk about it, right? Sometimes teams just take forever to relog, to set up their stuff. In Polish Mountain, they're speeding. Like, they're already in that next key, already starting it now.
I think Echo in one of the first TGPs talked about that exact thing that you're kind of talking about, where the time in between keys, you can actually gain or lose so much time in between keys if you just don't know where you're going, if you don't really have a nicely planned out strategy, if you're just like sitting around waiting for somebody to get ready to start the key, or they have to hit a turn up to get their Tempest proc or something stupid like that, where it's like the ability to be able to start the key faster. We've seen time and time again, teams will miss the ability to be able to like start a key by a couple of seconds. I think the most recent one that happened was like Cinema last season. They couldn't start a key at the very end of the day, and if they had less time spent in Dornegal, maybe they would have been able to start that key just that much faster.
Yeah, very good point. Speaking of the fastest team around here, Polish Mountain, already in that Priory, as we talked about, did switch their mage to Fire. That's why the mage was relogging earlier when I mentioned. So Yitte is now playing that Fire mage. They are doing a really huge pull here at the very start. Didn't do any of these kind of like skips that we saw Wunderbar do last weekend. Of course, they also don't really have that same setup. Potentially maybe the higher keys, we will see some of those skips coming through. But for now, Polish Mountain is sticking to a different route and just doing... This is, I almost want to call it a like standard like high key route, where you just go in, pull a bunch of mobs together with the mini boss, and you have a knight in there as well.
I'm really interested in seeing what they do next. So Suleiman has just died with the remainder of the trash and that knight kind of that you shouted out. Are they going to be pulling chainmail? Because in the route that we saw last weekend from Wunderbar, they actually elected to not play chainmail. That mob not really time efficient. It just keeps leaping out. Melee have really bad uptime on it. It's not inside any of your stacked cleave that you have like Rain of Fires or Ignite's not getting spread onto it either. But it looks like Polish Mountain are electing to grab that. I doubt they have a different route for high keys. So I kind of expect this is going to be their route whenever they're doing this dungeon on a 19. Would you agree?
Yeah, it would be strange if they... Well, I mean, I guess it's possible that they change the strategy when they switch to the Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Okay, yeah, the VDH could be the main variable here.
Fear Sigil, like, melt at the start, and then you skip the night and stuff. Like, it's just a little bit easier that way.
Okay.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I think it's just weird to play a knight at the very start if you don't have to, right?
Dude, those mobs are demonic. If you can skip... I know it's really difficult to skip them because they have true set, but if you could skip any mob in this dungeon, by the way, I would 100% of the time skip those knights. The Impaled Dot with their Interrupting Shout is just absolutely insane.
Yep. They just one-shot me just, I think 2 days ago or something, so I'm still
Yeah.
upset about it.
Production, can we pull up I Do It? How close are they going to be on this timer? So it looks like they've just pulled Mogul Razdunk with Bloodlust, and they have 11 deaths on the board. I can't see the exact timer, but it looks like it's 4 minutes remaining. Oh, okay, so they have 4 minutes remaining. This is going to be kind of close here. I think this is still doable. Oh, they have the last couple of mines walking in here, give them the remaining 3 count they need, but if somebody accidentally walks into one of these mines and they explode, then they no longer gain the count from it, which would be catastrophic.
That would indeed be bad. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, looking good. We have some stuns coming through. Some kiting. There we go. Yeah.
Oh no!
The missile exploded. Okay, they don't have a rest for their healer. This is gonna be so bad for them. It's 4 minutes, which is more than the dungeon timer that is left. So that means they have to play this fight without a healer, which technically is possible. And it was actually... Oh, they might have an Ankh here. So listen, they can still... I mean, they're... No, this is not gonna happen. Oh, no. This is... I think they maybe would have been able to do without a healer somehow, but... how did the missile explode? Did somebody shadow melt too late? What happened? Because it wasn't the bomb.
I think they got hit by the Boomba bot from the micro missile, and then the missile exploded on top of them.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, oh no, it's always at the very end for I Do It as well. Oh my god, that's just another huge time loss for them. How do you think they should move on to a different dungeon, just shake it off? It's like, this is just not this is just not meant to be, this mother load here. They should maybe try a different dungeon and then come back later, because this must be incredibly frustrating for them. And of course, them jumping into the tournament because they're like a backup team, basically. They did have the same time to prepare as all the other teams. Like, they did know for a while now, but they did get notified later than most of the other teams that they're going to be part of this group, of course. So they're a little bit of a lower seed here coming in, and
they zone in. Somebody forgot to reset the key too, and so now they're going to zone back out and reset the key again.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, like, they have so much pressure on them here, in my opinion, and yeah, just getting into like a mindset like this at the very start when you deplete 2 of those keys, I think maybe moving on for them would be a little bit of a refresher and would help them out potentially. But in the meantime, we also have a death here for Ur as their DK does go down on their 19 Motherlode here. They are using their last or their second battle rest that they have available at this point. That just came up like a minute ago. So it means they have to play pretty safe and execute this perfectly for the next 10 minutes because they won't have a battle rest available.
And then in the meantime, while we were watching a little bit of a car crash by I Do It, Miscount apparently was doing something very cool at the beginning of their Motherlode, where they were running a slightly different first pull of the dungeon here. As you see Kira on that Bear Druid grabbing everything. Typically that Peacekeeper that you see right there is skipped. Although with Bloodlust and all of your offensive CDs, it is certainly still possible to be able to kill that off, particularly in the 16. I would be surprised if they were looking to pull this in a higher level key, but I think in the 16, especially if you're looking to 2 or potentially even 3 chest this dungeon, it makes sense that they're really just going for the absolutely massive pull. But this also kind of sets them up in a weird position of like, what is the second pull of the dungeon realistically supposed to be here? It's like, are you then supposed to grab a different second pull, or like what's supposed to happen? But they've also found a very quick way to skip into that coin-operated crowd pummeler room. Warlock required, but you no longer have to do some jank meld skip off to the side. Instead, you can just Warlock gate on by into your second pull. So very cool by Miscount there.
That is very cool to see some more new strategies basically coming out and not just what we've seen last weekend, right? So very cool by Miscount, innovating their route a little bit, pulling that Peacekeeper that everyone wants to avoid usually. And yeah, I'd be interested to see if they do this in hierarchies as well. With the comp they're playing right now, with the Dastard, Warlock, Frost DK, Fire Mage, I mean, maybe in the hierarchy, if they switch to an Arcane Mage, they could potentially just nuke that Peacekeeper. Then there's also other priority targets that are important to kill.
There's that stupid thug in that pull too.
Yeah.
That thug mob does so much damage. Like if it hits any of the clothies with the clothesline, since it's fizz, it just can murder your Disc Priest Hunter this year if you're not super careful.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of dangerous mobs. That's why a lot of this trash is being skipped at the start of Motherlode.
Is this dungeon 3-chestable? I think the answer is probably no. I mean, the closest dungeon that we saw to getting 3-chested last week was 16 Dark Flame by Wunderbar, and they were, I want to say, like 10 or 15 seconds off. Do you think the 16 ML is 3-chestable by miscount here?
I don't think so. I think we had Metaload last week as well on this, or was it the 17 that it started on?
I think it was on the
last week?
17. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, possible. Well, they would have to. I guess one thing to note as well about 3-chesting the lowest keys is also the fact that they're kind of playing like the off-meta comp for the lowest keys as well, right? To
Absolutely.
enable the meta comp for Sunday. So, but then again, like I think if there's a key that is 3-chestable in their minds, and it does overall save you a whole dungeon run, which is also not guaranteed, right? Because if you can 2-chest the 16 and 2-chest the 18, or you 3-chest the 16 and then 1-chest the 19, that would be the same thing overall, right? So
Okay, so hear me out. 2-chest the 19 to go 21.
yeah, okay. Listen, yeah, if you can 3-chest the lowest key, and it's really close, and it actually gains you, like it saves you one extra dungeon run, then I think it would make sense for like a high-seeded team to play the meta comp on the 16. You know what I mean?
The downside is then it starts to have really weird spec ban, like spec variety rule implications, right? Where if you end up playing the meta composition, the lowest level key, then you're gonna have to bust out the slightly off meta composition for the highest level keys, which is kind of interesting. I mean, we're calling them off meta compositions, but realistically, this season's a lot better balancing wise, better balanced than most other seasons in terms of like what specializations that you're seeing that are good. There's not very many specs that are like super polarizing, like, oh, we have to have this specialization, otherwise these keys aren't timeable. It's just like good, better, best is the best way I would describe it. It's like most specs are good, some specs are slightly better, and then there's obviously the best specs, and there's always going to be the best specs, and that's what you have to watch out for. This pull that Polish Mountain is doing, they killed Captain Dalecry, and they immediately backtracked and are pulling all of this trash that's behind this pillar here. What is going on with this pull?
Yeah, this is
What are
something
these
we've seen
mobs?
Wunderbar do as well, right? Going to this area that no one has ever seen before. It's like, where are they? What dungeon is this? Like, this is an area that is not very common to go to, but it helps you a lot to gather up this pool because there's so many casters. You can see all of these conjurers and priests that are gathered up here, and sharpshooters as well. As we do say that Burst of Light actually kills off that DK, they have to use their Battle Rise. Cauterize also procced for Yitte here in the Fire Mage. They need to make sure that they finish off this pack before too many casts are going through, because of course this is like a really big pool and there's so much going on and you're running out of AoEs to see, especially if you don't have that Solar Beam, you don't have the Demon Hunters AoE disrupts and sigils coming through, but they did manage to recover and are finishing it off. But yeah, gathering up a lot of casters behind this pillar I think is a very cool strategy to do a big pull in this area, which is otherwise very difficult with so many casters.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, DK, you can't stand in the circle from the light spawn exploding. You can stand in pretty much everything else though as a DK. You just gotta really test things out though.
Yeah, or science. Now all of the viewers know that he cannot stand in there, so
Ooh,
thank
nice
you very much. We
lust
do have
here.
the lust pool here. This is a very dangerous pool. So many paladins and a lot of casts as well. So you gotta watch out for all of these AoE coming through, it's dropping everyone really low. You can see they're all just kind of standing together and kiting together, making sure they get all of the AoE healing and the AoE damage reduction zones. So they're going to be dropping over time here. And of course, they also need to get all of the interrupts through on the priest as well.
This is so interesting. Look at this. Instead of putting Curse of Tongues on any of those priests, we've actually put weakness on the Templars. So the Warlock Curse of Weakness, allowing the Bear Druid on Polish Mountain to actually just take less damage from some of those Templars and those Paladins. A very, very interesting setup. I think it's one of those things that you have some dead globals as Destro there. You don't really want to be attacking the pack while your tank is gathering, so instead you'll just kind of put some of the Curse of Weakness on these mobs to allow your tank to just take a little bit less melee damage from these mobs. It's very rarely used because getting a Warlock to use a Curse is like pulling teeth, but I think in this instance it's actually a really smart way of just trying to make that pull a little bit more consistent.
I do also think whenever you see these curses come out, you know that's an actual Warlock player. They didn't just like switch to it potentially for this day of TGP, because anyone that it would be re-rolling for day 1 of TGP, they probably would not bind that ability. Okay, I'm joking. Obviously, they will bind
Zero
it, right?
of them. You're not pressing weakness. Like, you don't think about pressing weakness in that instance, right?
Curse of Tongues, right, or whatever would make sense, where weakness is definitely an interesting one.
Cool. That's super neat. Okay, so yeah, we got Polish Mountain here. They're looking honestly pretty fine. So Yete does end up going down, but ultimately they're just trying to 2-chest this dungeon on a 16. There's still a little bit more wiggle room timer-wise. This is the last pull that they need before pulling up Baron Braunpike, and I think they're in a good spot. Let's take a look back and see where Mist Count is. So Mist Count have actually downed Azrock, and it looks like they are super quick here. In that Motherlode. I'm trying to see exactly where they are. It looks like they have 7 minutes left on the 3-chest timer. I think it's unlikely to be 3-chested with 7.5 minutes for 2 bosses. This is close to the count that they. This is close to the count that they need to actually time the dungeon, though. So you tend to want to have around 70-ish% enemy forces right before you pull Rix of Flux Flame. So I think it's just the ending of this pull, Rix of Flux Flame, and then it's like 1 trash pull and then the boss. Mogul Razdunk. Oh god. It's going to be really close on Mist Count, but they're not going to have another Bloodlust inside the timer.
Yeah, I don't think this is doable for them. I very highly doubt it. Because, yeah, less than 7 minutes, which would mean, like, let's assume both bosses only take 6 minutes total, which would already be very low. Especially with the intermission on Mogul Razdunk, then they only have 43 seconds to do the rest of the trash, which a little bit unlikely, I would say.
I'm thinking it's a no as well, but it's I think they're only going to be like a minute over that 3-chest timer.
Oh no, Seronic is telling us that potentially the Warlock did not indeed press Oraf, press weakness, Curse of Weakness, sorry, that's the name. It might have indeed been Oraf Enfeeblement that applied Curse of Weakness. Oh, we were praising the Warlock so much, and then it literally was just like some passive thing.
Well, yeah, it would have been the most selfless Warlock of all time, but we should have known better, honestly. I think this is probably on us.
I think this might have been on us.
You know, on a slightly different topic, we asked Chen a little bit, or I did, about any questions they might have for you as we've been watching these polls, and one came up from Space Camp that I wanted to toss your way. And Nagura, maybe you can sort of fill in the blanks here, or Tettles if you want to add on too, but Nagura, why are the teams playing Boomkin instead of Feral, was the question. Felt like, you know, it brings plenty of damage, it seems like Feral would be good. Why do you think Boomkin?
Okay, so, I mean, we were laughing a little bit, but Feral actually is pretty good damage-wise. So it is a fair question to ask. But whenever you have a Feral that you compare to a Moonkin, if both of them do good damage, then you usually would prefer the ranged version over the melee version, because ranged generally tends to be a little bit on the safer side, I guess. And on top of that, I guess Solar Beam is just really strong with the current meta comp that people are running, where you have that Vengeance Demon Hunter that can do huge pulls, and you can combo your Solar Beam with Silent Sigil, with Grip. You can do a bunch of like just AoE interrupt combos with the Moonkin, which is very nice. And yeah, I guess that's just the main thing. And generally just being a ranged over a melee.
I think it also just has a slightly higher AoE DPS cap. Like, whenever you pull 25 mobs or something like that, I mean, that's where the Moonkin really comes and shines. It's not, again, I want to echo the sentiment that Nagura said. It's not even that Feral's actually bad. And I think if, say, Protection Warrior, for example, was the best tank on the patch, I think you'd actually see far more Feral than Balance seen play, because then you're getting that 5% damage from Battle Shout. You're able to kind of utilize all of that. And I think that in compositions that the main driver is that Protection Warrior, you know, the Feral Druid is incredibly valuable. I actually think that all 4 specs of Druid have seen some level of play, and it just kind of comes down to building the best composition. Moonkin tends to slot in just a little bit better for what the absolute max level stuff is this season, and it also works really well with Mage. Moonkin and Mage is just like a really stupid combo together. You know, the Mage kills the single target mob, the Moonkin pads on AoE. It's kind of like a really good, it's like a nice dance.
Yep. Love that dance. We've been playing it for a long time at this point.
Yeah, Moonkin and Mage, that's right, that's right.
This Viscount is gathering up one of their last trash pools here with those war machines and all of these bombs coming through. 3 minutes left on the 3 chest timer. Honestly, I mean, they are actually somewhat close to it. Of course, not going to be quite enough, but also doesn't really matter for them in the end because the 18 we do know is 2 chestable, or at least, I mean, we've seen them get pretty close, right? We saw Yer not get the 2 chests on the 18 earlier, but they definitely were close enough that if they save some time here and there, then it's doable, right? So I do think that Miscount can get the 2 chests on the 18 as well, which means that the 3 chests for them wouldn't be that important here. Of course, they also have to get the 2 chests on the 18 first, though, before we talk about that.
Yeah. What are you kind of expecting to see dungeon level-wise coming out of today for some of the teams that are qualifying to Sunday? Like 2019 maybe, if you have like a perfect day?
Yeah, I think 2019 does sound good. Now, we do know that some of the dungeons can go even higher than that, right? But with the time restriction, with only having 5 hours, it's just so tough to be able to time all of those keys, right?
Yeah, like, are you going to really be able to spend enough time on Motherlode 21 to be able to time? I don't even know if you're going to have necessarily enough time on Cinderbrew 20 to be able to time that consistently. It might be something where it's like 20 Motherlode, 19 Priory, 19 Cinderbrew is like the winning Sunday scores.
What do you,
Or,
so what
making
about
it to
the
Sunday, rather.
Priory? You can't 2 chest the 18, can you?
No, I think 19. I think 19 is probably the most likely level. I think it's unlikely to see that dungeon done on a 20 today. I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah.
But again, like you said, you only have 5 hours. And while all of these dungeons are doable on a 20, I think you'd rather go get the Motherlode on the 20 than mess around with the Priory, probably.
Yeah, because not getting the 2 chests in the 18s also costs you so much time to even just get to like a 20 potentially, right? And obviously a 20 is also very hard. We did see some 20s last weekend, but yeah, I mean, the 20 Priory that we saw Wunderbar do, it looked really easy and clean for them. I mean, it didn't look easy, but it looked super clean, but yeah, I mean, that was an incredibly hard dungeon to execute. So,
I just want to reiterate, like, what you saw from Wunderbar last weekend is not typical for teams who do Priory the Sacred Flame. They played a very, very atypical route to the point where you have to completely reprog that dungeon to be able to play the route that they played. Most of these teams, since Priory the Sacred Flame was a time trial dungeon, you can like get a 19 pretty consistently, get out of there, not really think about it too much, or you can completely relearn the route, still maybe not time the dungeon on a 20, and then you're like, okay, I've wasted all this time trying to relearn Priory the Sacred Flame, which teams unanimously voted as the hardest dungeon. So we sent out like pre-broadcast surveys, and unanimously the team said that Priory the Sacred Flame, Operation Floodgate, by far the hardest dungeons to do during this MDI season.
Yeah, and some of the pulls that they were doing as well was insane, right? The light spawn, like double light spawn with the mini boss.
Or body pulling trash packs. Now it's like glaving some mob and then melding it off and moving it across the room. And then we're not pulling. There's just no world. There's no world where you I think that maybe Mist Count might have relearned the dungeon with what they saw from Wunderbar last weekend. But I don't think that's going to be like an every team thing.
Yeah, I also don't think so. We're going to have to take a look at Miscount's route once they do enter Priory. But of course, they did go Motherlode first, and they're about to 2 chest their 16 here pretty easily. Did not get that 3 chest as we thought about.
Ooh.
Potentially being possible, but not really.
Polish Mountain electing to save Bloodlust on Sir Braunpike is very standard to actually lust that guy, but by saving their Bloodlust, they almost had some footmen blow up and kill them off at the very end of that pull, but fortunately enough, they were able to kind of save it, and it looks like they have 4 minutes and 25 seconds for the final boss. I think this is going to be a 2 chest in the Priory of the Sacred Flame 16 for Polish Mountain, which is huge for them.
They are missing Count, which I hope they noticed.
Oh, no, they have 1 priest on top of the boss. That should be Count.
Okay, I see.
Okay, we're good. They got Count.
There we go. They got it. All right.
That'd have been real weird.
There we go. Miscount about to finish off Mogul Rustang here. 5 minutes left on the timer, so
21
really
minutes.
quick. Just barely not actually making a 3 chest. That would have been crazy. But yeah, Polish Mountain, I think they actually did not have Bloodlust available when they pulled Brown Pike. So that was actually the reason, I think, why they didn't use it, because they would have had to use it like halfway through the pull. And I assume on a higher key level they will be committing that Bloodlust for that mini-boss pull, which is also very difficult to execute. Many
That mob is
hug
demonic.
groups have been dispending, and many keys have been depleted on that mini-boss.
Dude, the craziest part of this dungeon is like whenever you walk up and you're like, I'm pretty sure our timer's chalked, and then your tank goes, yo, what if we pull this trash pack into Brawn Pike? And it's
Brawn
just like the most demonic pull that you've ever seen in your entire life, and you're like, well, I guess if we have to, and then you immediately wipe, you're like, gosh, stupid pull.
But it always, like, I love how these like big pulls, they always sound so good in the moment when you have your cooldowns available as a damage dealer. You know, you have all your cooldowns and your tank goes, should we do this big pull to potentially save the key? And you're like, you know
I got
it's
everything.
unreasonable, but you look at your cooldowns and they're all ready and you're like, yes, let's do it. Paints at me.
Oh gosh. It turns out DPS might be gaslighters. They might overstate their power a lot. Polish Mountain here got a minute 25 left for 33% on Prioress Murprey. I think that they're going to be fine here. At the same time, it's actually going to be kind of close for them, which makes me worried about some of these other teams like Your or I Do It. Once they come up to the 16 of this dungeon, are they going to have a run that's going to be super clean, as clean as Polish Mountain, where obviously they had 2 deaths, but they were 2 deaths that weren't like super huge time losses? How reasonable is this 2 chest going to be for all the other competition?
Yeah, it's a good question. Looking at Polish Mountain's route, I mean, obviously they didn't do any kind of like Wunderbar routes, but they still did pretty big pulls coming through. And they also did that one pull around the pillar, as we saw earlier. So, yeah, it's definitely not just a press W route. They did think about the route and were pretty efficient. So that it's so close for them, actually, as you said, might mean that we don't see a 2 chest come in for some of the other teams. There we go. Polish Mountain finishing off this plus 16 2 chest barely. I think it was 30 seconds left, between 20 and 30. So yeah, definitely not super easy for them.
Look at this. Hearthjax is back on the Arcane Mage, and they did the Peacekeepers the first pull again.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, because he played Fire on that first round, right?
Mm-hmm. I think that the Arcane... I think the Arcane Mage is probably going to end up getting tied with the Warlock and the DK, or just maybe the DK. Then the Warlock is played at least on the highest level Cinnabar meteries for missed count. That's kind of one of those things that I'm really interested in seeing where the Mage ends up landing, because they've been playing this Mage more than the other teams. It just makes me wonder how many times they're going to end up playing this Arcane Mage. Oh, and they messed up their gate skip again. Look at this. You're accidentally body pulled a trash back.
I did use Shadow Melt, so managed to de-aggro that, and we do see the gate coming through now, so they should be able to still recover this.
Is it Mind Soothe? Is that why? Is that intentional?
I mean, he pulled it and Shadow Melted, and then but everyone else just stayed behind. So I'm not sure how it could.
There was a mob and a polymorph.
Huh. But he melted before anyone else moved.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe something weird with the jock? I don't know.
It could be that the jock like repositions after you pull him once.
So, it could be something weird like that. It could have been a mistake. I really don't know. Yeah. But it looked strangely intentional, even though the way it panned out, it's kind of weird that he's just like pulling that pack and then melting it off. But they don't have Mind Soothe, so maybe that's maybe that is an intended strategy. Oh, dude, look at this Polish Mountain. They 2-chested the 16 Priory of the Sacred Flame, and they go, you know what? No more time spent in Priory. Instead, I'm going to play this Resto Shaman and get on top of the roof here in Motherlode.
I love this. Yeah, positioning himself so the Thug actually knocks him up this roof here, not having to worry about some of these puddles on the ground that the Peacekeeper, of course, creates, which is something you might not know, because usually this Peacekeeper is being skipped as much as possible. Peacekeeper actually doing a lot of damage to a group, and you can see they killed that trash pack so fast that Bloodlust was still running as the pull was already over. So on this 16, Polish Mountain just speeding through. And again, we talked about how fast they are between keys. I think I like barely saw them finish off the boss in that priory, and they're already like 1 minute into this dungeon here. Absolutely.
Are they going to do this Warlock game?
Oh,
Wait,
I
what
think
is
they are.
Is this just known? Hold on.
Apparently,
Is this just like
a known strat?
Maybe this is just some known Warlock attack that we didn't know about because we don't play with the Warlocks that often.
Interesting. Yeah, and they didn't do any kind of like Shadow Melt thing. So actually, the DK did Shadow Melt, but a little bit earlier, and the Mage did too. Interesting. We're gonna have to investigate if there's some. I'm actually gonna task Cyronic to investigate if there's anything you actually need to Shadow Melt for the skip that they're doing here. And since he's not here to defend himself, he just has to get the task done.
That's great. Keep doing that. That's a good bit for sure. You know, he's sitting there. He's like, he's just like probably like leaning back. He goes, "What? Wait, hold on." Being tasked with something. Oh gosh. Ooh, I do it here in the picture-in-picture on the right-hand side right there. Look at this. There's 0 deaths in the 16 ML. So they had 2 wipes very, very late in the 16 ML, and it looks like they're finally going to be able to bounce back and hopefully be able to time this key, assuming that nothing catastrophic happens on Mogul Rouse time. But they're so far under the timer that it's kind of funny because if they just didn't have 11 deaths in their previous run, you know they would have been able to time it.
Pedals, I can't believe you could curse them like that.
I'm not cursing them. I'm love watching.
You're right. I think if even... Okay, don't get me wrong. I don't think something's going to happen to them. I think they're actually going to time it. And they did not listen to me earlier when I said, maybe they should move on, try a different dungeon, and then come back. They actually have nerfs of steel. Like, they're like, no, we can do this with other loads. They are coming back here and timing this one. And even if there's like a small mistake here and there, they will still be able to time it because they have so much time left, as you mentioned. So let's see what they're doing here, though.
Pot agreed. Pull the war machines into the boss, and we go for the 2 chests with lust.
Go for it.
May as well. We gotta go for the 2 chests. Gotta bounce back. I saw Wunderbar do this last weekend. It's doable.
I think 07 did this too. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. Good shout.
Alright, so it looks like I Do It is not listening to us and not actually pulling these war machines into the boss. Unfortunately, I would have loved to see that. In the meantime, we do see missed count. Polish Mountain, I meant to say, is on the coin upgrade grab handler here, under 16. We talked about them a little bit earlier as they had barely managed a 2-chested Priory on the 16, but didn't decide to do the 18. They decided to move on, which is an interesting decision because they did do the 18 Cinder Brew after 2-chesting the 16. So I guess they just felt like that the 18 Priory is quite a bit harder, and maybe they want to play a different comp for the 18. So maybe they just want to get all of the dungeons out of the way where they play this composition, and then once they switch to the meta comp, then maybe they want to do the 18 Priory.
If they did 16, 18, 19 Motherload on this composition, they could then play the Priory on their meta comp for the 18 and the 19. Assuming that those levels are going to get done. But I mean, again, that's a heavy assumption on if those levels are going to get done. Big if.
Yeah.
Because you kind of have to make concessions whenever you're only playing for 5 hours. Mistakes are inevitable in this MDI format. You're going to deplete a key. It's just how it is. So you kind of have to, you have a plan, but you're like, well, okay, what is the worst case scenario with the plan? You have to make sure that you're ready with like a backup plan if something doesn't happen correctly. And ideally, your backup plan doesn't result in your composition that you wanted to play on Sunday getting banned out.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, you don't want to play it super risky. I guess that's also like a little bit of a change in approach on how you do the dungeons, because in the past we've seen teams kind of approach the day differently. Like some teams said, you know what, we are gonna play Priory now, and we're gonna play it to the highest key level that we can do, and then we move on to the next dungeon. Yeah. But with the spec rule in place, as you said, there's a potential that you maybe don't 2-chest a key that in practice you always 2-chest it. But if you don't in the tournament, then you actually have that dungeon count twice with the comp that you're playing. Because the way the spec rule works, in case some people still are not aware fully how the spec rule works, is that each dungeon that gives you a score, that advances your score, or a dungeon that you do faster than before, the specs that you're playing for that dungeon will be kind of like locked in. And at the end of the day, the three most played specs, will be banned on Sunday. So if in practice you think, oh, we're two-chesting this dungeon, then those specs that you play there would only count once. But in the tournament, you, for whatever reason, don't make the two chests, and then those specs count twice, which would completely throw off the math that you were doing beforehand. So a lot of the teams decide to do the highest keys where they would switch to their metacom a little bit later in the day, to make sure that in case something goes wrong on the lower keys, they can redo the math and see if they can still play the meta.
It's like an in case of emergency thing.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, there's some adaptations the teams are having to do, or some ways they're having to look at how the competition is even panning this out. But this new spec variety rule has definitely added in this extra layer of sort of strategizing, which is really interesting. But, you know, we also had some strategy here that we're going to dive into in just a second. But in the meantime, Tettles, we're going to say bye to you for at least now. So we'll see ya.
GG's.
GG's. And we're going to be bringing Zyronic in. Now, Nagura, you tasked Zyronic with figuring out the secrets of some skips here. And chat seems to think that they have all the answers, which is fair. You probably do. But Zyra, what can you tell us about Miscount skip into gate that we just saw?
Listen, I was sitting back in my chair, relaxing, watching some chill dungeons, and then I just heard this voice in the back of my head. Zyro, the casters, they need you. So I've tasked our production with getting a clip of the skip from Polish Mountain, or Miscount. Either one of them works, actually, at the start of the dungeon here, because we did see it twice in a row from both of the teams. Here it is from Miscount. It was a little bit more confusing because we saw Kira like accidentally pull the pack on the left, but it looks like with just a poly on the Laborer on the right, as long as you get past that poly and you have one person melt off the aggro, this is like the typical, like, you know, sort of frost trap polymorph skips that we saw from back in the day. One person gets in combat with it, rest of the group runs through, melt off aggro, you're chill. It's just a normal skip. But the gateway in the old dungeons, I think, is the fun, you know, addition to that, because, you know, for some reason when we built the geography in these older keys, the walls aren't real in a lot of them, so you can just kind of gateway through them a lot. Hopefully they don't fix this whenever they revamp old keys, because I think it's kind of fun. But yeah, that was just kind of a staple of old Mythic Plus dungeons, you know, dating back to like Legion and BFA, so yeah, good tech for both of the teams to know that.
Yeah, I do love fake walls for sure. As we did see, oh, you're actually having some issues in their run here, the plus 20 motherload that they were attempting. Thankfully, it's early on in the key. That was their second pull of the dungeon. So they're able to just reset and go again. They actually are playing that meta comp now. But I wanted to mention something. I do it have timed the 16 motherload. Woo! And we're so proud of them. Beautiful. Hearts in the chat, guys, for I do it, being able to get that 16 on the board. We'll see what they're going to be doing now. Going on a break, probably. I love their logo so much. It's so good.
Their logo is great. I think that was like a last-second logo creation, too, because, like you guys have talked about, they were subbed in last minute because one of our other teams was unable to compete this weekend. They were the 26th overall seed, so already, you know, on the back foot. But, like, the other thing as well, their tank couldn't play this weekend, so they subbed a tank as well. So they are playing in, like, the toughest conditions we've seen a TGP team almost ever play in. So it's going to be tough, but seeing them get a little bit of momentum, getting that first key done, love to see it. I'm cheering for them to get some more done.
Yep, definitely want to see them tie more keys and get more score once they're back from their break. Of course, the break times can now be used, which are mandatory, 20 minutes, and they have to take them within the 3 middle hours of the day, so not within the first and not within the last hour. We did pass that first hour now, so most teams are able to take a break. Yor did actually take their break, I believe, 5 minutes earlier. And yeah, we just saw them wipe in that plus 20 that they were attempting, and now they're actually going back and attempting it again. So they're actually one of the teams that just sticks to a dungeon. As I mentioned earlier, we had different approaches from different teams, different strategies on how you do the day. and you're being one of those teams that just decides to go as high as they can on the keys, which I like seeing that because it gives us some high keys to cast at the start of the day rather than all of them being at the end. So big shout out to Yer. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is great. I wonder if there might be a little bit of collusion going on here as well from the team of Yer. They might be playing for some extra experience points, because I'm pretty sure the day-long chat poll that we have with the prediction submission is which one will we see first today? A team completes all 3 dungeons, or any plus 20 completed? I wonder if they put all their experience points on any 20 completed. We'll have to check with the moderators for that. We don't want any collusion on these valuable experience points on the Warcraft Twitch channel. Yeah, we don't want to see any of that.
Good points. Yeah, very good points. Hopefully they were banned for voting here, because, yeah. That would be horrible if they would be abusing their powers here. But yeah, we do see Miscount also in their Motherlode as well, as they're now after Azeroth, between Azeroth and Rixa, which has some pretty tricky trash on hierarchy levels that can be pretty dangerous coming through with all of these Echo Blades coming out, and of course a lot of casts needing to be interrupted as well, which can potentially be a problem for the teams if they're not running that Vengeance Demon Hunter Solar Beam combo. But Miscount doing a really good job. And now we're probably going to be seeing some War Machines. Well, probably just one more War Machine pulled into Rixa here as well. And you can see Kira already on the side. And Hearthjack's helping out with that, with the ranged spells, getting in that War Machine.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing from Miscount today. You know, the number 2 or number 3 overall seed. They're one of those. They're up there, right? They're one of the most popular, one of the strongest teams actually in general in the MDI that we've seen for quite a long time. Up there with Mandatory and of course the returning Wunderbar as well. And they're pretty much running the same strategy on day 1 here that we saw from Wunderbar last week, right? Where they play these alt specs of the group, and then I think, you know, maybe 1 or 2 dungeon runs with this comp, and we'll see them skip back over into that more meta comp that we're used to seeing, the one that we saw Yer run in most of the groups. Speaking of Yer right now, though, once again, though, this first pull after the coin-operated crowd pummeler that they go to before they deal with the boss, causing some major issues for them. So we're going to see them go for a reset here again in the 20. That's to be expected, though, once you get up to this 20 key level.
Yeah, definitely. That's a very tough key, of course, to be able to do. And that pull in particular, of course, they have been using a lot of their cooldowns at the very start on the first pull with Bloodlust as well. So it looks like, I think it was just their tank going down. Yeah, we do see a proc here coming through. Oh, it was actually a Rocklands finishing off their healer. And then the tank just following. Oh no, it was a Pain Sub available as well for the priest here. So maybe the Pain Sub was planned to be used for that last couple of seconds here, and the trash being alive, and the priest going down to the cast, not being interrupted, causing that defensive cooldown not to be used, and then the tank following.
Yeah, back to the point I was making there before that 20 wipe. The Miscount and Polish Mountain strategies, they're both kind of going for that same strategy we saw Wunderbar going for, right? We got the Bear Tank, the Resto Shaman, the Warlock is going to be that extra DP aspect that they can take or leave. They can keep it banned out for Sunday, especially now that we know Cinderbrew is on the dungeon pool today, so it can't be in the pool for Sunday. They probably can just ban out the Destrolock at that point if they want to just keep their meta specs more available to them. And again, the thing with the mages, right? As long as the mage is consistently swapping between Fire and Arcane, it'll never be one of the specs that's at risk of being banned out, so they can pretty much always guarantee that they're going to have one or both of those specs available for Sunday. So just really solid strategy making from these two teams, and as long as they're able to continue to time keys and increase their score, both of these teams will be able to have their full comp available for Sunday.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very smart decision on how they're dealing with this new spec rule here. And of course, also, as I talked about earlier, having Cinderbrew in the dungeon pool here at the very first day for them means that the Warlock is not even an off-meta spec for that dungeon. It seems to be the meta spec that most teams have been playing so far. So it works out really well for them to stick to that Warlock for the rest of the piece as well. And then not needing, or not running the Warlock at all on Sunday does make sense. I guess, looking at some groups, right, if you would have Cinderbrew on Sunday, you wouldn't want to ban out the Warlock for Friday, right? So that'd be interesting, but we don't have it this week, and also didn't have it last week.
Yeah, that's true. The other thing as well, I wouldn't really call Warlock a meta spec anymore. Demon Hunters stole that from them, but if you want to play the meta Warlock spec, you can log on Classic and do that. Dude, Miss Pandaria Classic is going to be sick. I'm actually so excited for that.
Yeah, I'm also excited for it. One thing I'm not necessarily excited for is the introduction of dailies. That was Mists of Pandaria, right? And there were a lot of them. Like, they're like, oh, dailies. They're nice. They invented dailies, you know? It's like, oh, we can do quests and repeat them. And they're like, yo, let's do dailies everywhere. And I was like, oh. At the start, it was kind of nice. And then at some point, it's like, that's a lot of dailies. I love the raids in Mists of Pandaria, though. They were great.
I don't think they introduced dailies there, but like there were so many of them, they may as well have. I remember doing like at least 30 a day just to get all the different reps up to revered. Oh, what a time.
There are a lot of them. All right, there we go. Polish Mountain waiting for their tank to gather up all of these bombs and war machines, of course. There's a kind of like fixate range. If you're far enough away, then you can't get fixated. So there we go. But unfortunately, the tank did go down. So the war machine reset. This is actually not very good for Polish Mountain. The 2 chest timer still looks very good. But yeah, they should be fine here. But yeah, the war machine did reset, which was the mob they actually wanted to pull here.
Yeah, clean pull from there. And I mean, they're doing a good job of dealing with the bombs, right? That's kind of the scary moment of this pull. And removing the war machine from the equation makes this pull a lot easier, right? You're not too worried about AoE damage going out, because the only thing that'll really kill you is someone standing in one of these circles or having a bomb explode on them. So I like this variation on the pull from Polish Mountain here, but they are going to have to pull at least one more war machine, if I'm not mistaken, to get the rest of their count. Based off of where they are on the percentage right now, it might actually be 2, because it would be more efficient to pull just one of them rather than every single bomb in this area. Let's see, what's Tank Gear is gearing up to pull here after they deal with these ordnance specialists. Still pulling bombs. Still running around. Trying to CC them as much as possible. Frosty K actually quite useful for that. Lots of chains going out on these bombs.
Making it a bit awkward, right? Because of the death earlier and the war machine resetting, it's a little bit strange for them to just pull now. But, I mean, again, they still have enough time to get the 2 chests in. They just want to make sure they're playing it safe from here on out, I guess. And not have any, like, major issues. And not pull anything. Definitely don't miss any count. But yeah, that war
that's
machine.
the other team.
Yeah, that is.
Gonna get a lot of those this weekend.
Speaking of the other team, they're currently on Mogul Rostang in their run. Let's take a look at how they're doing. They have a war machine on the boss, so that means they did finish up one of their war machines first on the double war machine pull at before the boss. Finished one off, basically just with their K-Mage, I guess, just made sure that they were funneling into one of them. And then once only one was left, they pulled it into Mogul Rustang, making sure they can get some efficient cleave off. Oh, double death here by Polish Mountain as both their Warlock and their Mage go down. They did commit 1 battle rest and then released on their Warlock, I believe.
Okay, interesting.
That 2 chest timer definitely getting a little bit scarier for them.
Yeah, we're getting a lot closer, and they still need to pull, I think, these last 2 war machines to finish off their count here. With 6 minutes left in the key, that can be a little scary. They might, if they really want to commit to the 2 chest potential, they might have to go for the pot of greed pull. Yarki has died to the Gatling gun for missed count, so that's 15 seconds off the board. They actually still have 2 chests as a possibility in this 18 as well, so we really need to focus on this too, because them being able to go straight up to a 20 potentially would be massive for their time-saving potential today. Yeah, I think they're definitely in the cards. And I like the efficiency of that pull you were talking about as well, where they focused one down with an Arcane Mage and they had another War Machine on the boss here. This boss doesn't really do that much damage to the group outside of the intermission phases, so the charge shots going off doing AoE damage to your group is not that big of a deal. It does give a little bit of funnel for your Arcane Mage, but also tons of Havoc value for the Destro Lock as well, which is going to do a ton of good damage in this phase with that Havoc as well. So just really playing to their comp strengths here. Very smart play from Miscount.
Yeah, definitely doing really well. And I don't want to say they almost 3-chested the 16, but they were pretty close. They were like 1.5 minutes off of the 3-chest timer, which definitely means that they just have a really fast route here in this Motherload, which is amazing to see. And yeah, once that intermission is over, we're going to take a look at how close they're getting on this 2-chest timer. But yeah, definitely doable as far as I can see. Polish Mountain now also pulling that War Machine onto the boss, and the Bloodlust also is going to be committed for them as well. A little bit less than 5 minutes left, which also should still be more than enough for them to get this 2-chest timer in on their 16. Of course, 2 key levels lower than what we've seen from Miscount. And Yer about to gather up that pool that they keep wiping to. Or no, actually no, never mind. They already did the pull earlier, finished off the boss, and this is that second extractor pull that they're doing. So they're actually advancing in their 20 here, which is very cool to see.
This is huge for a number of reasons. The way that they're pulling this dungeon is actually quite difficult. Normally, in the live routes, what you'll do in this dungeon is you'll do the first pull at the start of the dungeon without the Bloodlust, and you'll save the Bloodlust for the first pull after you skip past the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. Based off of their Bloodlust cooldown timing, though, they're lusting the first pull, and then they don't have the lust available for that first extractor pull that they go to before dealing with the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, so they're making that pull much more difficult for them, but they're putting their lust on cooldown earlier, so they might actually get an extra Bloodlust in the dungeon. So being able to set up the dungeon this way will give them a much better chance of timing it on the 20, and this is the first real attempt that we're seeing from them. But let's skip right back over to missed count now, as they've got Mogul Razdunk down to 10% with, 2 minutes left on the 2-chest timer. I think they're going to do this very, very easily, Nagura. Yeah, this is the easiest 2-chest we've seen on an 18 in a long time. Very impressive from missed count.
Yeah, that's actually crazy, yeah. As you were mentioning, like, they can have more than 1.5 minutes left as this boss is going down. They also had a very clean run, only that one death on the board. So incredibly clean by miscount, and they're really putting up a show today, like playing all of the runs that they had so far, just very, very clean, executing it so well. So we'll see what they do here. They did move on from the 18 Cinder Brew, did not continue to the 19 afterwards. So I guess it is very possible that we see the Priory from miscount now, before they switch to a different comp for the higher key levels. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're 100% spot on. I think they go to Priory, they play this same comp, they do 2 runs with this comp to make sure that they have like the 6 dungeons run on these sort of off-meta specs, and then they can swap over to their ideal comp for the higher pushes, the 19s, the 20s, and they'll still be able to keep their most favored specs available for Sunday. And if that's the plan, which I'm assuming it is, they've put on a clinic so far in the first, just under 2 hours of the day. They've got plenty of time left to push up that Priory and get to the 19s and 20s. This is kind of what I expected to see from Miscount. It's what we've expected to see from them in the past couple of MDIs they played in as well, and once again, they're delivering. Fortunately, a death here for Yede on Polish Mountain, but they've got the Battle Rises stocked up for that. 2 minutes left on the 2-chest timer and the 16 for them as well. Even with that death, they're going to be well under the timer here.
Yeah, definitely looking really good for them too. As Miscount is going to go on a 10-minute break. And I Do It, they're back from their break as they're now attempting the Cinder Brew. They did have a little bit of a wipe here at the very start, which is very common for that first pool. And we did also see their DK go down here for Polish Mountain. 1 minute left. Also 8%. Yeah, they still got it. It's all good. But
as long as they don't have someone get run over by the Gatling gun again. They've lost a player to each of the past 3, so... Okay, we're
definitely want to make sure they're not getting hit by any of those anymore, yeah. But yeah, I didn't want to just talk about the I Do It comp here real quick. So we actually have a Resto Druid. A Resto Druid, and I think it's a Moonkin, but...
Yeah.
I guess it's also possible... Okay, it's a Moonkin, okay. Yeah, interesting. So, yeah, a little bit of a comp swap here for I Do It. Just showing up all of the specs. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, we know Karmizi is we were talking about them being a Hunter one-trick on live, but they did play Boomkin in their time trials runs, and we know they're capable of it. Most quote-unquote one-tricks are capable of playing other specs and classes, but they just kind of like playing their, favored spec a little bit more. So it makes sense. I love that little guy. It's such a good team logo.
It's amazing.
And we still got the Prop Paladin. The only problem with this comp is, Mark of the Wild doesn't stack. You don't get 6% versatility from having 2 of those buffs in your group. It'd actually be kind of cool if it worked that way, but unfortunately not the case.
Yeah, that would totally not be OP. I agree. We should introduce that. But yeah, I Do It now on that first pool. Let's see if they can execute it. Of course, at the start of Cinder Brew, just so many things to watch out for. It's absolutely crazy what can happen here with all of these muscles. Of course, throwing chairs at people. You have a bunch of interrupts and debuffs that you have to worry about, and things on the floor that you have to dodge out of. And then there's trash mobs moving around that you need to make sure that you're not ninja pulling. on top of just other AoE coming through, and so much damage on the tank as well. As you can see, the Proud Paladin dropping so low here. As the mobs are about to die, but just not quite at that, as you did see another almost death here. DK in there at the very end. Unfortunately, the Proud Paladin does go down. Yeah, that pack just didn't want to die. It looked like they did so much damage at the very start, and then it looked like the mobs were on 10% HP for an eternity.
Yeah, that was a struggle at the end there. The mobs on 10% HP for just what, yeah, like you said, what felt like an eternity. Maybe a little more Blood is Life pulp rocks and they'd be okay there?
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of see there. Unholy DK nerf, a lot of the nerf was highly focused on the amount of AoE damage they can do, right? So Blood is Life got nerfed in half. That's a little Blood Beast explosion damage. Without that nerf, that pack would have definitely died. So you can kind of see those nerfs definitely come into play for some of our teams here.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess it also potentially will be something that we see in the higher key levels as well. Maybe not being able to time as high keys as maybe last weekend, but that's something we're gonna see later, of course. Speaking of high keys, Ur is in this plus 20, the first team to step foot into a plus 20 key for today. And they did have to reset the key a few times, as they did wipe twice on an extractor pool, trash pool, right before coin-operated crowd pummeler. This time around, they did manage to finish it off, and they only have this one death on the board that happened, I believe, on the mini-boss pool right before Azeroth here. Did use that battle rest to get them back up, and now they are in Azeroth, which of course shouldn't be a problem for them. They're trying to... One of the things that coordinated groups on this boss are doing is they're trying to not completely fully nuke the infused Earth Rager. They're just trying to make sure that they're kind of cleaving it down while still focusing the boss. Because as long as you kill it before this Resonant Quake that you can see casted by the boss right now, then you're actually fine. It still does pulsing AoE to the group, but if your healer is fine on healing cooldowns and whatnot, then you can keep it alive for quite a while, and you can just maximize your boss damage.
Yeah, clean strategy, and this is the first time we're seeing this really today. The other two higher runs that we've seen in the Motherlode have been from Warlock comps, where they'll just banish one of those Earth Ragers off, so they don't have to worry about cleaving it down, and they'll always know the new one that spawns is the one that we're going to have to cleave down, and then all of the cleave damage will go into that, because the other one is just banished, can't take any damage, can't steal any of the funnel. So, it's interesting to see them be able to pull those off. Of course, they are playing, the meta comp, so we know that this is capable of doing it. And looking at the timer, I think we're going to look at about a 15-minute Azeroth kill, which I think should be on pace here. We want to see about a 25-minute Rixa kill would be the highest I'd be comfortable seeing, and they'd definitely be on pace depending on their count and how many War Machines they need to pull. So, all in all, this run from Ur looks like it's going pretty good. Now, the next pull, though, is very, very make or break for this particular key. We know that they're going to pull a ton of Alchemists together, probably have a Mastermind in the pull for the Arcane Mage funnel. And it's going to be a lot of AoE damage going off. It requires a lot of AoE stops as well to make sure none of these slime casts go off on any other players as well, like we saw earlier today. We had a mage sitting an entire 6-second slime polymorph. You can see right at the start of the pull, lots of AoE damage goes out if you aren't perfect with your stops on these mobs.
Yeah, the priests having to pain step themselves because of the combination of just debuffs plus Echo Blades on them. Being able to survive, though, which is very good. No pain steps left anymore now for anyone in case they would need it. You can also see that AoE CC chain coming through with that sigil being used by their Vengeance Demon Hunter. And now we do see a lot of mobs still alive, though. Definitely not dying as fast as we've seen on the lower key levels, of course. This plus 20, meaning that these trash groups just are alive for so long. We do see a Shadow Melt come through by Mateo, making sure to maybe get rid of one of those Echo Blade casts on them. You can see Priest also utilizing that Racial as well, which I think this season Shadow Melt is actually so good in a lot of dungeons, right? And using Shadow Melt in those clutch moments, making sure you don't get that extra damage once you're out of defensives is just very nice to see.
Yep, clean. That Mind Lash is on. The Priest here with no Shadow Meld has to heal through that, but looks like the pull is mostly dealt with here, and you can see the Arcane Mage not really doing a ton of AoE damage here, really focusing on cleaving down those Masterminds and Weapons Testers as much as possible to prevent AoE damage from going out, and that pull, very clean, but we are not done in this area yet. As 2 more alchemists are pulled, we're going to be chaining that to even more alchemists. I think there are going to be 6 in this poll, if I'm not mistaken, so the AoE stops have to be perfect, but Ara has dropped incredibly low on the gather of this poll, where they are most dangerous. Last Resort has been procced. In the meantime, Mateo dropping incredibly low and has gone down to an Echo Blade from a weapons tester. They do have the battle res for Mateo, but the DK is down. The AoE engine is gone. There's no Incarn for Mateo, so where's the damage going to come from here?
The healer is okay, there we go. The sheep on the healer went through.
Yeah.
Did not manage to get rid of that because, of course, a magic effect, and no one can dispel magic outside of the priest. And that's just going to be a full wipe coming through. Yes, the damage dealer's going down there. Like, that dot, the poison that was on the whole group at the very start, which is so hard for the priest to heal up while the tank was still gathering that trash pool. And then Mateo going down to one of those Echo Blades, meaning that they were missing a chain in their interrupt chain, right? Not getting that solar beam through. And then that polymorph going out on the priest is not possible to recover really from there.
Okay, that's a good segue for a conversation that I wanted to have while a couple of our teams are on break here and we don't have as many things to cover. You know what class has a lot of AoE stops and just got buffed a lot? We talked about this a little bit at the top of the show. Augmentation Evoker.
Yes.
Guys,
That is correct.
I don't want to scare anybody, but it's becoming increasingly possible that spec might be back. And between the 2 different hero talents that can play, that can either line up really well with an Arcane Mage, or if they play the other one, I forget which one is which personally because I don't play an Evoker, but it can also line up with 2-minute specs as well, like Enhanced Shaman. Dude, all of the upheaval casts that you have, your Breath of Eon stun, your knockups, your knockbacks from your racials, they fit the gaps in the comp that things like the large silence used to deal with for the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. Also, being able to increase your CC on everything is pretty nice as well. I think that class has very good potential for high keys.
I do think so as well. What class would you replace?
That's tough.
Right? Yeah, I think it's tough.
I don't know. I think it really...
The DK?
Well, I don't think it's as easy as just swapping one out. I think you have to make a different comp.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, you're right.
And I think you can do a couple of different comps, right? I think you can go like Aug plus Mage for focus damage, plus a full-on AoE spec like an Unholy DK or a Balanced Druid. I think you can play more balanced comp with like Enhance plus an AoE spec. I think there are a lot of different potentials. I don't think it's going to be something that completely takes over the meta. I think it's just going to be an option for people to potentially play around if they have somebody that they play with that likes playing Aug. I don't think it's going to be something that's super meta-warping like it has been in previous high-push key seasons.
I guess one thing to note as well about the Aug Evoker, I guess, is that they are actually somewhat squishy themselves. Mm-hmm. And they don't have Shadow Meld, right? So I guess that means that maybe you can actually see a lot of like dead Aug Evokers here and there, which I don't know. I do think that the amount of utility they have is really good, though, as you mentioned, especially when you do really high keys, and especially once we have the addition of corruption, and generally once we have more damage, but not more survivability necessarily. That would mean that the trash mobs that they're pulling, like these big pulls, as we see Yer do just now, they will live for a little bit longer because, of course, you're doing the higher key levels, and then having more utility and more AoE stops might actually be a requirement to be able to finish them off. And yeah, as you said, Aug Evoker has a lot of those.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether or not people are, bring it into their ideals for what their best comp will be. I know a lot of teams are experimenting with it this week because it did just get a pretty significant buff to its personal damage, and they actually do quite a bit of personal damage now. But unfortunately, not seeing it here today is one of the potentials. But, I think over the next couple of weekends, the possibility of it being included in some of our team's comps might be higher and higher still. Back on board with Yer here in the 20 Motherload. This is the poll that's been causing them issues. They only got through it the first time in their previous attempt. And once again, you can see going for this poll without the Bloodlust is quite difficult. There's a lot of potential for failure at this section of the key. But this is what we like to see in the MDI, right? In the TGP format. You like to see front-loading a lot of difficulty, and a wipe in the first 3 minutes, you're okay with that. But miscount, back from their 10-minute break, and let's take a look at this skip that they're doing at the start of the key, still using that Warlock, yet another gateway skip here, and this lets them save their sigils, well, they don't have sigils, they don't have Vengeance Demon Hunter, but it lets them save their Invispot, lets them save their Shadow Melds, and once again, good Warlock utility.
Okay, yeah, so this is interesting to see, right? Because I do think what this indicates is that they're going to be doing, like, the Vengeance Demon Hunter skip on the hierarchies, right? They were basically figuring out the routes that they want to do in the high keys, and then they are like, okay, so how can we do this route with our other comp, right? And they managed to do it with a gateway, which is very cool to see. It is pretty much what we've seen Wunderbar do as well last weekend, where you skip the early part of the trash, and you also skip all of the knights. And they, again, do a Wunderbar pull here, miscount. 2 light spawns and the mini-boss in this one. This is a very difficult pull to execute. There's just so much damage coming out, so many light spawn fixates coming through, and so many casts as well from all of these conjurers that are around.
Okay, this is also really cool as well from Hearthjax, the mage main. He's been known for playing mage for quite a long time now, incredibly powerful at this spec. He's playing something that we haven't actually seen at all in the past weekend or this weekend. Yeah, he's playing a fire mage, but he's not playing Sun Fury Fire. He's playing Frost Fire. And what that means is he's actually not playing the Flamestrike focused Living Bomb build that we've seen out of Sun Fury Fire Mage. He's playing a very single target focused Fire Mage spec where he's actually putting all of his single target damage into one target, and his AoE is the ignite spread that's going out. So he's kind of playing a pseudo Arcane Mage as this fire spec. It might not do as much focused damage as an Arcane Mage. It actually doesn't really gain any funnel, but it still focuses down that one target, and you have all of the other benefits of playing fire as well. So you have access to Cauterize, you have access to Blast Wave, you have a lot of good, cool things, you have Dragon's Breath, you have a lot of good things that'll help you out in these keys. So, like, I love this pick from him, and it's not something that I would have considered playing here. There's this weird problem in Priory of the Sacred Flame when you're playing a mage where you think Arcane is really, really good for the first half of the key up to the first boss, but it's, like, not that great when you have 6 paladins. Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to focus one paladin down? That's not that big of a deal. So you can kind of still AoE as a spec. It's not going to be as good as Sun Fury Fire, but I think this is a good, like, middle ground between the two, and, you know, it's a mage maid bringing it out. I'm not that surprised.
And it's actually very cool to see some more iterations coming in here by miscount. Very, very cool. While we were talking about that, unfortunately, Polish Mountain did have to reset their 18 Motherload, as they did have a wipe pretty early on in the dungeon, though, so not too bad for them. As, of course, both Polish Mountain and like everyone is back from their break now, as some of the teams did take a 10-minute break. And, of course, we also talked about Miscount right now doing Priory. So Miscount not deciding to move on to that plus 20 Motherload like we see you're doing. They are moving on to that Priory, making sure they get all of those dungeons out of the way. They're playing this secondary comp in, and then potentially switching to that comp that we see you're playing here. Right, you're again on this second trash pull off the dungeon that they've been wiping to 3 times already. Let's see if they can execute it this time around. The last time, I do believe it was their mage going down to one of those stone bolts, and another like floor combo that happened, and then things were just kind of falling apart. Let's see if they manage to execute it this time around. Yeah, they're working with very little space here to dodge these swirlies, actually, because there's trash on the left side of the screen they can't see right now. They don't want to walk into, and also trash behind them as well.
Yeah, this is scary, and they're running out of stops here, right? We've gotten through all of our AoE stops, we've gotten back to our second interrupts on these mobs. We're literally pulling out all the stops just to make sure we can get through this pull, and they've finally done it. All of the Earth Shapers have gone down, so they're literally using their entire toolkit to get through that pull, just to show how difficult it is without the Bloodlust available. But, you know, I think 4th or 5th attempt at this 20 now. We're through that pull for a second time. We're going to be getting a little bit of funnel on top of the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler here, so that Arcane Mage can really pop off. The Surge is available. Go ahead and pull this into the boss and make sure we save that burst for the damage amp. And, you know, yours should be on for a good pull here. The only real danger right here is if any AoE, any extra damage comes out from this trash at the same time as the static pulls. So things to look out for are the Earth Shock, the non-casted damage ability from the Earth Shaper that you can't really stop. You need to make sure it's just CC'd when the static charge goes out. As long as you have that mob locked down, there shouldn't be any potential for someone to get one shot. That's a scary bomb kick, but get it away from the boss. We'll make sure they bait the Shocking Claw away from it, and then the priest will run over there, restack that damage buff up on the boss to 6 stacks, and they'll let this mage pop off with the surge. Show us the damage burst here. Oh, oh, can we break 10 mil? Yes, we can. He's still going. Let's go, Arcane.
And this was such a beautiful setup as well, and to see it pay off here on the damage meters is incredible to see. Really nicely done by Yer, making sure they get that extra damage in. A really, really nice setup as well. As you mentioned, not getting any of those overlaps with the static pulse as well, and making sure they're using their defensive to its fullest potential to not risk any kind of one-shots. In the meantime, we do have a Miscount, who are in that plus 16 Priory that we talked about earlier, innovating a little bit of the strategies that we have seen in that dungeon. Actually, so many different strategies coming out in Priory, which is very, very cool. Now, they are on that first boss here. They did pull some trash in at the very start, I believe. But they're still pretty low on count, so we'll see what they do after this one. Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, I do it in the meantime on the bottom right side of the screen. You can see they are on their plus 16 Cinderbrew after, unfortunately, having to reset the Motherlode quite a few times. But they finally did manage to get that on the board, and now their Cinderbrew is actually looking quite a lot better than what their Motherlode looked like. They're still in those 0 deaths. They had to reset it maybe like once or twice at the start on that first pull, but that's pretty normal, so not too bad. And they're also playing that double Druid comp here, Prot Paladin as well. Very, very cool to see.
Yeah, the Enhanced Shaman is another one of those specs that just is generally pretty good. It just doesn't have, you know, a spot in the favored meta comp that people have been playing, but again, I think it's a spec that really shines whenever it has things that augment it on its cooldowns. Power Infusion is really powerful, augmentation buffs are really powerful, so I think we'll see a little bit more of Enhanced Shaman on live over the next few weeks as people get access to more gear and get more solidified in what they're going to be playing for higher push keys. You know, Turbo Boost is going to be a huge factor in the next couple of weeks when people get more item level and also get their first dinars out there, start getting those super powerful items that they might not have been lucky enough to get in the raid. So yeah, we'll see what people start gravitating towards once that extra stuff comes into play. Missed count, though, surprisingly enough, after dealing with the first boss, think, we don't need the Bloodlust for this Paladin pull, we've got a Destro Warlock. And they're just going to do, 23 million consistent damage over the course of a minute here, because all they have to do is press Cataclysm and Rain of Fire, and they're pretty much good to go.
Yeah, I was about to mention that. I was like, oh my god, are they doing this pull without Lust? And they're like, yep, we don't need that. We'll see what they're going to be using that Lust for. Of course, this is the 16 key, and on the 18 and higher, they will have that Lust available for this pull, and probably also need it as well. But yeah, this is absolutely crazy to see that amount of damage coming out of Yargi on the Dastro Warlock. We'll see where they get the rest of their count as well as they're finishing off this pull. Some more AoE casts coming through. And Kira is going to be gathering up the rest of the pull that's slowly but surely spawning in here. And again, of course, pulling all of it. This time around, they won't be having as many cooldowns available as last time, but they should still be able to finish this one. Actually, just lasting this pull here.
Just sending it.
Just sending it, yeah.
Why not? Just send it on cooldown. The Warlock cooldowns aren't up? Yeah, we need the Lust to help here. I saw a question in chat earlier today that was questioning why teams are gravitating more towards Destruction in the MDI versus Demonology, because Demonology, if you go to look at a lot of player-made tier lists, Demo is the one people tend to prefer, and that makes sense a lot for normal key pushing, right? Demo has a very consistent damage profile regardless of the size of pull you're doing, but when it comes to the MDI and the size of pulls that the teams are going for, Destro is the highest potential AoE damage spec in the game, especially once you get towards those larger size pulls. Anything 8 or higher, Destro is going to scale better than every other class in the game, just because of the way, I talked about this a little bit last week, but I'll go over it again for people that weren't here. Because of the way Hellcaller works, their hero talent that they play in dungeons, you gain extra damage from more Wither targets, which means you get more shard spending abilities, which means your Wither does more damage, and it kind of feeds back into itself the more targets you have. In addition to that, Destro has access to other pets. As Demonology, you have to play Felguard, right? That's a lot of your damage comes from that pet. But as Destruction, you can play Imp if you need extra dispels, you can swap to Fellhunter if you need a Purge or an Interrupt, so it has a lot of good utility in other dungeons, especially the Cinderbrew Meadery, where we saw it used a lot last week. There's a lot of good Imp dispels in that dungeon.
Yeah, there's definitely, on IPA, I guess, there's a good Imp spell on the last boss as well. and on the trash too. So definitely very nice to see the Warlock utility being very useful. Also, all of the gateways that we've seen everywhere as well, which is super, super cool. But there we go. We do have Ur not playing Warlock in this Motherlode.
No Warlock.
As they are now moving on towards Azeroth. Did finish off another Extractor pull here and dealing with those Stone Furies. They do have the mini-boss coming up as well. Oh, we actually saw an Earthshaper to see there. That was just a patrol, I think. Yeah, they're now moving up to that mini-boss. And that can be dangerous. I do think we saw a death there last time as well. So hopefully not happening this time around. Yeah, this mini-boss can be pretty nasty with that charge coming through and the massive slam. And then, of course, also that enrage that the mini-boss applies to all the nearby mobs. That they do have a Soothe for on the Druid, of course. But does have a 8-second cooldown, so can't get rid of all of those enrages on all of the mobs.
It's also not a damage ability, right? So you don't really want to press that.
Good point, yeah.
True, you want to just keep pressing dots and Starfall and Starfire, and I don't know what other buttons Moonkin's press. I think it's just those, right?
Just those.
Just Starfire, just that one, really?
Yeah,
we see Polish Mountain at the same point in their 18 as well, so making good progress there. Of course, a couple minutes faster because they are on the lower key level. The thing with Ur as well is they used a battle res in the first 10 minutes of the key, so they only have one available right now. I didn't see where that death was. It might have been when they were off the main screen, but that's just something they have to focus on here as they get to these later pulls, because we saw how difficult some of the trash pulls later in the key can be, especially for the tank, right? That gather of those massive pulls after Azeroth is very, very dangerous. They're very susceptible to going down while gathering, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. They might need that battle res for that. Like you mentioned, we do have this Earthshaper CC'd off on the side here. I guess we'll just be pulling that in on top of Azeroth with this Bloodlust.
Yeah, does look like it getting some extra funnel into the boss. Makes sense. Will be a total of 4 targets here, which is nice. We do have the Bloodlust as well coming up. So they're going to be nuking that boss quite fast, as that Earthshaper did get gripped in. And they're slowly cleaving down the Earth Ridge as well. As we have a death here for Polish Mountain as their DK does go down. They're actually using an out-of-combat res to get them back up. And now they're also on Azeroth. So both Polish Mountain and Ur on Azeroth respectively. But 18 level for Polish Mountain and plus 20 for Ur.
Yeah. You always like to save the battle res where you can. Okay, we did have a death on the Priest for Polish Mountain. Died to a melee from the infused Earth Rager. So it's a little unfortunate, but they saved the battle res for that, and they have another one in their back pocket now. It just came off cooldown, so the out-of-combat res coming in clutch. The fact that they had the battle res for their healer was very nice there. Looks like we're back to stability here for Polish Mountain, as long as they don't have any more errant Earth Ragers running around meleeing players, giving them those bleeds. They should be okay. Let's check in with Missed Count as well here, as they've dealt with the second boss in their Priory of the Sacred Flame as well. Have gotten through the first trash area. They're going to need to pull pretty aggressively in order to secure the 2 chest here. This is a pretty standard first pull. Just need to make sure you kick the mage in and, don't kill off the light spawn while the rest of the trash is in the middle of this. But we've seen some issues with the mini-boss in particular in this area from some of our teams, especially when you pull the footman on top of it and don't get those stuns off as they die. That AoE burst damage can potentially just completely wipe your team, so it's going to have to be good execution from Miscount. The good thing, though, is we're cleaning this key, right? 0 deaths, the Bloodlust will be available at some point on the last boss. As long as they don't have any major kicks not getting interrupted here, I think we should be on for a 2 chest here on the 16.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty good for the 2 chests, as you mentioned. If they're playing clean for the rest of this as well. That light spawn is still pretty high HP, as of course we don't have that single target potential funnel that we've seen from some of the other teams when they play the Arcane Mage. But we do see a lot of Fire Mages in Priory in particular. So, that's not too uncommon. Another Purification coming through. On the DK, we do see the MS used to try and mitigate as much damage as possible. And there we go, the light spawn does go down. It move out the rest of the trash to make sure that heal does not go off onto anything. And now we're going to see a pretty big pull probably coming in. As I'm not sure if they're also pulling Brown Pike onto this one. Would be pretty crazy, as we do have the light spawns in here as well. I mean, this itself is already pretty hard. We do have a Shadow Melt available on the DK, and actually does have to use it on that last tick because it did drop so low. No more Shadow Melt available for both the DK and Warlock here.
Yeah, double light spawn onto the caster mini-boss at the start, that's something you can do. Double light spawn onto this mini-boss with AoE pulsing damage and like 7 different kicks that you have to get, don't think that one's in the cards. You can see Blinding Sleep coming out to deal with those fireball volleys on the mages into a knock-up into a blast wave as well. Lots of AoE CC being expended to make sure those fireball volleys don't go off. Unfortunately, they were still inside the light spawn AoE, so they did get healed. So not perfect execution from Mist Count here, though. As long as they don't let one of those volleys go off, they're going to be okay. Just extra time lost towards that 2-chest timer here. But I think with about 7 minutes left on the 2-chest timer, they're in a good position here.
They are looking like they're in a good position, and of course we'll see how it pans out. But we're going to be having a change on the desk again. Yes, it is that time. So, Nagura, thank you so much for hanging out with us and for providing your insights. They're always so valuable, and we'll get more of them later on. Thanks so much.
See you later.
Bye. And we're bringing Makes in. So, Makes, we have seen a lot of great gameplay this morning, and it's been interesting to kind of see not only the specs we've had brought out, but also kind of how the teams themselves have been sort of bringing things together. And, you know, Mist Count, who we've seen, in former season here, even under Streamer Zone GG, they've wanted to reach the top 3. The last couple TGPs, they did that. Last season, they also sat at rank 1 for about 6 to 7 weeks in live when it came to pushing, and they obviously have the talent and skills behind it, but based off of what you've seen so far of their play today, what read are you kind of getting on them coming into season 2?
Oh, I think they're looking pretty much as expected. You can see them currently work away on that parry. Nagura and Zara were just talking about that a little bit. And thus far, all of the dungeons have been looking like really, really good. The fact that they were able to get the +2 in the mother load, I think, has to be the biggest statement here. We were talking about that a little bit earlier on with Dratnos and saying, it's not really something we expect teams to go for just because it is so hard to pull off, and the only dungeon where we would think it would be possible was that mother load. Mist Count went in and they said, yep, that's exactly what we're doing here. So I think they are looking absolutely fantastic, and we kind of have to take a little bit of a look at the poll that's going on right now, but it looks like they're on their way and done with most of it already. It's only a couple of footmen on to Brown, so all is well here.
Well, until the footmen start to die, but we have the AoE stuns available to deal with that. Hopefully AJ is perfect on his capacitor totem timing here to make sure those stuns are perfect. They also have the Shadow Fury from the Warlock, but just in case we have the Spirit Link totem plus a lot of personals being expended just to make sure the AoE damage from the footmen doesn't kill them off. We saw Unresolved from Yargi, Ice Cold being used from Hearthjacks, just all of those AoE buttons being used to make sure they didn't die to that footman AoE damage, and we're done. Trash count is done. 5 minutes on the 2-chest timer. Bloodlust available in about 15 seconds here as well for Mist Count, although I think they'll probably be saving that for the intermission to break that shield a little more quickly. And again, Mist Count not really skipping a beat here at all. Just nothing but bangers all day today here. 2-chest should be quite simple for them here.
I'm always looking at Mercury when we are here because Tettles was saying that when you rub the Holy Smites like really late, you can get better spell queuing where the inner fire doesn't actually line with the blinding light. So I think that's happened to everybody that is actually actively running keys. Exactly what you're seeing here. Verb actually gets that flame chasing him while the blinding light comes in, and that's always a little bit of a dicey overlap. So I'm always looking out whether or not I can see them go for it, but they made great work of it.
I was wondering the same thing as our producer here. Yargi put a gateway down that didn't quite make it upstairs, and I was like, does he know his gateway isn't upstairs? But we did get a replace of the gateway. Of course, Warlock gateway in this dungeon, very, very powerful. We saw the skip at the start of the key that they used it for. It's also great for skipping this run-up in the intermission. The second this boss gets pushed into the intermission, you can see the entire team positioned to take this gateway. The second the boss ports upstairs, oh, what a fantastic observation POV there. Thank you, Obs. That was
Shout
beautiful.
out.
And the Bloodlust is popped. We're going to start going to work on this shield. The shield's going to be gone before the Neophytes even make it up the first set of stairs. This is just perfect execution from Mist Count. Even milking, they're milking the kick here too. Wow.
Yeah, well, you can. So long as you kick it before that second wave would come in, it's actually good tech to do so because the boss doesn't actually do anything. And it also makes it a little bit easier for all of your classes that are cleaving off from Merpri to actually get the damage on the extras that are running up. Just make sure you CC them. Otherwise, it might just be that they come beaten. But didn't happen here. Miscount doing really, really well in that 16 Priory as well as is expected. We're going to be taking a look at this pull here for Ur, because the War Machine onto Rixa is a special we already saw in last weekend, Cyro, and it can be very dangerous, so gotta keep your eyes open here.
You know, we talk a lot about how Rixa Fluxflame doesn't really do that much to your group, so you should feel comfortable just pulling a War Machine on top of the boss, because there's no real AoE damage going out, but last week alone we saw many, many runs wipe on this particular pull. Not going to be an issue for Daro here, as they're able to keep the team topped through those charge shot casts, and with that War Machine down, most of the danger of this pull is gone. I want to direct our attention to another team that hasn't gotten a lot of focus here. In the bottom right-hand corner, I Do It are in combat with the DEO. They're doing it. They're doing their team name proud here. We're going to get another timed key out of the squad that was tapped in at the last moment to compete this weekend. Against all odds, this 16 Cinder Brewery is going to be going down. Beautiful.
I love it, honestly. Chat has been fangirling and fanboying them all day, which I really love to see. Like you mentioned, they subbed in, and they've been showing off a lot of really, really cool specs and classes as well all throughout today, so I'm cheering them on. To me, they're the winner of the hearts for today, although their chances for, of course, the advance to the Sunday are looking a little bit chucked up after that 30-minute loss early on in the 16 Motherload. They were able to put it on the board, and the same will be true for this Cinderbrew. Next up should be that Priory, if they're going to keep working on those 16s, or maybe we'll actually see them go to a break.
Yeah, we'll see what they plan on doing. Good to get another one on the board for them, though. Love to see that out of them. Back on board with Ur, though, in this 20, and another War Machine is pulled, and the first charge shot has taken out their healer. This is their Bloodlust pull as well. They do have the Battle Res available, instantly being expended to get that Priest back up and online so they can be topped and ready for the next charge shot, which is coming out just now. They've got AMZ down to help with that on top of the Propellant Blast coming out. Mateo's in the goop, though. Mateo, you need to get out of the water. That hurts. Get out of there. Jump. Okay, we're safe in time for the Propellant Blast as well, but we are not safe yet as a team, as the next charge shot is ready and prepped. Another round of AoE damage going to be coming out here. Do they have the healing in order to deal with this? Does their healer have the mana bar to deal with the rest of this pull as the Bloodlust starts to run out?
You know what the interesting thing about that is? This is the second time I'm seeing Team Ur in the water. Now, they need to move. Thankfully, the patches that are on the floor here will despawn in a little bit, but for now, they really don't have any room to give, and they are getting another catalyst here. Mateo back in the water saying, okay, if we don't have, space on land, I'll just utilize the water. As I said, the rest is despawning right now. They're making their way through this boss fight. It may look a little bit harder than we are sometimes expecting, but I have full belief that they are going to be able to do it.
It's okay. We've got Mass Barrier for the next one. Hopefully the mage actually presses it instead of just instantly going into the surge here. We need that mitigation to help deal with this final charge shot. The boss should be going down momentarily here. Surge being expended. The boss will die very, very soon. Only a couple of arcane barrages the second the boss goes down. We're back to safety because any further death is going to let them release at the new checkpoint here, but the remainder of the surge is going to finish off the War Machine. So that was a very scary moment for Ur, but I believe they have done it. Can we go back to them once, just really quickly, so I can see what their timer is? 23:16 on Rixa Fluxflame with 79% count. That is actually quite fast. So even with a little bit of mistakes here, a death, little bit of shenanigans, I think they're still well on pace to time this key. Just have to deal with this final section of the dungeon very cleanly. And I like the way they're setting this up, having RR go ahead, get all of the focus fixates from the bombs, which will let their DPS players just focus down the boss without, having to be worried about being fixated by those bombs.
Yeah, it's really cool. We saw this in the lower dungeons as well. It is a little bit scary, so your tank actually needs to watch out for himself because you can take quite a lot of damage if you are not careful setting this up. So the Demon Hunter utility really coming through and shining as they are getting these extra stuns in, making sure they can cleave down these bombs. Most of them are already gone, like you were saying, and now it's just the 3 specialists and 1 war machine that they need to deal with. And then, of course, the double war machine pull is still waiting for them, but I agree. I think their timer is looking really good.
If they really wanted to play it safe here, I think they have the time to just go single war machine into single war machine, then just meld skip past the 2. We'll see. I don't know. The thing about that is, if your normal routing is just to do the double war machines, and you try to, like, just make an audible play to just do single into single, then you can kind of get messed up. You might not have the right healing cooldowns to deal with it. So maybe if it is in their route to do double war machine, they'll just go for that. We'll see in a moment here once they deal with this war machine and start making their way up the hill here. In the meantime, Polish Mountain onto Mogul Razdunk themselves. Their count is done, but this timer, it's not the best. 3 minutes on the 2 chest. We already saw Miscount was able to pull off the 2 chest in the 18 mother load about an hour ago here. Can Polish Mountain match that? The good news, though, Mix, they do have the Bloodlust available, probably saving that until after the intermission, though.
Yeah, the intermission will need to be played, and of course there's a little bit of role play at the very end as well, where he jumps out and then you need to still kill him there. So that will add to the timer. It really depends on how much damage they can squeeze out with that lust like you're calling out. So we'll wait for the intermission to pass, and then we'll check back in with Polish Mountain. But first they need to get there. Has happened now. We're hopping over to Mistcount because they're currently working on the double light spawn into Priestess pull. If I can see it correctly, they're in those nameplates. She's hidden. But we do have some people dying here. Yari actually going down back to back.
That might be a reset. He's going to have to release and run back to the group, which is going to be a little annoying because it's a pretty long run back, and there's a lot of trash in the way, especially since they've skipped some of it with meld reses. I think the big point to make here is that some of their players have finally swapped back off of their main specs onto... Yeah, she did heal, unfortunately. They're back onto Metacomp, though. Yargi swapped back to... or Kira's swapped to the Vengeance Demon Hunter. AJ's on the Priest. Verb is still playing Frost just to make sure they can keep that as their banned out spec. We should come back to Miscount, though, as Yer is in their make-or-break pull of the dungeon. We were discussing what they were going to be doing with their war machines. They have opted for the double war machine, and with the augmentation of that mage-focused single-target damage, they have pulled off one of the war machines. One of the war machines is dead. 6 minutes left on the key. I think they actually just have the time to completely finish off this war machine before they go into the boss and make sure they are completely prepared for dealing with this boss. 5.5 minutes is plenty of time to deal with Mogul Razdunk, even on the 20. It's just going to be a very scary boss. Only one battle res will be available for the next 4 minutes or so. They'll get one available kind of right at the end of the timer on the key. They really need to make sure they're perfect about their positioning here. They cannot have an errant missile. They cannot have somebody go down to a Gatling gun. They need to be able to save all of their personal cooldowns for that intermission. Every single one of those dunks does so much damage.
We're seeing 2 deaths there on Polish Mountain who are working on the same boss, 2 key levels lower. We were hoping for them to maybe get the +2 in the 18 done, but with those deaths, despite the bloodlust flowing through them right now, it is not going to be enough. They're missing out on that timer. Unfortunately, it will still be a +1 in the 18. The dungeon will still be timed, but very unfortunate ending for them. They're missing out on getting that +2 and enabling to go straight into this 20, which is going to be a big deal with the 5-hour timer on the overall. So just one more time, really well played to Miscount, who were able to get the +2 done.
A lot of action on the screen right now. Oh, Polish Mountain, they were so close. They needed to have a perfect run out. We knew it was going to be close to the 2 chest timer. Unfortunately, those deaths at the last moment not allowing them to 2 chest. They'll have to go away with a 1 chest, unfortunately. You're, though, 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in the key. And I love the strategy that we're seeing really kind of take... It takes the strategy to a new level on this boss. In the past, people just kind of made sure they were running away from the boombots on this particular boss. But people have realized there are certain safe spots in the room that will never be targeted by a missile, so you can kind of stand in that spot regardless of where the boombots go and not have to worry too much about where you're standing. As long as you're on the safe spot, you're okay, and that lets you be a lot safer, especially for things like the Gatling gun baits as well. But people can kind of get a little lax when it comes to baiting when that happens, and that's why we're seeing random deaths here from things like the Gatling gun. Just people aren't completely focused, but they are completely focused right now, as they need to make sure they're completely perfect for the rest of the key, especially when we get to the intermission phase here. This is the hardest part of the fight. Lots of AoE damage going to be going out. These adds do a ton of damage on top of that, so we're going to see every single personal and raid cooldown expended here just to live through this intermission.
Yeah, a big part with the safe spots is the homing missiles as well, because you can melt them off, which we just saw there by Paso as well, but only so many melds in a team comp, so you still need to watch out for everything else and make sure you're not actually exploding the rest of the group. That is definitely something, if you are trying the safe spot in your own keys, do pay attention to that. I see a lot of people dying to then needing to run out, but not having attention on the mini missiles that come out, and then just dying in that or actually exploding your groups. We are in that intermission though, so they're going to get those baits out. They have a good selection here. Still a lot of damage. It is a 20 motherload. You can see the barriers going down here as that drill smash does come down, just to make sure that everybody is well protected here. They are making best use out of stationary defensives as well. They're really not that great on the boss in general because you're always running and always moving. So great use out of our healer here right now, and that should be our last one. Now, Zyro, 2 minutes 17. The Bloodlust is on 2 minutes, so I am suspecting it might not come back up in time. We, of course, don't know the exact timer, but it looks like it will come back.
1 minute
Oh,
now.
no. Okay, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay, it will come up in exactly 1 minute, so we still get a full run of Bloodlust. We're going to make sure that we have our coolies aligned with that. Do you think they can do it?
They're in the same spot as Polish Mountain was right now. The timer is fine as long as you have 0 further deaths. Yes, we have the battle res, but the 15 seconds of timer with this much time left in the key, you don't have time to expend any deaths here whatsoever. You're going to get one last Arcane Surge on the boss here. Hassan is going to have to save that, probably for the Lust. The good news, it'll be an execute, so those barrages will be doing a ton of extra damage. You'll have the Bloodlust during unholy cooldowns as well in the execute as well, so we're going to get one final massive push of damage as that Bloodlust comes up, and I think it's going to be really close. 30%, a minute 20 to do it. This is going to be a DPS rate to the finish. And remember, Migs, as well, it's not just Mogul Razdunk as well. When you deal with this bot, with this Memoron's Head imposter, the Goblin pops out at the end too, and you gotta kill that, so they have to all target swap to it and do a bunch of extra damage. Scary moment as they all run with the Gatling gun. We have a death on the healer. That's 15 seconds gone. Only 40 seconds left in the key now. This last push of damage from their mage has to do it for them.
It absolutely has. We don't even have DT ready yet on Melon as well. We're still waiting for that. A Bloodlust is running it. We're trying to squeeze everything out here. 7 seconds until our DK has access to cooldowns as well. But of course, more of an AoE machine, not really the person that is pushing the single target damage. All of that responsibility relying on Paso here to get it done.
But his damage is gone.
Razdunk dropping 3% to go. They still need to deal with the NPC at the end of it. It is going to come down to the wire. 5 seconds to go.
4 seconds.
Is that enough to deal with Mogul Razdunk?
Kill.
Over! And they're not in time!
Wait, did they get it? No, did they get it? I think they got it. They got it by 0.3 seconds, I think. Okay, this is
that
important.
Was so close.
Timing in keys works out. If you are under half a second over the key timer, the game rounds you down. So we are confirming with our admins here if it is in time, and yes, we have confirmation. This is in time. Ur has done it against all odds.
Wow.
0.2 seconds over the key timer, but once again, if you are within half a second, the in-game timer rounds down and gives you the key timed. Unbelievable into the key for Ur, and that is our first plus 20 timed this weekend.
Plus 20. That was amazing. Chat, I mean, get the hype. I see you all saluting. Well done, Ur. We salute as well because that was incredible. But, you know, Ur is a name that we know a little bit less maybe than Mist Count or Polish Mountain, right? But they have a lot of skilled players, including former Aversion Raiders, and even seeing their adaptability in this plus 21, or this plus 20 run, excuse me, we can see how they've got the skills to, like, push these keys high. So, I mean, Zyro, your strat right now, at least, seems to be focusing on pushing these dungeons one at a time. Or at least they did here, right?
Yeah, not my strat, but Ur, right?
Ur, yes.
The team name Ur? Yeah.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you for clarifying. Yes, your strat.
Ur.
So how do you think this strat kind of measures up for them against Mist Count and Polish Mountain, who seem to be doing more of the across-the-board kind of keep pushing right now?
This is a conversation that we have, I think, every single TGP, and it's a tough one because I don't think there's any correct answer. It's about what your team is more comfortable doing. The wide strategy, I think, as Settles likes to call it, is, setting up a baseline key in each dungeon, making sure you have that baseline to work up from. It helps you get your score on the board, feel more comfortable throughout the day, and it kind of gives you a little bit of safety against another team maybe having too many issues in a dungeon, especially at a higher key level, and wasting a lot of time trying to get that extra score. Whereas the vertical strategy, another Tettles coin, is pushing up a key all at once, like we're seeing from Muir here, right? And that relies more on being comfortable with the key and the idea of, okay, well, we just did it on this key level. Let's just go back in since we just did the key and we're familiar with the routing. We don't have to really change anything except, more health and more damage on the mobs. So again, I don't think there's any right or wrong answer here. It's just what your team is more comfortable with doing.
Absolutely is. I don't know if you can hear her, but all that commotion about the 20 motherload got my cat excited. So she's now participating here. I do it, and you are both on a break right now, just in case you're wondering where our teams are at. So that allows us to take a closer look at the Priory. And I will say, I didn't see anything as crazy as what Wunderbar was doing last group weekend, of course. That is partially also because it's so hard to relearn a dungeon. You've been practicing as much as these teams have been in the time trials, but at the same time it is also quite fun to see how each of these teams have chosen to route through it, because it's such an open dungeon that allows you to come in and have your own way of dealing with it.
Yeah, and the new spec ban rule that came into play this season as well also kind of has its play on what you're routing throughout your keys throughout the day is going to be as well. I think the strategy that we saw from Wunderbar, and we're seeing it as well from Mist Count and Polish Mountain today, is that they're doing the wide strategy of going to each dungeon on the lower levels first, so they can get those less meta specs out of the way, make sure they rack those counters up, and then they can swap to the slightly more meta specs later on in the day for the higher level keys. I think that favors the wide strategy more than the vertical strategy of going to one dungeon over and over again. So, I don't know. I don't think there's any particular right answer, but it's just interesting to see the different ways that teams have set up their way to kind of negotiate around having to do all 3 dungeons in one day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just awesome. Checking in with Mist Count, though, one of the things we've been seeing a lot of in the Priory is, of course, that DK, but notably, last group weekend, we also saw teams being able to deal with this boss without the DK. The one thing that it's just great for is when you have that 5-stack of the ability that you can see in the back there where you need to run in, the DK can just AMS and just like tap, tap, tap that thing, and it's all good, and it's done and dealt with, and nobody gets any extra dots stacking up as AMS prevents that. If you don't have one, you need to either use big defensives that are similar to the AMS and just cycle through players, or you need to actually spread it out on the entire team, which on the higher key level really hurts your members. So something they need to look out for here as they are working on that. And yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. We're showing it off here.
Perfect. Those are the kind of class utility things that I think are so cool. DK could be 10 to 15% worse than it is right now, and it would still be so valuable for this key for just that alone. Because otherwise, like we saw last weekend without a DK from a couple of our teams, that becomes a very difficult ability to deal with, especially when the boss uses their, Vindictive Wrath ability, empowering their abilities, and there's 5 of those orbs instead of 3. It becomes this sort of hot potato, juggle the debuff, everybody gets 1 stack, tank gets 2 stacks, everyone's ticking down over time, in addition to the AoE going out, especially after the Castigator Shield just nuked your entire team for 90% of their HP. Yeah, definitely nice to have a DK that kind of just nullifies that mechanic.
Notably, a Paladin can also do really well with it. If you have a Prot Paladin for some reason, then that is also nice to help with some of it, but Mist Count, of course, on that Vengeance Demon Hunter working away. Do we have a rough idea on how the spec bans are looking across teams? Because as far as I know, Mist Count is basically just opting to protect their main comp that they're playing right now. That's kind of what they want to have on the Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Trying to take a look across all of our dungeons that we've been seeing all through day, because Polish Mountain, I mean, they are already on a fire mage, so they're still in their, basically their builder keys, as they are working on that 18, and I would expect them to also switch once we're actually going into the 19s.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like, Polish Mountain hasn't made the swap yet, right? They're still working on this, and I believe this will be their 6th dungeon that they're playing with this particular comp. We saw Miscount swap to the more meta-adjacent comp on the 6th key, so maybe Polish Mountain is thinking they'll get more keys done today, because they're still playing these specs on the 6th dungeon?
A big part in it is whether or not you're able to +2 a dungeon, right? So
Right.
we did see the +2 on missed count, so if a +2 was missed on Polish Mountain,
That's
and
true.
that could have just been the reason why they have one more run here. It's something they need to keep in mind, right? When they do the math on, oh, when are we going to switch our specs? Because the most played gets taken out, so if you do a bunch of +2s, that means you run less dungeons, and so you need to be a little bit careful on the math still working out for them. But of course, the teams have it all mapped out, and they're working on that. So a fun little fact for Twitch chat, as we are looking at Captain Dalecry and Alina Emberlands here in the Priory. That's actually a 2-target fight. A lot of people don't know this, I feel like. So just in case you're one of the people that like looks into details, checks the damage on Alina, and then flames the other team members, it is a 2-target fight. You actually, it's full value to do damage on both if you can.
Yeah, another, case for Jester Olaf being insanely good in this key. Although,
Too bad there is none on our screen.
too bad there aren't any more right now. There were earlier when they were kind of getting the keys set up, but fortunately Miscount has swapped back to the meta comp here. I wonder if Hearthjax is still playing... No, still playing Frostfire. Let me see. Yeah, he's still playing Frostfire. Yep, casting
Yeah.
Frostfire bolts.
Casting
So
it right now.
interesting. Again, this is a different build because instead of going for the more Flame Strike oriented build where you cast Living Bombs and spam Flame Strikes, you'll see Hearthjax is just casting Pyroblasts and spreading his Ignite, which is really, really good for burst damage. You also take a couple of extra different talents that you wouldn't normally take, things like Fire Ire, that increases your critical chance outside of combustion. You mainly take that to get to Firefall, which is the thing that gives you meteors after 15 Fireballs or Pyroblasts, so just a little bit of extra single-target Ignite damage that spreads to other targets. It's actually really interesting. It's a little different from Sun Fury in that you play Sun King's Blessing. No, I think you actually still play Unleashed Inferno with the new tier set, so you're not constantly in combustion like you are with the Sun Fury spec, so your combustion is actually a lot more valuable when it's actually up.
Okay.
Interesting.
I took note of that. I hope everybody
Yeah.
in chat did as well. It's going to be on the test. Just saying.
It's a completely different spec than Sun Fury, because like with Sun Fury, you're almost always in combustion. You have like 60% uptime in combustion. But with Frostfire, you're not in combustion as much, but when you are in combustion, it's a big deal. You're doing a ton
big.
of damage.
Well, we are definitely seeing a ton of damage right now. I was worrying a little bit as all of the volleys were coming out there, but they spread out their CC really well and were able to deal with that pack. It is a bit of a harder pull, especially with those light spawns in there, so you need to make sure you have everything out of it at any given time. They do have, of course, the Druid there, so that can help with the Vortex as well, just making sure nothing is getting healed up and you're not spending any extra time. Overall, they're looking pretty good here on the timer, I would say. Of course, we still need to deal with Mr. Brown Pike, who notably is a mean mini-boss, but I think with 21 minutes 48 in the dungeon right now and the plus 18 missed count are on a great pace thus far.
Yeah, fantastic pace in the key. I don't think they're going to be two-chesting, but again, 18 priority, I don't think we were considering a two-chest for that as well. We were actually talking last week about how when we started this key on a 17 last week, we weren't even considering two-chest to be an option because in time trials, none of our teams two-chested it. However, of course, both Wunderbar and 07 went on to two-chest that, making us look stupid. So, what do we know as casters anyways? We'll have to see how this continues to go.
I love being wrong. I don't think that's a bad thing. You come in with
No, not at all.
expectations based on the wide player group, and then there are these players who are just exceptional. They're like the 0.01%, and if they make you look stupid by assuming that they will play like anybody else, I love being stupid.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that's so cool.
It's all about being able to push past the bar of what we think is possible, right? And we love seeing
For
teams
sure.
being able to pull that off. We'll see if Mist Count or Polish Mountain or any of our teams have that in the cards for today. It's going to be difficult. We did see 20 Priory done last weekend. We saw 20 Cinder Brew be done last weekend. We saw 20 Motherload already done today. So we know all of those are in the cards. There's potentially 21 Motherload in the cards today. I don't know. It's going to be tough. But Mist Count we've seen a little difference in the route here. Bloodlust was available for this mini-boss poll. Bloodlust was expended for this mini-boss poll. We're not going to be saving that for the final boss. It's just going to be safety on this massive AoE pull. A little bit of AoE burst damage here as the footmen start to explode with Cerbron Pike still alive, but nothing that AJ can't heal through. One little burst of AoE damage at the end, but the mini-boss is already dead. And they're on to Prioress Murpray, and again, timer's not looking good for a 2-chest, but we weren't expecting a 2-chest. We just want to go ahead and get this key timed so we can move on to the 19.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a quick little call out there. I love that they're putting the priest to the side just because this comp is really good at like AoE stops, but not that great at like single target stops. Of course, the disc doesn't have one. The druid is kind of like not really helpful in that regard. So most of the rupt priority lies on Kira and Burp here. Getting that priest out of the way and just pull it into the boss just makes your life a lot easier. And you love having an extra target here on the boss. So very, very nice thing we've been seeing from all of the teams as well. Once again, they will need to finish it off to get the full count, but that happened exactly now, and we're good here. Very, very well within the overall dungeon timer of plus 18. And I'm like squinting over at Polish Mountain. I see I Do It are back loaded in. They came back from their break. And we can take a look at how Polish Mountain are doing, because of course, you're a little bit further in the dungeon, but it's both the 18, so it allows us to take a little bit of a look at their split timers, and they're really close. 11:09 on Mist Count and 10:53 on Polish Mountain. 17:18 was what Mist Count had on Baron, and looking to see what Polish Mountain is, of course, getting on that boss.
Yeah, this is a great timer here from Polish Mountain. Again, I don't think the 2-chest is going to be in the cards, but it's all about seeing how fast the routing and strategy is for when you do get to the 19 and the 20, and if it's, scalable to higher key levels. Now, I think we'll see Polish Mountain once again after this 18 is done, probably swap back to a different comp. Probably see the Disc Priest Demon Hunter duo coming back. But in the meantime, it really goes to show you, as long as the players are comfortable on the different specs, the difference at the top end between the different specs really isn't that high. The Guardian Druid can do most of the job the Vengeance Demon Hunter does. You have AoE disrupts, maybe not as many as the Vengeance, but still, Roar is really valuable for some of these keys. And of course, the Resto Shaman more than capable of keeping group topped through all of these encounters and pulls as well. So, I like to see it still being played in these higher key levels.
Yeah, me too. It would be really cool to see what some of our teams are going to bring if they make it to the Sunday. Of course, only 2 teams out of the 4 that are playing today are going to be moving into the Sunday to meet the 2 winner teams from tomorrow and then fight for a spot in the global finals. So that is by no means all decided just yet. Of course, I Do It a little bit behind the rest of the playing field, but I do think your Mist Count and Polish Mountain, I all rather close to each other, to be honest.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a close competition for those top 2 slots. Remember, if you're just now tuning in and you haven't watched since we swapped the format over to this more different style of TGP where we do 4 teams day 1, 4 teams day 2, and then the top 2 teams make it through to day 3, that's the goal today, to be in the top 2, to qualify for Sunday so you give yourself a chance of qualifying for global finals, because on Sunday, the top 2 teams from today the top 2 teams from tomorrow will be once again coming together and playing for the top 2 berth into the global finals. That's how it works this entire weekend. You want to be in the top 2 every single day in order to make it through. So that's the goal for the teams today.
That's right, and I Do It are back. They have defeated the 16 Motherload. They have defeated the 16 Cinderbrew Meteorite. They're working on the 16 Priory now. I will let you know there's no more breaks, so we get undisrupted I Do It gameplay for the rest of today. They have taken all of their breaks already this early into the day and are back into keys back to back from now on. So I'm very curious on how they're going to be doing. We are seeing them actually go for a Prot Paladin here in the Priory.
Yeah, they've just been playing the Prot Paladin the entire day. Now, we talked about this group a while. Just a little bit of insight into what's happening with this group. Again, they were told literally last second this week, we need a substitute team. You're the next team up from Time Trials. Would you like to play? And obviously they say yes. Now, unfortunately, their tank player from Time Trials was unavailable, so they had to get a substitute tank. And I don't think Killick's actually mains tank on live, so it's an uphill battle for them, but they're still making it work. They've still got a couple keys down, and they're working on their third. So again, we love the competitive drive to play, even in the toughest of conditions, and, it's good to see.
It absolutely is. Also good to see Ur are back from their break, also working away on that Priory as well, giving us another look at how that dungeon is going to play out for them. In the meantime, Mistcount has timed their 18 Priory, has ventured into the 19 as well. And we are getting timers here on Baron from Polish Mountain. Looks like they were a little bit slower on the second boss split than what we saw from Mistcount earlier on. Yeah. But they are going to be locking in that boss at 1949 now, so a little bit slower on the overall, but they could still speed it up if we see Pot of Greed adjacent pulls in the hallway before the final boss. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's really realistic to get the +2 in the 18 Priory, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a stretch to go for that. I don't think that's something that's going to be possible until maybe post-Turbo Boost. Now, it's important to mention that I'm not 100% certain on this, but I'm pretty sure Turbo Boost is not going to be added for Group C, but it will be enabled for Global Finals. So maybe for Global Finals we'll see a little bit higher keys, potentially two-chested, or maybe even higher keys done in general. But yeah, we're probably going to have to wait till Global Finals until things like 18 two-chests are even possible. But still, timing the 18 with plenty of time left is really important. And the other thing to pay attention to for Polish Mountain here is that they need to make sure they have enough time left in this key so that we're still comfortable about the potential of timing the 19 and the 20, right? So, they've got time to time this key, but we want to see them going just a little faster so they can show that they've got room for the 19 and the 20 later on.
Yeah, absolutely true. I am looking at Ur as well just to see how they are routing through that dungeon, but from what I can see, it just looks like your standard life route as of right now for the first pull. We did see, of course, Wunderbar just skip through all of the first area in that dungeon. It's not going to be the case here for neither Mistcount nor Ur in their each respective Priory runs, but nearly finished here on the side of Ur. And also no surprises when it comes to their team comp. We were thinking about it earlier on, are they just going to be sticking on this one comp for all of today? The answer is yes. This is a team that is playing to get to the Sunday. This is a team that says, if we make it to Sunday, we'll figure it out then. We are not going to have access to that Vengeance Demon Hunter or that Disc Priest. And then one of their 3 DPS specs is going to be banned out as well. Teams choosing, that's how the spec ban rules work. I'm really curious on whether or not they can actually make the jump from here on out, because it is so close between Mistcount and Polish Mountain and them.
Yeah, that's true. Well, and technically they're not locked into banning out their Vengeance Demon Hunter too, right? Like, they still have the 16 Cinderbrew metery to go to after they deal with the Prior of the Sacred Flame here. And they could swap their tank for something else for like just one dungeon, right? And they could save the Vengeance Demon Hunter for Sunday if they choose to make that call. We saw that from Firmawand last weekend, right? Where they played their Vengeance Demon Hunter, or they swapped out their Vengeance Demon Hunter for just one key, so they had that available for Sunday. That's definitely a play. We'll have to see if they go for it. Of course, they're still going to be working on this Priory here. They did get the 20 Motherload out of the way, which I think is going to be something you'll need to have timed in order to qualify for Sunday today, so that's good to get that on the board. But it took them quite a long time to get that 20. It took them, I want to say, 4 resets of the key, one of them happening quite late into the key. So maybe it took them an extra 45 minutes to get that key done. So they're still a little bit behind in actual dungeon progression. Like, we're seeing Mistcount is on their 7th dungeon of the day right now in terms of overall key progression, whereas Ur is on their 5th. So
yeah,
they still have some time to make up, but it's good to get that difficult dungeon out of the way.
So do you think the motherload will stop on the 20 for today, or do you think we'll actually see a team go get that 21?
I think there is a possibility of 21, depending on how much time is left and how consistent the other teams are at dealing with their upper keys. You have to think about what's possible in each of the keys today, and because we have Priory, which is doable on a 20, and Cinderbrew, which is also doable on a 20, I don't know if the 21 Motherload is an easier stretch goal than both of those 20s, especially considering we saw like a perfect blueprint on how to do the 20 Brewery
Heals.
and Priory from Wunderbar yesterday. Unfortunately for Polish Mountain, a little bit of light spawn healing, but I think
It's
we're
just
okay on
one.
the timer
They
for the
had a
time.
double knock at just
Yeah.
one of the footmen in the end. It looked like it was going to be more, but it'll be alright. That way at least you're spreading out the damage they do when they die. So clearly it was actually calculated. Finishing out
Yeah.
here.
It's about stretch goals, right? And I'm not sure if the 21 Motherload is more easily doable than the other keys on 20. That's a decision for the teams to make. They've been practicing all week, probably even before that, even the last week. They have extra information from Group A content, and we'll have to see what they do with that information.
It also might just not be the same for all of our teams across the board, right?
Yeah.
Could just be that one team feels really comfortable in the motherload and just likes getting that on the board and will gladly run the 21, whereas that same team would rather not go into the 20 Priory, and then another team might actually like the Priory and dislike the motherload. So sometimes we actually really distinctively see differences between, oh, this team is just really good in this dungeon, or this team is just really not that great in this one dungeon. So I'm curious on how it's all going to shake out. They still have plenty of time in today still. 2 hours, a little bit extra to start that very last run of the day for all of our teams. And I mean, if you're looking at a team like Missed Count, it's 18 with a 2, and then 18-18 in the other 2. You're looking phenomenal. I mean, right now they could finish this dungeon run, do 2 more, and they would have reached the soft cap of what we're expecting. Any dungeon above that would be the bonus runs, and they have so much time.
I think there's also a question of how many overall dungeons you're going to be able to get done today and how that plays into the spec variety rule as well, because we know Mist Count played Guardian, Druid, Resto, Shaman for 5 keys. They already they swapped and did 1 key in the 18 Priory. They're going to have to do 19 Priory, 19 Metery, 20 Motherload, all with this comp. That only leaves you 1 extra dungeon run to go for before you're tied on your tank and your healer with those other 2 specs. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what the plan is going to be for them once they get to that 2019-19.
They just sit out. They're like, okay, we cannot do any other run, or spec ban math doesn't work out. Do
Yeah.
you think? That would
That's
not be
interesting.
great. Oh no. So that is the issue when you have a lot of +2s that nobody else has, because you're saving on the runs, but then the math still needs to be mathing. Maybe we should get like a speed dial to Dratnos for teams. Everybody gets 1. Just to be like, here's our math. Does it work out?
I've solved it. Even though you +2 the Motherload, you just go to the 19
You run
with
the
the other
19?
comp. Just to run up the score 1 on the specs, just to make sure you're really safe.
That's really cool. I don't think that's going to be the case personally, but who knows? Maybe we're going to be seeing what they do. Of course, it's not only the +1 runs that counts. It's also any run that's faster than what you have right now. I just don't think that'll be very likely to kick in today. It hasn't kicked in for any of our previous runs in the last group as well. So I suspect that's more of a global finals kind of addition to how that would work. But of course, spec ban rule isn't active there.
Yeah, no spec ban rule for that competition. That's actually back to the old format where all of the teams are active at once, which is going to be really interesting because we haven't done that in a while. But well, I'd like the chaos of that is kind of fun for me, so I like it. Yeah.
It's gonna be a very spicy global finals weekend. You can mark your calendars already. It's at the end of the month, but before that, we still have Group B and Group C playing. Group B, you're watching right now, and all of our teams are back from their breaks, and all of our teams are working on the Priory. I feel like that's rare. I feel like with the 4 box, it doesn't actually happen a whole lot that we get to see them all in the same dungeon.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, we kind of used to see that a lot in the first TGPs when like the teams kind of had an idea of like, okay, we know that we need to do this dungeon today because it's the new dungeon, like on a day 2, and we'd see all 4 teams instantly go into that one, or like maybe one of them was a time trial key, so they all said, you know what, this is our plan, we're going to go into that key if it's there. It doesn't happen that much in the past couple of TGP format MDIs, though. That's a good point.
Yeah, definitely cool, although they're of course all on different levels here as well. The most spicy one is the 19 you're seeing in the top right, and then it just staggers through. We're getting the 16s, we're getting the 18s from all of our teams right now. So let's take a look at missed count. So by chance, while I am talking, do you perchance know the split timers that we would need to look out for in our Priory, of course, because we do have a death here on Polish Mountain. That shouldn't be an issue. It's not on our healer, so Q still has time to heal everyone back up. Battle Res coming in. But yeah, what would be the split time we're looking for on the 19 Priory? You know?
On the 19 Priory? I mean, the splits that you see on screen are a good baseline for just timing the key, which is what you're going to be expecting on the 19. For the 2 chest, you'll probably want them to be maybe 2 minutes lower than what we're seeing from Polish Mountain. So like maybe a 9-minute Captain Dalkry in like a 17-minute Baron. That's even pretty close. Might need to be like a 16-minute Baron. That's for the plus 16 2 chest. So as long as Missed Count has the first boss dead on the 19 by like, 11:30, I think they're on good pace. But you know who's actually a lot better with split timers and timing keys than I am? It's Tettles.
The segue. Yeah, so Zyronic, get out. We'll get out of
bye.
here. We don't need you. No, goodbye, though. For real, though, Zyronic is leaving us. But it's not because Tettles has more knowledge. It's just different knowledge, and it's time for a caster swap. So Tettles is coming in, and yes, we've got a lot of things to look at here, because now that we're finally seeing a lot of the teams in Priory, of course, last weekend, for those of you who maybe didn't see it, or just to catch you up, we saw some amazing tech, particularly from Mandatory, coming out with this dungeon. So as we look at some of the teams
Wunderbar.
getting into it
Wunderbar,
now,
yeah.
excuse me, I'm so sorry,
Yeah,
Wunderbar,
yeah.
thank you.
They're both
Wunderbar
great
last
teams,
weekend.
but
they
you
are
got
both
it.
great teams. There it is. From Wunderbar last weekend. Who knows? Mandatory may also have amazing tech. We'll have to see.
Probably
But
not.
Tettles,
Rook, do you know something?
hey, maybe. But no, Tettles, take us through what you've seen so far with Priory.
Yeah, I mean, Priory, it's more about like how aggressive do you want to do the first area. The final ending sequence of this dungeon is mostly standard, and it's more about like how much count do you want to get in that first area. Are you going to be omitting some of the pulls at the very end? Those are the kind of the things that you're looking for. And for most teams, they pull pretty much everything at the end. But what we saw from Wunderbar last weekend is that they elected to pull more stuff in the very beginning, even electing to pull trash after this pull with the paladins here, instead like back pulling trash and stuff like that, doing a bunch of weird stuff. But ultimately, it kind of all converges with like Baron Braunpike and looking at that split and seeing where teams are going to be able to like kill that boss off. And those are kind of things that you're looking for. And like Zyra was talking about earlier, you tend to want like a Baron Braunpike split that's around 20-30. You can maybe get away with something that's a little bit slower than that. But Miss Count right here, even with that death to AJ, they have a lot of count and they're very, very fast. So I'm not worried about their ability to be able to time this on 19. And honestly, we're not going to be able to tell as to whether or not, like, what's their cap look like? Are they going to be able to do a 20 until later on? I'm going to be honest, I think that 20 is more of a chase key than something that you need to have in your bag to be able to make it to Sunday.
I think for now, Missed Count does the 19 Priory that they're, of course, working on right now. And then it's either the 20 Motherlode or the 19 Cinderbrew, and then the other one after that. I think that has to be on their mind for now. I don't think you go into the Priory 19 before you have these, into the Priory 20 before you have these others completed.
Yeah, Now, I don't know this to be certain. I have a strong suspicion that 20 Cinderbrew is much easier than 20 Priory of the Sacred Flame, though. Just the fact that 20 Cinderbrew is pretty close to being timed on live, the fact that 20 Priory of the Sacred Flame is not even in the same zip code as a key that's been timed on live, makes me tend to believe that the 20 Cinderbrew is at least a lot more doable than the 20 Priory.
Fair enough, fair enough. We have, of course, seen some of these dungeons already timed in the past, so I'm kind of curious on who can tie, at least on a fictitious level with Wunderbar to see how they do in these dungeons. But I think for now, it's still the builder keys that we need for a lot of these teams. And Polish Mountain seem to agree. They just finished out the 18 Priory, and now they've ventured over back into the Motherlode to work on that 19 Motherlode as well. We did see that the 20 Motherlode gave Ur a bunch of trouble. How are you feeling about this new team coming in, putting 120 on the board, taking quite a lot of time to do that, and now working on their 16s again?
So, obviously they're very good. I think it's one of those things that they're clearly a capable team. I think they might get time chasmed a little bit. Polish Mountain is a team that they've seeded quite highly for last TGP and last NDI. They're a team that has played a lot, and whenever you're kind of looking at the teams that are battling for the second slot here, obviously Miscount seems to be the most accomplished team. They're the highest seeded team in this group. You kind of expect them to be able to make it Sunday. And then the second slot is mostly between Ur and Polish Mountain. Ur, like you mentioned, they put up the 20, but I don't think that 2.5 hours to be able to put up that one dungeon on a 20 is the most time efficient thing that you could have been doing. I don't know exactly what their cap is going to be, but I suspect it's going to be like 18, 18, 20. Maybe it's 18, 19, 18 Priory, 19 Cinderbrew, 20 Motherlode, something like that, because they spent so much time here. I feel like Ur is going to be battling back a lot. Yeah, exactly. Ur is going to be battling back a lot. I actually think that Polish Mountain right here has had nearly a perfect day, arguably just as good of a day as Miscount so far.
So I'm just thinking on the math side of this, and forgive me because I'm usually not allowed to do math, but
I'm not driving
they have to do. Ideally, they have to do 2 16s, which they both +2, right? I think if Ur is unable to get either of the 16s with a +2, I think they're kind of in big trouble.
That's probably 45 minutes.
Yeah, so one is already halfway done, right? It's more I would say 40 minutes at this point, or 30 minutes rather.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like this. If, of course, they're fast enough. And then they have to do the 18s and the 19s. I think, theoretically, they could get 20, 19, 19 if they're really good on time and they start the last 19 before our clock strikes, basically. But it is a very, very ambitious kind of plan for today, and I believe there's also a 10-minute break they still need to take, if I'm not entirely mistaken, or it might just be a 5-minute break. But yeah, I think they still have the potential to go 20, 19, 19, which I think any team that will make it to Sunday will have.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good analysis on the situation here. I think for the situation's pretty simple. You already put the highest key level that you're going to be putting up of the highest level dungeon with the Motherlode. You don't really have to worry about that anymore. Now it's basically we can't make mistakes in the Priory and the Cinderbrew Metery, and we've set ourselves up nicely to be able to make it to Sunday. For Polish Mountain, the hard work is still kind of ahead of them, right? They got through the homework level keys, and honestly as well, they set themselves up quite nicely for Sunday if they do make it that far, where they have unlocked the composition that they likely want to play in the max level keys. And so they're through for some teams, like we saw 07 last week, almost get stunted at this point of the group play, where it was just oh, okay, we maybe played too many bad compositions, right?
Suboptimal, yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're not bad. They're just not the absolute best thing that you can be doing in any dungeon. I don't know. It's gonna be very close. I think for Polish Mountain, it's gonna be coming down to consistency at the very end of the day, and then for Ur, it's gonna be we can't afford any more mistakes.
I agree. I think it's going to be really tight for both of them. Of course, the one team that is looking pretty good already is Miscount. The question is, when are we going to see them go into that 20 Motherlode? They are really close to maybe timing that 19 Priory right now. It would only be the 19 Cinderbrew and the 20 Motherlode that they still need. And for these, well, let's call it 2.5 dungeons because they're close to maybe finishing one of the 3 right now. They have 2 hours. And Zara was doing a little bit of math on them. And they need to be careful with maybe getting an additional bonus dungeon in, because that could potentially mess up their plan for the spec ban rule. So just something to call out here for missed count.
I think the Warlock is coming back for the 19 Cinder Brew, which I think is probably going to alleviate those potential concerns. Where then the Bear Druid, the rest of the Shaman, and then the...
Oh, you just think they do the full swap back to
I think the Warlock is the third ban for Sundays, if I had to guess.
Does that work out with their math? I don't think it does.
I mean, they played Warlock. I don't know. Yargi's been on.
Okay, well, we're not allowed to do that. Okay, we're moving on. We're not doing spec ban math. That gets too dicey. But how are you feeling about their timer here? 11-3, 18 on Baron. That's really fast, no?
They're going to be 3 minutes under here. The dungeon's timeable on 20 for them. It's more going to be about attempts than because it's really hard to one shot these keys at like that highest level, right? That bleeding edge level where Priority of the Sacred Flame is barely doable on a 20. So the odds of them, it's kind of like Wunderbar one-shotting the 21 Dark Flame Clef from last weekend. Is it possible? Yeah. And then you kind of have to assess, is there better things that Miscount can be doing? But they're going to be pretty far under on this 19. I'm speculating probably minutes, 2 to 3 minutes under even.
All right, that would be fantastic. I think that's kind of what we're looking for here. They have 2 deaths already on their clock. 1 battle rest available as of right now, and that Bloodlust should be coming up in a little bit as well. So they're not in the safest situation, but I think all things considered, they're definitely looking to sit in a pretty great position. Now, I kind of want to zone in on Yer, because for them the big question is, are they able to get the +2s in that 16 Priory? And that is going to be a little bit closer than what we're seeing from Miscount. They have 4 minutes 40 to do this pull and then the boss, and you can actually see them make their way into the boss already. Tells us, is this pot of greed potential already, or are we still fine because it's a 16?
I think we're fine because it's a 16. The issue is like they can't let the footmen explode and kill them off. They need to make sure that they land really well-timed CCs on these mobs. This is a boss that should probably only take somewhere between like 4:15-ish. I would say maybe even like 4 minutes with the Bloodlust that you see that they have rolling here. But they actually... I don't like how they had that played. I'm going to be honest with you, Makes. Did you see where they had there, where they didn't have the footmen on top of the boss? They actually just lost a lot of that Bloodlust onto the boss.
I agree. I was... wincing a little bit as another DPS main, so it's like you see the boss over there, and you're like busy punching footmen. It's like, let me reach. A little bit unfortunate for how this was set up. I do think they're still fine on the timer, though. Like you mentioned, that Bloodlust was also used here, so they won't have it available upstairs. But it is a 16. I think they're fine to do that still. I'm a little bit worried for what that means for a potential, like, 18/19 in the Priory.
Yeah. I think you're just going to go for the 1 chest in the 18, so you're not really worried too much about it. But yeah, I think they're going to be fine to lock up the 2 chests. That did lose a decent amount of time, because they basically full sent their offensive CDs into trash. With the boss just kind of hitting them. It was kind of... It just felt a little bit weird.
Maybe there was like a misrupt or something, so the boss should have been there and it wasn't. It's of course hard to kind of guesstimate what the original plan was, or if that was the original plan. You know, sometimes we see things and it's like, that looked kind of strange, but there's no way for us to tell whether or not it was intentional or not. I would kind of take a gracious guess here and say this wasn't maybe intended the way it looked. But we are going to be going into phase 2 minute 35. I think this looks okay.
Yeah, so we pressed Lust, and we spent 2 minutes to get the boss to 50% HP. Again, we kind of talked about it. They didn't really send Lust on the boss. Now they have 2 minutes and 20 seconds to do the remaining 50% HP without Bloodlust, but they are going to get a couple of additional things. They're going to get another power infusion towards the end of that 2 minute timer. They are going to get the extra Dark Transformation and Holy Assault pretty late. Obviously, the Min can always does roughly the same amount of damage with his Encarn charges. So I think that they're set up quite nicely to be able to get this within the last 30 seconds here.
That's right. We are, of course, going to keep watching, because any death what kind of upset that whole plan right now. So that can still not happen for them. But I think they're doing really well here. Dealt with the blinding lights, dealt with the extra flame that's coming out there on Darrett.
What are you thinking between Ur and Polish Mountain right now?
That's a big question, right? Because of course we know Ur has the 20, but we also know how long it took them to get it. If Polish Mountain, I'll make a call. If Polish Mountain is able to get the 20 muzzleload on the board on their first try in that dungeon, like, okay, if they wipe like 1 minute in or whatever, but like on their first substantial try in that dungeon, I do think they take it just because of how much time you're unfortunately lost there. But we don't know. Could be that the 19 Priory chokes them up, right? We can't see in the future, so we'll need to wait and see how it plays out. For now, it definitely has played out in favor for Ur. Plus 216 Priory has been done as well, so very nice for them. And they will need another one. Hopping over to I Do It, who unfortunately had one death here, but thankfully Priory's Mercury also went down.
All good. Oh, dude, somebody dropped a pad, one of the recalibrator pads, so we got a Mechanome and a Worgen on the screen for I Do It. Very rare specializations.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff, I think, for chat. Just they're the team of the people, it looks like, from all I've been reading. Yeah. Just they're here for the vibes.
That's right.
I don't mind it. I think it's a nice addition to the broadcast. Just show off what they can do. I think it's good. 16s across the board. They will need to work on a 17 next, and it might just be the 17 Priory. Looking at that loading screen here right now, we're going to take a look over to Polish Mountain. They, of course, don't have the +2 in the mother load, so they're still working on that 19. Judging by now their Azerok and their coin operator splits tables, how are you feeling about the pacing in the 19, and what does it tell us about a potential 20?
So now played last weekend, but looking at what Polish Mountain is currently doing, I think their splits are totally fine. Azerok you need to have like down by like 15, 30-ish, so being 2.5 minutes under that, that sets them up quite nicely to have a pretty easy time, just timing the key. Now, of course, there is still room for like catastrophic mistakes. We've seen a lot of tank deaths on Rix of Fluxflame just because that fight does a lot of tank damage. But like you kind of shouted out, I think their timer is looking excellent here. And now they've kind of entered the stage as well where they're condensing down into that composition that we saw like pretty consistently seen on day 3 during Group A and shown for the highest level keys, where now they're on that Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Unholy DK, Moonkin, Arcane Mage, Disc Priest composition. So now Polish Mountain, they're really starting to play the composition that they had been preparing for whenever they were looking to ban stuff out. So I'm interested in seeing how they do once they are now playing on the comp that they probably had the most practice on.
Yeah, I'm curious on how it goes because, of course, the proficiency with that comp is going to be what matters in the very end on whether or not they get the dungeon times. But looking over in mist count, 19 Priory. You said 3 minutes under. I think it might even be more than 3 minutes under. Looking at this, they're zooming.
Are they going to one-shot the 20? Like, I'm genuinely asking. So it's one of those things that I was kind of speculating that I didn't know if the 20 Priory was like something that was super easy to one-shot or anything like that. With how much time they have left, are they just going to walk in and one-shot the 20 makes?
That is a very, very good question because, I mean, with how fast they're looking, the timer should definitely be fine for 20. The question is a little bit on how the livability of some of the things that they are doing in that 19 is.
Yeah.
So that is more of a question to them than it is to me. We see they have 2 deaths as well, so something maybe didn't went perfectly. I do think with how fast they were here, there's a good chance that the 20 is possible.
So storyline-wise, this was the first team missed count. They were the first team, I think, to time 18 Priory of the Sacred Flame, and they had the fastest 17 Priory of the Sacred Flame for a while this season. They were playing, I would say, less frequently than some of the top Chinese teams, but even with that being the case, they still held rank 1 for live for, I want to say it was like a week and a half-ish period whenever they were playing each and every single day. They were the first team as well to time 19 Dark Flame Cleft, And this has just honestly been a very strong team this entire season. So if there was a team to just walk in and one-shot the Priority of the Sacred Flame, it's probably the team that's put the most practice in on these live keys, being able to do these highest level of live keys. On top of that as well, dude, just a ton of PTR keys. I saw Yargi and Kira were logging in every single day, just doing the most amount of PTR keys.
Yeah, they're certified gamers, is what I would call that.
Sweats, some other people will call it, yeah.
And we do have a break timer coming in for a missed count here as well. And while we are taking a look at this boss here, there's something our production has actually prepared for all of us, because we were talking about how hard it is to deal with the extra war machines onto Rixa, and how hard that boss in itself already trucks tanks as well.
Yeah.
And we have a little asset for that, Tevils. I think we can bring it on screen here. Yeah, so on the very top, you see the tank damage taken on Rixa, and on the bottom, you see the tank damage taken on Azeroth. Now, what's relevant here is the numbers on the left-hand side in the blue box, because as you can see, the bottom one, Azeroth, it kind of like caps out at 1,500,000. On the very top, you see it goes way over 2 million. It's a lot of damage that these tanks are taking.
So here's the thing as well. With that searing reagent cast that you see on the top level, those casts happen in like a 5-second window every 30 some odd seconds. The boss... Okay, so we're going to see this with Polish Mountain here in a couple seconds. Whenever the boss casts the Azerite Catalyst, say that's not interrupted, it gets interrupted here, but say it's not interrupted. More often than not, the tank isn't taking damage. Then the boss goes into Propellant Blast and the tank is not taking damage. However, whenever the boss is in this active state, it is shooting that reagent cast over and over and over again into your tank. And it's this massive hit, just like to the point where... your tank ends up eating all your pain suppressions, and while this fight does basically 0 damage to the remainder of the group, the fact that they are basically live or die on their own defensives on this Vengeance Demon Hunter is an incredibly difficult feat, and I think that you pointed out nicely. This fight just does twice as much damage to your tank, but the part of it too is like it's in this like 10-second window, like right after this Propellant Blast, Tankers is getting absolutely smoked. You see, he drops like 20% HP. That's with a lot of active mitigation available, and he's at the exact same time having to tank this Venture Co. war machine. That's stupid war machine's putting this dot on me over and over again, and you're just in like a lot of danger the entire time.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely crazy. We saw you're actually struggling so much with this boss as well. They had a lot of space issues, actually, matter of fact. A lot of their players ending up in the water, which turtles may go in the water, but players should not, at least not on this boss. It hurts. Said that Polish Mountain are doing really well right here. War Machine is nearly dead, and so is Rixa. One more time, the Propellant Blast will come out. Could be that they need to dodge one more. And something really nice that teams have been doing as well, but I just want to shout it out one more time, is the Poli you're seeing on the side there of the Ordnance Specialist. These guys are just mean.
Oh, yeah.
And now I'm expecting that we'll see Tankyesh actually run up, grab every single mine, and then return to the rest of the group while they're waiting.
It's kind of interesting, because in theory you could actually play it on the boss. So the Ordnance Specialist's AoE is like pretty predictable as to who it's going to spawn on. There's different types of AoE. There's the AoE that you're seeing right here on their tank, where it's just like the natural AoE of this area. But then there's the Specialist Circles, which only spawn on range DPS. So in theory you could bait those off of the group, but whenever your healer has to actually heal the war machines on the boss, you really don't want to be dealing with the specialist. Is mostly why you see that being done. And Polish Mountain here, gathering up the 100 mine pull, getting ready to just kind of nuke those down and getting all of those fixates onto the tank. They are going to drop an Ursul's Vortex as well to kind of make sure that those stay gathered right after that Sigil of Chains happens. And so now these mines are actually being used as funnel as well on top of this Venture Co. war machine, and Polish Mountain are going to be able to be making nice work of the 20 mine pull.
Yep, it's a 20 mine pull, but not for long, is how it usually goes for our teams. Quickly finished them off. Now it's just a bunch of specialists that they still need to cleave down, and then they can move on. And here's where they're going to be tagging in that pole lead one as well. You can see Tankish has just grabbed it in as well. They still need to deal with the double war machine that's waiting right before Mogul Rastunk, and of course with Mogul Rastunk himself as well. But I think timer-wise, we're looking really good on Polish Mountain here, and that gives me great hope for the potential 20 that I think they will still need to do.
I think the 20 is, especially with these players' skill level. I mean, even we saw this with your earlier, where the 20 timer-wise is actually not that bad. It's more like the ability to be able to live all of the mechanics that are thrown at you in a 20 and just like the group-wide damage. You basically can't make any mistakes, where the lower key levels, you could have a couple of mistakes here and there and you wouldn't get punished as hard. But once you make it to that 20 level, yeah, like you're kind of shouting out, it is going to be a little bit harder, but they should have the timer for it. And that's one of the reasons that Motherlode's the highest level of key that's going to be done on the season, is just because the timer is so lenient in this dungeon.
I do it. Their tank. He's falling. He's
One
grabbing
heal.
Everything. This is the 17 priority. Yeah, that's when you tag your healer and you go, did you not heal him?
Ping. You ping him, you go, you broke PS that guy.
But yeah, as they're working on that 17 priority, which I feel like out of the dungeons we have in today, that's the hardest. But maybe because it's their time trial dungeon, that's just a dungeon they decided to go with. We're definitely zoning in on Polish Mountain here. You can see there's another collaboration of minds that has tried to find the players from Polish Mountain, but wasn't successful in doing so. This is where the Bloodlust is going. 2 more are still alive, and 1 more is going to come in after. Charged shots back to back. It's a lot of damage that they're taking there. So AMZ being out there definitely helps the healer as well. And then the first War Machine should be down in a couple of seconds, and that would make their life a lot easier. Will not be so before that charged shot does come out back to back as well. So barrier will be deployed here as well. The Polish Mountain finishing out that War Machine. Plenty of time to deal with the final boss. Unfortunately, we do have some trouble on the horizon. We're seeing a kiting Prot Paladin. He's on his horsey and he's dead. Has fallen. Everything went to chaos there. This is where you ask your DPS players if they didn't actually do damage, by the way. It's like, where damage? The pack is still alive when I'm dead. That shouldn't be the case. So, yeah, just make sure you tag everybody in your group at any given time and ask them if they're actually pressing their buttons.
That wasn't a replay or planned, right?
No, it was live.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because that felt way too clean as that happened, huh? Very unfortunate situation. I was going to ask, while you were talking, what did you think about the Polish Mountain Bloodlust on the double War Machine there?
It's interesting. I think it's definitely a scarier pull than Mogul is in itself. So if it's just a safety reason for them to go for the lusting on the War Machines, I think it makes perfect sense. You did see that, like, the charged shots were really hitting them, like, back to back. That's a lot of damage that they're taking in. The healer needs to pump that, and even with the defensives down, they dropped significantly. Now Mogul is just like, you need to move, right? But it only is faster on the timer in terms of, like, risk evaluation. I think it makes way more sense to send it on the double War Machines, and they're fast as hell anyway. Like, look at them. They're nearly +2ing this 19.
I think they genuinely, if they took the War Machines into the boss, they would have +2'd this dungeon. It's
yeah, I think so too. I just don't think they're looking for that.
What is the benefit is another question that we got going on here. It's just like, are we going to be able to just immediately jump into the 21? Okay, probably not the best use of our time in a 5-hour day that started at 16s, but could be good. Would be a really good tiebreaker.
I mean, yeah, if you're able to do it. I just think they have so much other stuff to do as well.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone else is going to be able to do it. So in my book, I just think it's smarter for them to go into the 20, finish that as quickly as they did with this 19. I mean, that's like 25 minutes, 26, 27 minutes. It's going to be a little bit more on the 20, of course, and then just go into the 19. So your day still has plenty of time. If they want to, they can still tag a 21 on after, which, like, based on their timer in the 19, probably possible. They're really fast.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a look as to what the break situation for Polish Mountain is right now, because it's kind of interesting. It's they basically, you're going to have 3 dungeons left to run here in a couple seconds. Oh, it looks like we got a replay here in the Priory of the Sacred Flame. Oh, a very unfortunate death for and Makes. This is exactly what we were talking about, not wanting to see from them. They spent so much time in the 20 Motherlode earlier. We knew that they were going to need effectively what is a perfect end of day to be able to kind of catch back up with Polish Mountain. How bad is that wipe realistically for them?
I think it's really bad. So the wipe in itself would have been fine if the dungeon was still completable. Now, we were missing a little bit of context on that replay, of course, so we don't know what exactly happened before and after as we were looking at some of the other teams at that moment. But
The reset, for sure.
they restarted that run, of course, so I think that's the real pain point, because we were talking about how their day, in our book at least, would only end with an approval to Sunday if they were able to really min-max the rest of the time that they have. Which means no do-overs, no miss-outs on the +2s that they still had to do because of how much time they sank into the 20 mother load. And with that Priory being like redone 10 minutes in, I think that might already be it.
I think it's... how would you feel if they finished off the day at 2018-18?
2018-18. Well, looking at Polish Mountain and how fast they are in the mother loads, and the fact that they can easily get 19-19, I just don't think it's enough.
Polish Mountain has...
I think they're going to be outplayed on the timer, basically.
Polish Mountain has basically like 2.8 full runs in their bag. I actually don't think they have 3 full runs, because they have 10 minutes of break that's still required. So I don't think that 2019-19 is the cap for Polish Mountain. I think it's like 2019-18. How would you feel about a year 2018-18, I guess, with that context? What do you think?
For a year... Sorry, for a year 2018-18?
Yeah, but with the
Isn't that
context,
what
I
you
think
just
that's
asked me?
Well, with the context that Polish Mountain's cap, like you were talking about, we don't know what the Polish Mountain cap is. I think it's 2019-18 is what their best end of day is going to end up being. Like if they don't make many mistakes. Okay,
I think Polish Mountain in an ideal world gets 2019-19.
Well, we have 10. They have 10 minutes of break that they still need to take, and then they only have an hour 20 minutes beyond that, which
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
it's
enough
not...
for 2 dungeons and then start one before the clock strikes.
Okay, you know, that I guess it's assuming that they don't make any mistakes, right?
Well, they could even make like a little bit of mistakes so long as that last run that they start is then fine, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
All
Yeah,
right,
no-
well,
I still think
go
they're
on a break.
fine, yeah.
they're probably fine. They're probably fine. I'm gonna sneak in here for a second. Tettles, you,
Okay.
me, the chat. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna hit you with a quick blitz of questions. Now, we have a lot of action we're going to be keeping track of here, but chat, you're going to have a bit of delay. Hit me with any Tettles direct questions that you want expedited to the man, the myth, the legend himself. Starting off, we did have one really important one, which is where damage. Do you have an answer to this?
Weird damage. My cooldowns weren't up. You didn't gather the pack well enough. They got power infusion and I didn't.
Yes.
The comp is not very good for my damage profile. We need a different composition. We don't have Mark of the Wild here. You know.
I think these were all really good answers, and I think that pretty much answers it. So that's where damage. As to how damage, for those who asked in chat, you know, I think damage is doing pretty good, but it can always be better, you know. But next one, Tettles. If MOTW stacked, how many teams would be all Druid?
All Druid? Oh, I don't think that
Yes.
all Druid would be a very good composition. I think 0 teams would be all Druid. I think if Mark of the Wild stacked, I think that there would be a higher chance of seeing both a Restoration Druid and a Balanced Druid in the top level of keys. Mark of the Wild is really... I don't say broken because I'm on the record right here. It's quite good. It's quite a good buff. One of the best raid buffs for Mythic Plus, some would say. But I think that there'd be... I don't think there would be any compositions that's running 4 Druids. That seems like it's a bit of a reach as to the value of what Mark of the Wild is.
Okay, alright. Well, chat, I said they would just eliminate all other classes and specs from the game, but I think Tettles' answer is also really good.
That's also based. That's really based, actually. That's a good one.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
You know what? I think you're cooking.
Thank you. I think so too, because I don't think you'd need anything else. So I think it would be good. A really important one from Play Q for you, Tettles. Do you love me?
Huh?
Your Honor, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
All right. Well, you know what, Makes? I'll toss it back over to you. We can check back in with the action, but, you know, everybody, feel free. We can keep these Tettles questions running. I can always run them in the background and compile them for a later date, but all you, Makes.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed that segment. Great job, both of you. Rapid fire Tebbles under fire. It felt a little bit like fried chicken, but worked all out in the end there for our Boomkin main. How are we feeling about our teams? I had to step away real quick. One of my cats was crying, and of course, cat requires immediate attention, if you know. But yeah. Polish Mountain on break.
So yeah, Polish Mountain slammed a 10-minute break, kind of what we were talking about right before. You had to stand up. But yeah, it's a miscount or in a situation where they did triple muscle as the first pull of the dungeon, and then they did Chewy as the second pull of the dungeon in the center intermediary. And so they're doing something similar to what we saw from Wunderbar last weekend, where most teams on live will 4 pull the first area, miscount are looking at 3 pull the first area, same with what Wunderbar were doing. This is a very fast strategy. It's a great MDI/TGP style strategy where you're having a bunch of resets on the dungeon or you're front loading a bunch of the difficulty with the triple muscle. For Ur, they restarted the key kind of like we were talking about. They are trying to just kind of power through the center intermediary. They looked good in their previous 18 up until the incident, and we need to make sure that we have no more incidents if we're on Team Ur.
Yeah, definitely. Even with this, I think it might already be a little bit doomed, but never say never is one of my great, overarching themes. So I'm going to stay hopeful for our players as they are trying to get to the Sunday. They were one of the teams that really from the start out said, okay, we'll just play like best in slot comp. We'll try our best to just make it to the Sunday. That is our goal. That's exactly what they're signaling with how they kind of ran those specs. But it might just be that they valued the 20 motherload a little bit too highly in comparison to the rest, I think.
I don't know if they valued it too much. I mean, it's going to be I think it's one of those things it's probably a required dungeon to be able to make it to Sunday. It's more, I think, that they didn't realize that they were going to spend 2.5 hours on it. And I think if you were presented them with the opportunity of spending 2.5 hours on it, they would have had to have declined because they knew that meant that they were going to probably be eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's usually how eliminations go. Teams come in and they're like, oh yeah, this is our plan, and then something goes wrong, unfortunately. So
yeah.
We'll see. Let's not call it before the day is actually over. Let's take a look on how you're actually moving through the Priory, because this is some interesting routing I'm seeing.
Where were they going? Hold on. Were they just walking through the water fountain there?
Yeah, we went through the fountain. So they actually, it looks like they played the Warlings Pat, and then they went through. Maybe we can get a replay on that, but like that looked really cool. They just said, yep, and here we turn left and went straight through the water.
So that Lynx Pat that you saw that they played, that sometimes actually gets played into the boss these days. It was realized pretty recently that those Lynxes, if you are in perfect melee range of them with a full 5-stack, they actually won't cast their Pounce ability, which puts that bleed on people. So it's pretty dangerous. But some people have started now electing to pull that straight into the boss because of that exact kind of thing that I was talking about, where it's just like, oh yeah, you can actually avoid all damage if you're careful. And then your Arcane Mage is like, or say if you're playing Arcane, I guess they're playing Fire in this place, but if you're playing with an Arcane Mage, they get a lot of funnel out of it too.
I mean, I'm surprised we are actually trusting 3 ranged players, if I count the priest as well, to stand in perfect melee range. That's a lot of that's a lot of trust there.
Nobody wants to move out of melee range worse than a caster who's planted and casting.
Oh yes.
It's not like we're playing with a Havoc Demon Hunter or something that's dashing around. You got these triple casters who are like, you know what? I got this Wrath to cast. I got Smite to press. Like I got business here. I'm
but
not
you
moving.
have to dodge the lance, and like the initial knee-jerk reaction of a ranged player is to like dodge slightly backwards. I feel like every time I see them. So very funny. But yeah, they're definitely standing close anyway, despite not having any of the Lynxes into Captain Dale Cry from all I can see. So I think they definitely played that pack before, but it's really good to know. We're getting some information from our production as well. While we are on the topic of positioning, if they tank points the sharpshooters away from the group, they won't shoot anyone but the tank. So it's like Siege.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Very interesting.
More good tech. That's why the first pole works into like the Harry Potter corner next to the stairs.
Well, that's to easily get all the packs stacked, and then you can just grip everything on top of it too. And
It
then
works
your
in
tank
both
also
ways, yeah.
get knocked back by Suleiman. Suleiman's a nuisance.
True. Is looking at mist count here in that 19, they're still opting to go for Busby second. We saw both versions last weekend by Team Wunderbar as well. I think up until the 19, they went Busby second, and then in their 20, which Wunderbar did, they went IPA second. So both of these routes to me seem perfectly viable. I still haven't exactly figured out when or Bloodlust timing is going to be great for either, but teams know, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, it's mostly because you want that Bloodlust, the second Bloodlust of the dungeon in that IPA room. But whenever the key is quote-unquote too low, which funny enough, 19 is too low, I guess, in this context, then you can't just do one pull in the bank side and then backtrack all the way to IPA and have your Bloodlust available. Otherwise, you're depleting the key. And so what they're doing, like, and I mean, I think you and I were casting this last weekend on Sunday whenever we were watching the Cinder Brew, and I was like, well, at some point they're going to go into the IPA room and they're going to Bloodlust this
And they
pull.
just never did, yeah.
Well, they did it in the 20, but
Yes.
not until the 20, which is like, okay, well, hold on. You know, there was a
Time
key
spent
level
walking is not time spent doing damage, which the Mythic
right.
Plusers will know many things about. Let's take a look at the replay from in their prior. We were talking about their pathing a little bit leading up to Captain Dalecry. So here is where they finish out Tanner. And then I think they played the Lynx pad actually with the first mini boss or the second one at the bottom of the stairs. It's definitely not there, no?
Where are they going? So they already have the patrol.
They go where the pad is, yeah. And then
Yeah, so
they
they
just
kill
jump through here.
So one of their
Boom.
earlier pulls is actually all of that trash with the sharpshooters, the links, and the stuff at the top of the stairs, which then allows them... I see what it does. It allows them to skip the night pat. So that big patrolling 5-pack that has that knight in it, that every single pug loves to pull for some reason, even though it's absolutely demonic. That pull...
Well, it's a big pull. We like big pulls.
It's 5 mobs. Anyway. That demonic pull, they don't want to have to wait for the patrol at all. They want to be able to just like run by it on CD. But not to cut myself off, AJ going down to the Flutterwing dot. Miscount kind of in a situation here where they've actually pulled some trash with some bee wranglers and some purveyors into the boss. I'm unsure if this was intentional or not. It's hard to really say. I didn't actually see how they had this gathered, but if it is intentional, it's efficient. If it's unintentional, it's really, really scary what they have done here. Because now you have these bee wranglers casting the bee zook on people. At the exact same time, AJ here has to get on these bees over and over again and continue to shoot them into those mead barrels. Otherwise, additional ravenous cinder bees are going to be spawning. So a very difficult situation here for Miscount. You also have to make sure that you're getting all of your casts kicked. If the Purveyor or either of these Wranglers end up getting a cast off, then you're going to end up wiping. On top of that as well, they have a ton of these cinder bees, but they do have a decent amount of AoE CC. You saw the Chaos Nova coming out. You saw the Shadow Fury coming out to make sure that those cinder bees didn't end up recasting. And now the trash pack is going down for Miscount. That was an incredibly scary situation there, Makes, for Miscount. But they are finally out of the woods here as the fight is now just them and the boss.
It is. I mean, to me, that would be a total buzzkill, but I don't want to be in their situation, you know? So I think they figured that one out perfectly, and they finished out on all of the additional trash.
I'm going to use my stinger if you keep talking.
I'm being tagged in our production chat saying, get Makes off of the cast. I had to. You left me so much time to think about a silly pun. It's not my fault. But no, it's a crazy pull that they did there, and they did really well with it. 5% to go, and Bank Busby should be down here for them on the 14-something minute marker. I think we're very happy with that on the 19.
Oh, yeah. So, I have a question. Is Warlock good?
Yes. I mean, I think Warlock was already good prior to last group weekend. I play with a Warlock occasionally, and every single time I play with him, I'm like, huh. So, you guys just walk around with all that damage and no one says anything? But that's Warlocks, man. It's always like that. Every single MDI, I think, maybe this is a season where Warlock is not good. Nope. They're always a good pocket pick, I feel like, and especially in this dungeon. They're just so good.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. It's so funny to see them not be represented in most dungeons, and it's like, yep, Cinder Brumetery here, we're going to play Warlock, and then they're just going to do the most damage of any spec in the game, and it looks absolutely insane.
We have Zyro saying, Warlocks are so bad, man. Need buff. Help. No.
Okay, they do not need
you
buff.
see this? Do you see this?
It's okay. You know what? Here's the upside of the Warlock. The upside of the Warlock is that you look really big on the damage meter and you're doing the maximum amount of DPS. The downside of the Warlock is these fallen batches.
Yes.
You don't do damage to them. That's your DK's job. He's going to have to continue to death coil those over and over again and kill them off for you.
Just line of sight them.
Well, you could just line of sight them. That's a good point. But there's give and take. You have to, I bring the damage, you bring the death coils. It's a dance.
Well, he actually brings the Blood Beast, but I think
that
Luke is doing a great job at that.
Yeah, Blood Beast
He's
is
not as strong anymore, but still strong.
might have caught a 50% nerf. It's a sad day.
Not a 50% nerf.
Well, the Beast caught a 50% nerf, not the spec.
Yeah. Okay. A little nerf. And we're going to see them skip here across the Hobgoblins. That's not a pack anybody wants to deal with.
They
Meld in time. Yeah.
So somebody else might be in combat actually with the pack itself. Okay, so Yargi.
I think so.
Okay, look at this. So Yargi, since they use polymorph, is totally fine. Normally, you end up using Cage for that because Cage is a non-combat CC. But since they have so many people who have the ability to be able to break stealth, Yargi clicks that gate first, gets in combat with that mob that's polymorphed, then he's melding at the exact same time Kira is to make sure that that scientist that's caught in that polymorph doesn't actually combat the Hobgoblin pack later on. A really great pull. And now missed count at the 17th minute. We were kind of talking about where they're going to be using their Bloodlust. It is 17 minutes into the dungeon. They are finally pressing this Bloodlust, and they are over-pulling the IPA room. This is a very, very dangerous pull where you need to be able to make sure that you get all these Hobgoblins dealt with. But on top of that, the failed batches that spawn from the 4 flavored scientists here are incredibly difficult, so that's why you're saving basically 100% of your buttons for this pull.
You absolutely do. It's a very, very dicey pull that they are working with, and they're not even opting to play it next to any of the pillars, next to any of the boxes. We even saw the little extra
clean.
leg from these barrels on the side. They were being utilized earlier on, but they say they need none of that.
Yes, the extra leg.
The extra leg.
Like pipes.
You know the
I don't
strat,
know
the
what
extra
it
leg.
is.
That one, yeah.
It looks
The pipe.
weird.
It's a pipe.
Is it a pipe? It's
Yes,
like
it's
a
a pipe,
weird-looking
mate.
pipe. Where does it go?
Look, I'm there with you. I think it could have easily been like a robot leg or something, okay?
Yeah.
I believe.
Make sure it doesn't tumble over. I don't know.
But actually, we are going to be having a bit of a swap here, so this great mystery of Piper leg will have to remain for a while longer as Heddles and Makes will be heading out. So thanks, you two. Appreciate the segment.
GG's.
Bye.
And we're going to be full swapping here as we bring in Nagura and Dratnos. So we have a wombo combo here with Dr. Atnos on the desk that is going to allow us to once again do math here should we need it. But, we're coming up on the tail end of the day. And Dratnos, looking at everything that we've seen so far, where do you think our teams are sort of standing right now? And what are they trying to do here as they head into the final hours?
Yeah, it should be a very exciting finish of our day because we have Mistcount and Polish Mountain both on 55 points, both looking to improve to 56 with their current runs, both looking really strong. Then there's I Do It, who's struggled a lot more today. They have only 48 points, but a really interesting question is how Ur are going to do. So Ur, we're watching right now, they're at 36 points, which sounds like a lot less than 55, and it is. But they're going to be able to add a lot of points very easily because they can add 16 whole points by just going and doing that Cinder Brumetery. So all of a sudden, they actually could be in contention for catching up to or potentially overtaking either Mistcount or Polish Mountain. Now, Mistcount actually having a bit of a disaster going on their IPA poll. One of the brew droplets has collided with the boss, shielding the boss and killing their Warlock. There is no battle res for another 25 seconds as well, so Mistcount are going to have some difficulty recovering this one. I don't know if they'll be able to survive, and if they will, even if the timer will still be possible, a free sample takes out AJ, and this is going to be minus 20 minutes in the day for Mistcount.
Yeah, Mistcount crumbling as soon as Dratnos comes onto the desk here. Very interesting. They were playing so perfectly before that. I wonder what happened. Either way, Mistcount, of course, still sitting pretty... I don't want to say firmly in the lead because obviously they have 55 points, while Polish Mountain also does sit at 55. But of course, Miscount has the 2 chests on the board that they can get, so they can get those 2 extra points and then shoot ahead and get that number 1 spot. Now, they're not going to get those 2 points if they don't time the dungeon, though. And if they're going to continue to stay in this 19 Cinder Brew before they try and get those 2 points from the Motherlode, then that could actually go back and bite them. So maybe they actually are going there now. I think they might be considering this, right? Because we are nearing the last hour of the tournament, and maybe they're thinking, you know what, maybe we shouldn't play this too riskily. Let's move to that 20 Motherlode and just get those 2 points. But I'm just kidding. They are continuing to do the Cinder Brew. They think they still have enough time left to get those 2 points later on from their Motherlode, and they want to get that 19 done.
Yeah, I mean, Miscount are in a little bit of danger here. They're definitely still in a good position. Like you said, they're sitting on that 2 chest, which they can convert into more points than anybody else could get in the last hour. But Miscount would need to succeed in the run, and they've just lost 20 minutes to a wipe here in their meadery. If that happens again, or, 2 times more, Miscount are going to be potentially not improving from 55, and if that happens, Ur could easily overtake them, because Ur are sitting on a tiebreaker advantage right now relative to every single other team here, which is that they have a 20 timed and nobody else does. So if Ur can catch up on the point side of things, they will have that tiebreaker. Of course, if they don't catch up on the point side of things, it'll probably involve 20 Motherlodes being timed for other teams, and then that tiebreaker would go away. But still, there is a big opportunity here for Ur. There is still 70 minutes left in the day to start keys, which means Ur could finish this 18 Priory, go in 2 chests to 16 Meadery, and do an 18 Meadery. Pretty realistically, they could do all 3 of those things, and they could maybe even do 1 more key than that.
That would be
It's
close,
possible.
I think.
It would be. That would be tough, but it is doable. It's within the theoretical timer. It would require them to be perfect, which is already a question mark here, as we have lost a player to that Sacred Toll. Looks like the battle res is going to come out. But yeah, if say they just get the 20, 18, 18, that would be 56 points. Which is, and they would be sitting on a tiebreaker of the plus 20. So that would be good. Even if Miscount timed this Cinder Brew, for instance, Miscount would still need to improve to actually overtake Ur. And Polish Mountain would go to time tiebreakers if they time this Motherlode. So we actually have a really close race for those top 3 slots. And then I Do It right now look like they're likely to end in 4th place, but they could still contest for 3rd if Ur do badly, right? If Ur don't put any points up, then I Do It could maybe still hold on for a 3rd place finish here. 1st or 2nd is definitely out of reach for I Do It at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up a really good point, because especially at the start, like the first 1 or 2 hours, it looked like it went a little bit one-sided towards Miscount and Polish Mountain, because Ur was struggling so much to get their points done in Motherlode and to get their 20 timed there. But now we do see Miscount and Polish Mountain struggling as well in that key that Ur, or in those higher keys that Ur was struggling in earlier. So Ur will have the easy time now, or the easier time, because they are now on those lower keys, right? And as you said, once they go to the Cinder Brew, they have a 16 that they have to do, which shouldn't be a problem for them. They should be timing it pretty much first try, getting the 2 chests in, and then the 18 also shouldn't be that big of a deal for them. While Miscount and Polish Mountain, they are now at the end of the day, what's usually where you're the most exhausted and lose more of your focus. That's where they have to do the highest keys, right? So you're just deciding to go to play a little bit of a different strategy, might actually pay off for them, and they might actually just sneak in one of those top 2 spots and to make it to Sunday, potentially, if Miscount and Polish Mountain continue to struggle here, which will be very, very interesting to see. I Do It, as you said, also have potential chance to get 3rd, but to get to top 2 would be a lot harder for I Do It, because, of course, they did struggle quite a bit more than you're already on those lower keys at the very start of the day.
Yeah, again, and nothing against I Do It. It's been fun to watch them play today. I've been loving that prop paladin gameplay that they've been showing off, along with the enhanced shaman, the marksmanship hunter. It's been great fun to watch them play. So really glad that they were able to make it to our tournament here. But It is Miscount and Polish Mountain that are working on vital keystones right now for their fate in the tournament and for making it to Sunday, for holding off Yur's advance at the end of the day. So these are vitally important keystones that we are watching right now. Miscount starting off that 19 Cinder Brew again, and the way that they wiped in this dungeon, the IPA droplets problem is a really interesting one, because when you think about this dungeon, that seems like one of the most, important mechanics that you would try the hardest to not mess up. But because you're doing these at such an optimized level, you are trying to keep those droplets close enough to the boss that you're cleaving, that you're being efficient. And also, you can't move around the whole room because there's still some trash over there that you don't want to accidentally pull. So it's deceptively one of the hardest parts of the dungeon. We saw Wunderbar last weekend wiping a ton to that as well. I think they lost 2 Cinderbrew 20s to that exact same thing as well.
Yeah, I also wonder, because they did eventually have trash that was pulled onto the boss. We did see Hearthjack's kind of sheeping ads off to the side. So I'm not sure if that was something they pulled on accident, and that's what kind of caused that chain reaction of then a droplet reaching the boss because people were focusing on other things, or if the droplet reached the boss first and then they accidentally pulled because chaos ensued and things were just falling apart. So either way, as you said, that pull can be very dangerous, especially because that extra charge is there, which on live keys a lot of people choose to just clear the whole room, right? Because of course that boss requires you to hide it around a lot more if you don't want to deal with those droplets. But it's a lot more efficient to skip trash in that area, because a lot of the maps that people sometimes skip on live keys, they're pretty easy to do with other pulls. So skipping trash in that IPA room is actually usually pretty beneficent for these TGP teams or MDI teams, as we see here. Miscount about to finish off that first boss here, dealing with the first room pretty easily as well. And Polish Mountain also finishing off their second boss in their plus 20 Motherload. So both Miscount and Polish Mountain do a pretty good job so far on their high keys, respectively.
Yeah, things are nearing the end for Polish Mountain's Motherload, but Miscount are heading over to the right side first. Now, the Wunderbar strat in the plus 20 that they did last weekend was to do this pull and then run back over to the left side, right? Run back over to the IPA side. I suspect that that's what Miscount are up to as well. I mean, I also have just done this dungeon before, so it's not a complete mystery to us what their plan is going to be in here. But this is a nice, efficient pull that you can do right after the boss, and then you can head back over to the other side. The interesting thing about this dungeon as well is you're playing this Warlock, so there's a lot of running around, these rooms you've already cleared in the meadery. But Warlock gateways save you, 5 seconds every time you click one. Over the course of this dungeon, they can click like 3 or 4 good Warlock gateways and save a ton of time maneuvering through this dungeon. So another W for the Warlocks in this particular dungeon. This dungeon's, it's like it was made for Warlock to be good.
Very true. We do also see Polish Mountain now, as they are fighting the trash between Azrok and Rixa. This is a trash that we've seen many teams struggle with. So many random deaths can happen here as these Echo Blades come out on top of debuffs and other just fixate damages coming through from all of these very dangerous mobs that they're pulling. And you can see they're also just chaining in more and more mobs. They're also utilizing this kind of triangle marker that we've seen Wunderbar do last weekend, where I'm not sure if it was the tank, but probably it was.
I think it
now.
Probably was, yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of putting down a marker to indicate where he's going to be gathering up the trash pack. And that's, of course, very nice for the damage dealers to know where they should be placing their damage that is like round placed damage, and also just generally know where the trash is going to be gathering eventually. So that's a very cool thing that you guys can also adapt to potentially in your keys as well if you're playing a tank. Even in a random pack, at some point people will realize why you're placing that marker and what it means, or you can explain it at the start of the key. So definitely very cool adaptation that is helping out a lot of damage dealers as well.
All right, looks like we're going to see a meld skip here for Polish Mountain into the boss room, but Yur are nearing the end of their 18 Priory. A vitally important there. Ooh, we saw what happened there was a blind came out. So what happened there was the healer spun around and then hit Penance, and Penance spins you back around onto the target that you're aiming it at. So you have to like re-spin yourself around, and the timing on that just didn't properly work out. So ended up leading to an extra blind. Not the end of the world though. It doesn't kill you. It doesn't do extra damage. I don't think. It just blinds you. So they were able to survive. Luckily, because no mechanics were shot in that direction. And it looks like you are going to have about 2 minutes left over on the timer here. That would be a little sketchy if they wanted to do this dungeon on a plus 19, but I suspect that they are going to head straight to the meadery because they need to get that meadery on the board. There's only an hour left in the day. There's 3 dungeons in 5 hours. So 1 hour for the last dungeon is not a good amount of time, but hopefully they can get at least 2 runs of that dungeon on the board, advance to 56 points with a plus 20 as their best key, and that might be good enough. That might be good enough if Miscount and or Polish Mountain struggle a little bit in this last hour as well, which could very much happen. You can see these health bars for Polish Mountain as they're trying to fight this war machine on the boss, looking so sketchy.
Yeah, one more thing to mention about Ur is since they didn't play Cinderbrew at all just yet, and they kind of stuck to that meta comp mainly, we don't really know if they have a Warlock player or somebody that can pull out that spec, if that potentially is the best spec that they want to play in Cinderbrew. Now, of course, they could also just play Cinderbrew without the Warlock, but clearly most other teams have agreed on that the Warlock is the best class or the best spec to play there. So we'll see what Ur is going to be doing in just a moment. But yeah, as you said, Polish Mountain struggling a little bit there at the start with the War Machine. Did manage to finish it off now, so it should be no problem for them to do the rest of this boss fight. Unless they're pulling more trash. Looked like for a second that there's some more trash coming in for a moment. But yeah, there we go. There's another War Machine that is getting added. So more danger coming in as the AoE is coming through from the War Machine on top of all of the boss mechanics, of course.
Yeah, that darkness doing a lot of work there for them. A very powerful cooldown that the Vengeance Demon Hunters have in Mythic Plus to help your group through that sort of damage. It sort of helps that on that boss you get all grouped together in a small space. Anyways, Miscount, however, are going to be fighting Bank Busby next. So they actually are not quite on the Wunderbar path through this dungeon of right, left, right. After the first boss. They are instead just sticking with what they were doing in the lower level keystones in this dungeon, which is just going all the way to Bank and then going back across and going all the way over towards IPA. The Lust timing here is interesting to me though, because Lust is off cooldown for them. They just hit their PI, they just hit their Infernal, they did all their CDs except for, I guess, all of their CDs basically came at the start of this poll, but they didn't hit Lust. I wonder when they're planning to use that.
Yeah, that is a good point. We do see Polish Mountain actually have a full wipe there at the very end of their boss fight. As I'm not sure what exactly happened. It was definitely something with that War Machine that they were fighting on top of Rixa there and just causing a full wipe, having to reset the key once more. And this is a big time loss for Polish Mountain. Now we are at the last hour of the tournament day, and this is the opportunity for Ur to catch up and make it to the top 2. There's a replay to see of what happened here as, yeah, we do see the War Machine just casting that AoE coming through. Not sure how, I'm not sure what happened exactly.
It looked like they got caught. Off. Yeah, so the combination of the charge shot AoE plus a tick of that ground ended up being it. Watch here, as it looks like some of them were trying to stay in that little safe spot over in the corner, but then they realized that the catalyst was going to expand and fill that space. So everybody's sort of running over to the side and taking even a tick of that ground, not survivable, especially the boss blasting your tank as well from far away.
Yeah. Disaster.
Brutal.
For Polish Mountain here.
It's bad news for Polish Mountain. That's great news for Ur, though. If you're a Ur fan out there, you're casting hexes upon Polish Mountain and Miscount, and it's just worked out with both teams having now wiped in their dungeon attempts. And remember, both teams are at 55 points. Ur have a very clean pathway ahead of them to get to 56 here. So Polish Mountain and Miscount, only an hour left in the day. Not much more room for mistakes like that if they want to be able to stay ahead of Ur and make it to Sunday.
Yeah, definitely have to play really clean from here on out. Miscount, on the other hand, not having any of those issues just yet, as they're still on 0 deaths in their plus 19 Cinderbrew here. They do still hold on to this Bloodlust, so we'll see what they're going to be using it in just a moment. And yeah, their route, of course, being a little bit different compared to what we've seen from Wunderbar and a lot of the other teams last weekend. Just going to Busby first before they go to IPA. Polish Mountain back in that plus 20. Struggling a little bit there at the very start as they are doing this Peacekeeper pull that we've seen them do before instead of doing the box skip. I kind of like the Peacekeeper pull because it does save you a little bit of time of not having to do the jump over. But then at the same time, I feel like they have to commit so much for this one. So the next pull is quite a bit harder. But I mean, so far that's not what caused their issues in this meta load for sure.
Yeah, the Peacekeepers are these mobs that can feel pretty inefficient to kill. I mean, you look at their count, right? They did all that work, and they only picked up 7% count from that. But on the other hand, you do have to compare it to the skip, and the skip would take some time as well, right? So right now, they're spending some time, for instance, skipping a Peacekeeper. This still costs them time, and it doesn't even give them any count. So sometimes you have to choose between two bad options when it comes to pathing, and it looks like that's what they've decided to do is maybe favor fighting that Peacekeeper. It's sort of nice as well if you're gonna do a skip to fight something beforehand rather than just start the dungeon with 2 skips, because that way at least you get to get some of your cooldowns actually on CD so that you can get value out of them. So definitely an interesting change from the main routes that we saw last weekend, which were basically allergic to ever fighting a Peacekeeper.
Yep, a big change from Group A to Group B here in just 1 week. As we do also see Yer now in that Cinderbrew, as we talked about, that last dungeon that they still have to get score on the board from. And it's going to be 16 points, which is obviously going to shoot them up quite a bit. And as I mentioned earlier about the Warlock, they're actually not playing the Warlock. So Matteo, their Moonkin player, is the player that should theoretically be switching to that Warlock. And as far as we are aware, Matteo doesn't actually play Warlock and is a Moonkin main. So they decided to stick to that composition and not utilize that Warlock, which potentially could mean that they're also going to play a little bit of a different route to what we've seen the other teams play. But yeah, we'll see what they're doing here as they are about to finish off that first boss here and looking very clean. First try, not having to reset the first pull. Obviously, it is the lowest key level here. As I said, it's probably going to not take them too much time. But then at the same time, that first pull in Cinderbrew can be really rough. So resetting that once, even on a 16, would not be super surprising.
All right, here come Missed Count. My question from earlier of when they're hitting Lust has its answer. They were hitting Lust a few minutes later on this big pull in the IPA room. A Hobgoblin going to be joining the party late here. Out comes Barrier from Missed Count, and they need to get through this pull kind of soon. They're going to exhaust their defensives and their offensive CDs soon here. That Hobgoblin can live for a while, but everything else needs to start dying or else those free samples casts are going to start going through. You can see the Blast Nova coming out from Hearthjax, followed by the Blinding Sleet from Verb, but not much left in the tank in the way of stopping further casts. Psychic Scream is going to have to be the next one, but now those free samples are starting to threaten to go off here. Another cast goes through, and you can see even one cast of those sends somebody to half health, but they were able to get through before too many of them went off. Now it's just the Hobgoblin left, and it looks like Missed Count have made it through this dangerous pull on the IPA side. But it's an interesting point you brought up with Yer playing the Moonkin in this dungeon, because we talked about how it seems, I talked about at least how I thought this dungeon is like made for Warlock. There's a lot of really good stuff Warlock can do. This fight in particular is one that I think Warlock shines the most in, IPA, what we're watching right now, because IPA is one of these bosses that throws out 2 magic dispels. And the idea is, okay, your healer dispels one of them and then heals the other until their dispel comes back off cooldown, right? But with a Warlock in the group, they can just use Imp Dispel as well, and now you're just dispelling both of them. And that makes the HPS requirement on this fight, the pressure on players' defensives as well, is a lot lower. But Yer are just going to have to deal with that to some extent. They will have Mass Dispel for every few of them, but it's still going to be a lot scarier. But other than that, I mean, this is still a good Moonkin dungeon, right? We talk about it being a good Warlock dungeon, but a lot of the pulls that Warlock does big damage on, Moonkin will also do really big damage on.
Yeah, and even if you don't have that Dispel on this boss in particular, you do also still have good utility here coming in from the Druid, right? You have that Vortex, which is incredibly nice for these droplets, and then of course you also have the Typhoon in case something gets too close. So definitely nice utility, especially if you're playing on such a small room that they've left for them with all of this trash that they decided to skip here. So definitely going to be nice there as well. So we'll see how Ur is going to be dealing with this as they're moving there. They did do that pull on the right side of the dungeon and then are moving to the IPA side as well, which, as you mentioned earlier, is something that Wunderbar did as well last weekend. And yeah, we're going to see a miscount now. I mean, the boss is actually dropping kind of slowly. It is at plus 19, of course, so that's always something you have to consider. And you have to put damage into the droplets as well. But yeah, they are slowly but surely making progress through this boss fight.
Yeah, looking good here. That 3 chest timer about to expire for miscount, which means they've used 60% of their timer. But they're about to be done with the third of 4 bosses, and they are basically done with their count as well. So after this, there's just that one pull of the Yes Men, and then the last boss. Miscount looking great on the timer. They just have to keep these brew drops under control, which is actually an area where the Moonkin is maybe a little bit better, right? You've got Ursul's Vortex, which is just incredibly good against these brew drops in particular.
Yep, definitely nice to have that utility there. There we go. Let's take a look at Ur as Melon does go down to an explosive brew here, going off. Maybe everyone else did actually line of sight it?
That looked like what happened to me, yeah, was that they were planning to line of sight it, and it just didn't quite work out for their Death Knight, but everybody else was able to line of sight that brew. This is a strategy that Wunderbar sort of were using last weekend. It was really strong of just ignoring those brews, spawning them in line of sight. The key insight is that those always spawn exactly on your tank, so if your tank just kind of tucks themselves into a corner, they can then lead to all of them being pretty easy to line of sight. But it doesn't come without risk. You need to actually make sure to be line of sighting them. The fact that Ur have chosen to come to this dungeon at the end of the day as well might mean that this might be the dungeon that they're least confident in as well, right? Often that would be how you would sequence your day. So we'll see how the rest of the dungeon turns out for Ur. They are still on good 2-chest pace, which is important. If they don't get the 2-chest here, maybe they're looking at capping out at 55 instead of 56. Which would be a lot less strong, although it would actually still be good enough if Miscount and Polish Mountain don't improve.
Yeah, but you obviously do not want to bank on other teams not improving, which with 50 minutes left in a day, there's still plenty of chance for Miscount and Polish Mountain to time any of those keys that they're currently working on, or another key as well to get those to get that one extra point that they would need to beat Ur if we're not considering time tiebreakers that I'm currently not really sure who would be winning on. But yeah, you're looking good though. They are pulling that IPA room a little bit differently. It looks like they're pulling a little bit more trash. But there we go. There's a replay coming through. I think that's the vibe. Yeah, so we do have a spouting stout. Oh, so we actually have that trash pulled, right?
I think sprouting stout is a swirly here. One of these swirlies, perhaps? Let's see. Watching our DK in the bottom left there. Dodging out of one swirly into another.
Another one.
And now once you're down a DK there, you're going to be in trouble because you're going to be losing some of your CC rotation on the droplets. And that was probably what led to the rest of the wipe. But miscount, that was last dungeon. This one is looking a lot better for them. Or that was earlier. But now they are near the end here, which is looking good. That was this dungeon. So they were able to recover that. Nicely done by Missed Count. And they're now just on these last few mobs. I didn't see a Dominate Mind come out on one of these Yes Men, which can be something to save a little bit of time here. But it looks like Missed Count aren't going to need that, or even to come anywhere close to needing that. Their timer is looking so good here.
Yeah, so the Dominate Mind, like, just to clarify, just to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, like, it only helps you to not have one of the Yes Men get the damage buff, right? Because they don't get more HP, correct?
They do get healed when the others die as well, and that gets ignored as well.
Oh,
so
I see. Okay.
You can cleave like 2 of them down and then Dominate Mind one at 30% health while the other is about to die. And that's a way you can actually effectively cleave on this pull, where normally cleave damage is kind of useless here.
So I guess it's only really valuable when you have a Warlock with Havoc, I presume, because of course, first of all, one of them needs to be low enough for the mind control to actually make sense, or Dominate Mind. And then on top of that, you're taking away a target for the mage to get value off from their funnel as well, right?
Yeah, so maybe they've just decided that it's not worth. I feel like it's just all the free incidental cleave that actually gets to get value is worth it, but it is an interesting question. Yeah, maybe they've just decided they'd rather have an extra target up for the rest of for when they're fighting with just 3 of them and just 2 of them, so that they can have the extra arcane mage damage. That could absolutely be what they're up to. But Polish Mountain fighting Azarok once again. This boss hasn't proven to be too difficult, but Rixa Fluxflame now, in their near future, is a boss that they can't afford to lose another run to. This is such an important run for Polish Mountain because this gets them to that 56 points, which is probably where Ur will cap out, although Ur could theoretically still get to 57. But 56 with a plus 20 as their best run should be maybe good enough for Polish Mountain to make it to Sunday. That's the thing, that even then, they'll still have to probably go and do another key just to feel safe.
Yeah, so if Polish Mountain gets to 56, right, and Ur times this plus 2 and does the 18, then it would just be about time tiebreakers, right? And I guess Polish Mountain is looking good currently.
So if Polish Mountain and Ur go to time tiebreakers right now, it's going to involve a lot of keys that aren't on the board yet, and a Priory 18, which is the only key that both teams have done. And that one, they are 4 seconds apart, so it'll probably be close. It depends on how the Motherload 20 works out here for Polish Mountain. The timer that Ur had in this dungeon was 33 minutes flat, so pretty close to the end of the timer. If Polish Mountain are faster than that, then that might set them up to do well on the time tie breaks if it comes down to that against Ur.
Yeah, because in my opinion, it does seem somewhat likely that we might actually get to a time tiebreaker. Because Polish Mountain, I hope they'll time this 20 because they've been spending a lot of time here. But to me, it's also possible that they're not timing anything after that because, of course, we're getting to a territory where the keys are just very difficult and we're nearing the end of the day. While I do think for Ur, it is also very likely that they're timing the 16 plus 2 and then getting the 18 done within the rest of the day, right? So, and if that is the final count that they're getting, then that would be that time tiebreaker that we're talking about, which does seem somewhat likely to me. So definitely going to be a very interesting end of the day today. Now, both teams could potentially get more than that as well if they time everything from here on out, which would make it more interesting. But yeah, of course, that's also considering that they would make 0 mistakes and just time everything from here on. Miscount, on the other hand, they are in a really good spot if they get this 19 done, and then they will very, very likely go to that Motherload and potentially be able to get those 2 points that they can realize from that 18 2-chested Motherload that is still not available, which would put them in number 1 spot pretty firmly without anyone else being able to reach them.
Yeah, 58 points would be the outcome of that, and that is probably unassailable here. It's not technically unassailable just yet. Polish Mountain could theoretically get 58 as well, but it would be very tight for that to be even a possibility at this point. So, but that's the interesting thing for Miscount. If they can kill this boss in the next 5 minutes, which they almost certainly can, do you go to the 20 Motherload, or do you do it on 19 instead, which would be a little bit safer, but would maybe not guarantee you through to Sunday, because that would be 57 points, but Ur could theoretically get to 57 as well, as could Polish Mountain, and they would have a 20, which would beat your tiebreakers. So Miscount, they're looking strong right now, but they're actually not safe yet either, and they probably, in order to become safe, do want to do that 20 Motherload, but that's doing a plus 20 key with only 30 minutes left in the day, right? Like that is scary. It's very easy for something to go wrong at a key that level.
It is a very good point. I am kind of surprised that they're leaving this Motherload for the very end of the day. Either they think it's very difficult for them to actually execute it, or they are just so confident that they're gonna first try it that they left it for there. Because, yeah, this dungeon that they are in right now, they're getting 1 point from this. And they had a full wipe earlier on IPA, which cost them 20 minutes. And at that point, they only had an hour left in the day. They could have decided to go into the Motherload and play it the safe way, Rick. Because if they get those 2 points from the Motherload, that's of course a lot more valuable. Not only would it be 2 points, but it also would be the high key tiebreaker as well, at least equalized with the rest of the teams if Polish Mountain also get this 20 done here, right? So it was a very interesting decision by Miscount, and I would love to ask them maybe afterwards on why they decided to do this. But yeah, now we're probably gonna see them go into this plus 20 Motherlode, unless, as you say, maybe they're not so confident and they just decide to do 19 and then hope that they're not gonna like lose out on a tiebreaker afterward.
I feel like that's not a winning mentality, though, right?
Yeah.
Like that's not a decision you could ever imagine a team that's going to win the MDI making, right? Just because, you know, that would involve fear. And fear isn't an emotion that you can have if you're going to try and win the MDI. You've got to believe in yourself, your ability to time these keys, even if you need to clutch it out and, you know, one-shot it, which Miscount don't even need to do that, right? They have 42 minutes to reattempt this key at their whim. So in comes the Motherlode. Let's see what level it's going to be. I would be shocked if it wasn't a 20. I think you got to go for the 20 if you are Miscount in this spot.
Yeah, I do think so as well. And they also are now playing that meta comp that they didn't play before. They did play the Warlock earlier, and that like off meta comp that they were choosing to play. And it is a plus 20. So yes, we'll see if they manage to get this done within the rest of the day. And yeah, there's also a replay that Dretnos wants to talk about. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so while we're watching some of these boss fights, we can also take a look at a little incident that happened here for Miscount. So while the rest of the group was taking these bees on upwards, unfortunately what happened there was that looks like what probably happened there was the downward trend was targeted on somebody in the air, so we couldn't see the texture of where it was aiming. And then that ended up killing AJ. So let's watch here. Yeah, it just leaped over and it was aimed in the air, so we couldn't see the ground texture that's normally associated with that, and it just slam dunked him into the ground, leading to minus 15 seconds, but otherwise not a big deal because Miscount were so far ahead of that timer. That would be a tragic way to lose a key, though.
And good that their whole team wasn't just standing still there, and I guess their Warlock did survive as well, which is good. So, yeah, that would have been tragic.
Yeah, it's going to take more than that to kill a Warlock.
Yeah. Looking at the timer here for Yer, so it's actually pretty important for them to two-chest this key, because otherwise they wouldn't be super easily be able to get to Polish Mountain's score and Miscount's score as well to potentially get this +2 top 2 spot. So looking at the timer, 6 minutes left. That's definitely good enough, but they do not want to make any major mistakes on the Yes Man or on Goldie either.
Yeah, it should be fine for them on the timer, and more importantly, the way this dungeon has looked for Yer makes me think there's a very good chance that they can get that 18 done, right? Sometimes you watch a team doing a +16 key and you're like, oh, this is going to be scary, but Yer have looked really smooth in here. They do have 2 deaths on the board, but this has looked like a really nice run for them in general, so I don't think this is a case of like, oh, they weren't ready for Cinderbrew or anything like that. I think they're looking pretty solid in this dungeon. Even though they don't have that Warlock ready, I think it's going to be more than enough for them to put that 18 on the board, in which case being able to do that 20 Motherlode at the start of the day might really pay off for them. I mean, Yer are very much still in the race for one of these slots out of this group.
Yeah, they definitely are. I did want to take a look at Polish Mountain because they are in that +20 boss fight that they were wiping to earlier, 20 minutes in, which cost them so much time. And the last time they died because they were pulling a second War Machine in, and then it caused things to just kind of go wrong from there. They kind of didn't decide on where they're going to position, and now that second War Machine is in once more. So let's see if Polish Mountain can execute this one. You can see how dangerous this actually becomes all of a sudden, right? Because you have that War Machine just doing huge amounts of AoE to the group, while on top of that, you need to make sure that you're working with that little space. You have the bombs that are spawning that you have to CC, which they are utilizing different kinds of CC rotations on. You saw the Vortex come out, and Grips and Typhoons, making sure that they don't have to deal with that bomb whenever they have a very little amount of space left in a room, and they deal with them once they have more space, like we see right here. But yeah, definitely a little bit difficult and dangerous to play double War Machines on this boss.
Yeah, this is one of these bosses where the movement is precise and there's heavy incoming damage. And not only is there heavy incoming group damage from the War Machine, there's very heavy incoming tank damage from the boss. We saw that graph earlier of, comparing tank damage between this boss and Azerok, for instance, but your tank is just getting beat up here. Already the pain suppression has had to be used just to keep the tank alive. No last resort available here either. A very plausible way that you could lose this boss and lose in this dungeon is just your tank going down. I mean, watch that tank's health bar. Every single time Rixa uses that auto attack replacement ability, just drops the tank's health bar by a huge amount. So Polish Mountain are going to be able to get through, though. That War Machine goes down, and that should be the worst of it done now, because when you're playing a tank, oftentimes your own damage intake is important, but especially if you've got a healer that is able to heal you really effectively, which Oracle Disc can. Something that's super important and underrated to think about is how much damage is my group taking. Because if my group is taking heavy damage, that means my healer can't heal me as much, and that way I'm much more likely to die. And that boss with the War Machine is a really good example of that phenomenon. We see tanks die on this boss because of that exact thing all the time.
Yeah, it definitely does happen. We do see Polish Mountain still has to play quite a bit of trash, even though they did pull those 2 War Machines. But let's take a look at Ur and their +2 timer. They're now on the last boss. We talked about how important it is for them to get this 2 chest. They still have 2 minutes left, which should be good enough to get through 53% of HP on a +16 here. But yeah, definitely don't want to make any major mistakes, and do want to make sure that they are focusing, that they're pressing the correct buttons in the correct order to the most amount of damage. But I do believe that Ur is going to be capable of doing that, as Polish Mountain did have a death come through, unfortunately.
Doesn't look catastrophic for them.
Yeah.
Oh, was it a tank death on the
I
Gather?
think it was a tank death on the Gather. I might be wrong, though.
Oh! Oh my god, I'm just watching Polish Mountain. The tank in the oil. And this is scary. He needs to grab more stuff, I think. In some danger of having another tank death here. No last resort available. Getting shot here by so many of these mobs as well. Looks like it's going to be okay, though. Polish Mountain gets back to the group. And the specialists are in. There's the Sigil of Chains, gathering up all of those mines and those specialists. Looks like this time it's going to work out okay for them, but that was really scary for a moment there. Polish Mountain nearly losing a lot of time. You got to be really careful as well whenever you kind of fail a gather and then try and come back and do it again, because all of those mines will be like pre-activated, and that could catch you by surprise. It looks like, though, Polish Mountain, oh, he's going to hunt over and grab that specialist that was polymorphed by the boss room. Here's another pain suppression charge as well. That's the last one for a while. But you are going to be finishing off Goldie Baron Bottom. More than 30 seconds left on that 2-chest timer as well. So they've unlocked the right to go straight into that +18. 35 minutes left in the day. So they very much could still do that +18 and then do another key. That would require them one-shotting 2 keys back-to-back. But it could happen, which means you could be playing here still for 57 points. That could be very scary for Polish Mountain. They need to not wipe here at the end of this Motherlode again.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial for Polish Mountain to get this 20 done that they've been working on for quite a while now at this point. And even though it looked so clean for them for the rest of the dungeon, now that tank death on the Gather cost them quite a bit of time. So we'll see if they're going to be able to recover. There we go. We do see the replay come through. Yes. Yeah, so that was just okay, so it wasn't at the end of the Gather, at least.
Yeah, it was the start of the Gather, so it's a lot less bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Gather, here comes another dangerous pull. Double War Machine and like 7 mines. This is going to be the Bloodlust for Polish Mountain as well. And they're going to be focusing damage into that skull-marked War Machine if they can, so they can try and stop the danger of this pull, which is 2 War Machines being alive as soon as possible. Another set of mines being spawned on them. So they're forced to keep kiting here. You got to be careful when you're kiting in this area as well, that you don't kite too quickly and end up in the boss or pulling mobs through the boss and getting in boss combat before you're ready. Just watching those health bars go down, this is not the kind of thing that they would feel comfortable adding a boss to at this key level.
And definitely not. They are making sure they focus on one of the War Machines. Theoretically, they could pull 1 War Machine on top of the boss, which is still not something that I would do, considering that their timer is actually pretty good, but the last boss actually takes quite a long, especially if you do not have Bloodlust available, because they did just use it here, and they also used a lot of offensive cooldowns, so maybe that last boss is actually going to ramp up to quite a bit of time. It looks like they are dropping low as one more charge. AoE is coming through from that War Machine as they're kiting those bombs as well. But yeah, I do think the timer is looking good for them. In the meantime, we did see Yer go straight back into that plus 18, of course, making sure they get those 2 extra points on the board to move up to that 56, which would be the same score that Miscount is at right now, and move them into top 2 if Polish Mountain does not finish this key here. But even if Polish Mountain finishes the key, Yer does have the opportunity to beat them in a tiebreaker or potentially even do a key afterwards. So definitely a very, very close race between the top 3 teams here. In the meantime, we haven't talked about I Do It for quite a while. They are at the bottom right side, and they are about to finish off that plus 17 mother load that they're working on. Unfortunately for I Do It, it's going to be impossible at this point to make it to the top 2, so they are not going to be making it to Sunday, but they are putting up a really good effort. As we talked about numerous times, they are a team that kind of just jumped in last second. They are the 26th seed from the time trials, so really good job for them to even time the keys that they did so far, and they are putting up a good show for them as well.
Yeah, very nice to watch I Do It. They are definitely eliminated for even, I think, third is now out of reach, given that we're able to put that 16 Cinder Brew on the board, 5 points ahead of I Do It. I Do It about to advance to 50 points, which is a lot of points, but your Polish Mountain and Miscount so far ahead now. But yeah, I agree with everything you said. It's been great to watch I Do It play, and I hope that we will see them in future MDIs as well. But it is a very close race at the end of the day for the 2 slots out of this group. 3 teams are still in contention for those 2 slots. All 3 teams are either at or fighting to get to 56 points, and all 3 teams have the potential to go higher than that as well. Missed Count are in that plus 20 motherload, going for 58 points. It would be a locked-in first place for them if they can succeed, but if they fail, they might get eliminated today. It could very easily happen if they don't. In fact, if they don't put this key on the board and are able to succeed in their Cinder Brew, then Miscount are going to be potentially out of here, because Polish Mountain are not stopping either. Polish Mountain about to finish off their plus 20 motherload. They've made it through the intermission on Mogul Razdunk. They have a bunch of time to spare. This is going to be a very, very interesting end of our day. There are 30 minutes left in our day, which means it's a good time to talk about how the end of the day works in this MDI format that we used to be the TGP format. Now it's just our general MDI format. If you can start a key, you can finish that key at the end of the day. That's the rule. So in 30 minutes, we are going to close dungeons. You won't be able to start a new key, but you can finish any key that's currently underway. What does that mean for our 3 teams? Well, Miscount have the time to finish this key and start another one. So does Polish Mountain, and so does Yer as well. For Yer, it would be close. For Polish Mountain, I mean, they're going to have plenty of time to start 1 more key, but definitely not enough time to start 2 more keys. So all 3 of our teams can still get many more points on the board, although Yer having a death there on the first boss of Cinder Brew, so that's their battle res used. If Yer have to reset this key, then they won't have time to do another one afterwards, so then their ceiling will become 56 instead of 57.
It's looking so close here in the final minutes, right? We've got 30 minutes left, like you were pointing out, Dratnos, and after that, all runs will be final, and it is really coming down to the wire, which is exactly what we hoped to see from these teams going in today, as we had some strong contenders coming in. Now, we are also going to have some strong casters coming in, because we are changing over the guard here. We're going to be saying bye, at least for now, Nagura, but thank you so much for today, and we'll be seeing more of Nagura later this weekend, so don't worry, everybody, but we'll see you later.
Bye!
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 And we're getting Zyro and Tettles in, and you know, Zyro, I have to say, earlier, everybody in chat was talking about how they could listen to you do audiobooks, how they could listen to your voice, you know, they would watch like sleep videos, they find your voice soothing, they find it informational, educational. So can you maybe give us a little bit of your insights as we come into the last portion of the day and why these runs for each of these teams are so critical?
That makes me a little uncomfortable. I'm gonna move my mic a little closer to my mouth so it starts peaking more, so they can start complaining about my mic being
Great.
bad again instead. That's a little more comfortable for me.
For
No,
sure.
I think Drados did a great job covering end of day everything there. I don't really have much to add. I mean, it's going to be a very, very close battle between Polish Mountain and Ur. Not Ya, as I said when I joined. It's Ur, sorry.
Oh,
But
you're
it's
having
really
a death here.
interesting. Yeah.
They're gonna have to
This
reset.
is bad. Okay,
Okay,
this is
so-
really bad timing potential-wise because we only have 28 minutes left in the day, so if they were able to make this run work, they could have potentially started another one overtime like you were talking about earlier, but this pretty much eliminates that possibility. Like, Ur can really only get just these 2 points from this 18 by the end of the day.
I think the most important run is actually the miscount one that was kind of being discussed earlier as well, because for your and I mean, I'm assuming the Polish Mountain are about to sign this key right here. They're going to have the 20, which is the ultimate tiebreaker if everybody's locked up at 56 points. Miscount has to be able to time this dungeon. Basically, they could in theory go and do 19. I think that would be a blunder considering their aspirations are to win this MDI, but. If they don't actually put up a 20 within the time period for the remainder of the day, that could send them home realistically.
Yeah, so this is huge. We've learned two very important things in the past little bit here. Polish Mountain have timed their 20 motherload, and Ur have had to reset this Cinder Brew metery. This actually has huge implications because now Miscount actually only need the 19 to guarantee their survival to tomorrow. Or to Sunday, rather. So if
There's
wipe,
no way they go for that, right?
if they wipe, they probably should put in the 19. The question is just whether they are tracking that at all or not thinking about it, right? Because you don't want to be using any of your brain power that could be spent on interrupting mobs, looking at another team's results and
Okay.
thinking through the implications. But the fact is now 57 would be out of reach for Ur, so Miscount only need to get there to guarantee a top 2.
Their timer's also insane, though, right? Tuttle's like, they're super fast here.
Oh, I mean, they're going to be, I don't even know, 4 minutes under, something like that.
Yeah.
I think there's a world where they still time this dungeon on a 21 today.
I think so as well. But if they
the-
do wipe, they should go 19.
Yeah, I think that they're probably a little bit too prideful to go 19, if I'm being honest. And frankly, again, if their aspirational goals are to truly win the TGP, or win the MDI, you got to clutch up at some point, right? Like you're going to have to be able to put up the best level runs. We saw Wunderbar last weekend one-shot the 21 Darkflame Cleft. You need to be able to have performances that are akin to that if you want to be able to win.
I think that's true up until it's guaranteed that you only need a certain number to survive. And then I would say if that happens, leave Prideful in Shadowlands Season 1 and just go take the points that you need.
+2.
A lot of the top teams though use the group stage as, I guess, like a testing grounds or like practice for the global finals, right? Where if this is a team that truly believes that they can win the global finals, they use the group stage as like, all right, this is how we're going to practice the global finals days to be able to kind of set ourselves up nicely to be able to win.
Yeah, I think it's a good point as well that their timer is just looking so good. I mean, they had
Their timer
the
is
2 chest
great.
in the 18. They are very likely to be the fastest team in this Motherload. Speaking of timers in Motherloads, with Polish Mountain putting that on the board, we've gotten some more information about the Polish Mountain versus Ur tiebreak situation, which could come up here. And Polish Mountain were 1 minute and 40 seconds faster in the Motherload. Of course, you're barely timing that key. Polish Mountain had 1 minute and 40 seconds to spare, which means that unless Ur can put up a 27-minute brewery in this plus 18, then Polish Mountain will have the time tiebreakers on them if it comes down to that at the end of the day. Polish Mountain, though, are having a death at the start of their 19 Cinder Brew. The 19 Cinder Brew would basically guarantee Polish Mountain playing in Sunday. So another very important key. All 3 of our non-I Do It teams are in very important keys. I Do It looks like they are heading into a 17 Cinder Brew as well, which will be fun to watch too, but they are eliminated for the purposes of the rest of the competition.
Let me add some more context to this 20 Motherload. So, missed count here on screen have a 13-11 Azeroth split. A Team 07 that has qualified to global finals and timed 20 Motherload a couple of days ago, or like last week during group play, during Group B, timed it with a 17:42 Azeroth split, and they were still 1 minute under. So with the current pacing, missed count are pacing somewhere to be 3 to 4 minutes under on the timer. This allows missed count potentially one medium bad level mistake. Not even just like I guess they couldn't full wipe. Anything better than a full wipe, and miscount probably still times this key. A full wipe would probably deplete them, but that's like the only thing that could stop them at this point. They are very, very fast here.
And the routing isn't even that big of a deal here, right? It's not like they're getting to this section of the dungeon and they have to pull extra war machines. This is the standard routing. I mean, look at their count here. They're going to be at 80 or even higher than that once they do end up cleaving the 2 war machines on top of the boss. The Bloodlust isn't actually even going to be up for the 2nd war machine on this boss. This is ridiculously fast.
Again, 07 put up a 2236 Rixa Flux Flame. Missed count is going to have a 21 something.
They are having to deal with this fight, though, with the war machines for a long time without that lust. I would be less worried about the timer and more about the possibility of wiping to this.
Kira's HP is probably the most important thing. So Megs did a good segment earlier where she highlighted the damage differences on tank damage between Azerok and Rixa Flux Flame. And basically every single time Rixa Flux Flame is in this active phase, aka not casting Propellant Blast on the tank, Kira is in a lot of danger here. And you can see AJ as well has no longer any more charges of pain suppression available to him. So they are actually kind of emptying the bag here in terms of what defensive they have available for Kira. Kira has pressed his meta. The power word barrier also going down. I feel like this is a situation where if Kira's going to die, it's probably going to be after this next couple propellant blasts. But this is kind of the most important part of this fight here for missed count.
Yeah, very important part of the fight for sure. The good news is they do still have Last Resort available if they need it here, which is a huge safety net for the tank. Yeah. Down comes the Darkness as well, which Darkness we often think of as a group CD, but it is a very strong tank CD in M+ as well against these sort of 5 medium-sized hits that you're taking over 10 seconds type damage profile, which is what this boss looks like.
We also have the pain suppression charge back now, too, so that's pretty huge, too. And the important thing as well is there's no defensive trinket options, right? We've seen tanks using things like the Floodgate trinket, the combustible bomb suit. He's running double damage options. He's running the volatile C4M bomb and Eye of Kazan, just for max main stat here, too. So no defensive trinkets available for this boss fight as well.
I mean, clutch up. Kira's very good, right? Like, if these world-class tanks, they do some crazy stuff sometimes, including just running damage trinkets because they know that they're fine and basically their own play can be able to mitigate something that some other people might need a trinket to be able to help them with.
Yeah, it's a very impressive thing to be able to do, especially, Last Resort not being popped on these pulls as well is huge. A huge safety net that they are going to keep into the end of the dungeon here, so things are looking so good for missed count. Meanwhile, you're getting nearly done with Brewmaster, this time looking a lot better for them. 0 deaths so far. But this is kind of dangerous because if Missed Count succeed in this Motherlode, they're going to be unreachable for either Ur or Polish Mountain, which means Ur and Polish Mountain would be fighting for that second spot, but Polish Mountain have dramatically better time tiebreakers. They're playing for like 27 minutes in this Cinder Brew, so they need to keep that 0 deaths going, and they need to speed this up because Ur were only at a 25-51 in the plus 16, so they can only lose like a minute here in the plus 18 before they would be losing the time tiebreaker to Polish Mountain. This is going to be such a tense end of the day for Ur.
It's going to be hard for them, right? Because they're not running the Destro lock here, so they don't have the same AoE damage potential.
Yeah, it needs to basically be a flawless run out of them, because I think they did have 2 deaths in their plus 16, so if you take those away, maybe that can make up the time difference of the key going up, but it is going to be very, very hard.
You said 27 minutes is what they need?
Yeah, their best bet is maybe my math is wrong, which has happened before, but I think they're looking at a 27:03 being the break point below which they would actually beat the time tiebreaker for Polish Mountain.
It looks like Miscount were able to put up something that's a little bit short of that, but you have to have a Miscount-esque... That involves you having a Miscount-esque run, which I don't know if Ur has in their bag, right?
Yeah, exactly. I am worried, but I have been so impressed with how Ur have been playing today. I think they can do it. We will have to wait another little while before they get later in this key so we can see whether it's possible. The thing that I would say is that if Ur even have a death or two, they should probably reset and go again and try and actually make sure, because at this point they need to win off that time tiebreaker, right? They can't get past 56 points. They need to just be able to beat Polish Mountain on the timer.
Win con for Polish Mountain is just time the key and you're in, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, if Polish Mountain and Miscount time both their keys, they will lock up top 2 and send Ur home in 3rd.
2027, man.
Yeah, it is
My
a
God.
crazy split. I mean, Miscount could basically full wipe here and still time this mother load.
They have the Bloodlust here. All they have left is these bombs, these 2 War Machines, and Boss. Man, do you ever
They're
just
4 minutes
pot
under.
of greed for fun
Oh,
into
they
Boss
could
here?
lust
I mean,
right
you
now.
don't.
They could lust right now, and then
there's
they
a
could
lust.
say, you know what? We want to lust the last boss as well. Let's take 5 minutes and then come back and pull the boss so that we'll have lust at the end of the dungeon as well.
They're going to be quite literally 4 to 5 minutes under on the timer here. They are very, very fast.
Yeah, there are 18 minutes left in the day as well, so they'll have time to go start another key, which they won't need. They're already going to have locked up first place with this dungeon being timed, but that would be the sort of, wunderbar style of just showing the competition that you are that far ahead, that Miscount. I mean, it's a team that has looked really good in some of our MDIs in the past. There was one where they looked like maybe the best team, but I don't think they ended up winning that one, right? I'm trying to remember my MDI
They
history.
haven't won. They haven't
They've
won
never
yet.
won.
I think that they were maybe even the favorites coming into last TGP, but still came in second. So
Yeah,
I
so they
remember
have a lot
had
to prove.
they had a very poor day 2, if I remember properly, and they spent all of day 3 coming back from that and could have gotten 2nd or 3rd, but they just weren't able to take the top spot, unfortunately, from mandatory again, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
so
but they had the best day 1, right? And that's
Yes.
kind of the story of Missed Count is like we need them to be consistent all 3 days. Are they going to be able to put up their best runs with like first attempts? And now they have, I mean, even more competition with Wunderbar coming back, right?
So
Yeah.
maybe they should make some mistakes on their day 1 here so that they don't make them on their day 2 this time around.
Well, their group stage play is always dominant.
Yeah, it's definitely looking really good right now, that's for sure.
Well, it's interesting. Talking about Miscount in particular as a team, they picked up Verb this time around, new player to the team. And when we asked the players interview questions before the weekend, they talked a lot about how Verb took over a lot of the shot calling responsibilities, taking some of the load off of Kira and AJ. And so far, seems to be working out for him well today.
Having your DPS shot call is probably the most valuable asset that you can have to a group. Whenever you talk to these MDI level teams, it's always a DPS who's shot calling because you try to offload most of that shot calling to the person who has the least responsibility in any given pull. More often than not, the tank has the most responsibility, so you don't want him to also be the shot caller. But more often than not, it's like a lot of people just want the tank to be the shot caller, but for this highest level of play, that's not the most beneficial person to be doing it, because anytime they have a mistake or anytime they die, that just immediately loses you your run.
Yeah, exactly. It is putting more work on the person in your group that is already the biggest failure point if something goes wrong, right? But look at Kira here, actually dodging inside the Gatling gun, making sure to take every tick of it, because Gatling gun is physical damage. It's actually not that scary for your tank. And that can proc their set bonuses this time around. All tanks share a set bonus activation trigger of taking damage this time around. So a lot of tanks have other interactions from taking damage, but being able to proc extra metamorphoses out of that is actually really nice because it also resets your hunt fairly reliably when it does proc too. So cool little optimization there. Just seeing a bunch of free ticks of damage that you can take safely by missed count.
Do we, so assuming miscount times this, please God don't curse them, but assuming miscount
No way
times
they
this,
could wipe from here.
Do they immediately run this back on 21, or did they go one of the other 20s?
So strategically, it will no longer be relevant what they do. So it's just a question of what do they want to do for confidence, for style points, to make their mark on the group stage in the way
It's a
that Wunderbar
practice.
did last weekend.
It's
What
practice.
do they want to practice? Also, though, what do they want to withhold, right? If they have any strategies that they didn't show in the key levels they've done so far, they definitely shouldn't show them once it no longer matters for qualifying to Sunday, right? So that is another consideration, is if there's anything like that, definitely don't do the key level where you would show that.
It's important to remind the viewers as well that a lot of the previous rules from the TGP are still in place. Things such as, during the weekend, dungeons are locked outside of the 5-hour window. You cannot start any runs, you can't do any practice runs on the tournament realm, so even though they technically don't need to do anything after they time this key, you still might want to get a couple runs in here, just to get a little bit of extra confidence building practice.
Oh my God.
All good, just one tick of the Gatling gun, we're good. AJ's got us, we got the barrier down.
We almost went for the group wipe.
Yeah, that is. I've been in those before. You kind of misjudge where those micro missiles are going to land, and if you are near one of them as it spawns, it can be very quick. But a nice blink from Hearthjax saved him there. Ooh, another set of micro missiles, and again beautifully dodged. The pain suppression used by AJ, but this is looking a little sketchy at the end of Mogul Razdunk here. The 2-chest timer has just passed as well. Miscount were dangerously close to 2-chesting this +20.
I think you go 21. And whenever I was saying practice earlier, I wasn't necessarily talking about getting more reps in dungeons. It's more just like the top level teams want to play these group stages, not like they're playing against some of these teams that they're playing against, but like they're playing against the mandatories, the Wunderbars, the Perplexeds, the 07s that you're going to see at the global finals stage, right? You want to practice like you're trying to win the entire MDI. And for Miscount here, I think that their best case scenario here would probably be just we go for the 21 ml. In the global finals, the format is a little bit different, and so I think that they should probably just slam down this 21 ml. That way they would never have to come back to it in like a global finals format.
Guys, that timer, 27:53, almost 3 minutes faster than the fastest 20 Motherload timed on live, and that's with the Unholy DK nerfed compared to last week.
Yeah, so whenever I saw their Azeroth split, that's kind of what I was expecting them to do, and then they somehow went deathless and was like, yeah, we're going to actually be 5 minutes under. I'm like, okay, that's cool. A very crazy run by a very impressive team. They were rank 1 on live for a couple of weeks, and then they started spending all of their attention and time to playing on the tournament realm and getting prepared for the MDI. And so that's the live key team right there. Like if you want to talk about the best live key pushing team, it's always Miscount.
Look at this graph here. I mean, this is just a dominating run out of Miscount. Incredibly impressive. They are locked up for first place out of our day, but the fight for second is still underway between Polish Mountain and Europe. Of course, those teams would have liked to be first, but they can't anymore, so second is what they have to play for.
That's such a good quote, Dratanos. I love it.
They're going to be sneaking through Polish Mountain here. If they can time this key, they will lock up second place. If not, and your time their key, we will be going to time tiebreakers, which do favor Polish Mountain, but they are not invincible. It is possible that you're, especially on the zero-death run that they're currently on, could overtake. So Polish Mountain needs to succeed in this keystone to be safe and make it into Sunday in second place.
I think right now, if I had to give it odds, I would say probably 95% that Polish, or maybe even a little bit higher, maybe like 96 or 97% that Polish Mountain are going to be making it to Sunday. But there still is a chance for Ur here. But it does involve Polish Mountain not timing this key that they're on, and Ur having just an absolute legacy level performance, 96 Bulls-esque in the Cinderbrew meadery, and just absolutely dominating the timer.
The question is, do they know how fast they have to go in order to qualify? Do they have somebody telling them? Are they looking at the leaderboards? Do they know they need a 27:03?
I think that it does not matter. Like
I think it's one of those things as well where like you can't, like, would you play differently? Is there any pull where you could like double pull or something? Because if not, then you just don't want to use brain power on it instead of just doing your thing, which you are doing well right now. They are on a zero-death run. IPA goes down for them at 1644. I'd be curious to see our Cinderbrew splits and see how a 1644 IPA stacks up against. The thing is, you have to compare to the other teams that also went IPA second, and not the ones that went Bank Busby second, which I believe is what Miscount were doing in here. But and also, Ur did do that pull on the right first, so they're doing the Wunderbar route. But here are our meadery splits. You could kind of compare this to the Polish Mountain IPA. It's a little bit slower than that, but Polish Mountain are actually wiping in their run.
Okay.
Oh, God.
But, okay, so this still doesn't mean Polish Mountain are out of it yet. They have 10 more minutes to restart this again, and even if not, Ur would need to get a really solid time tiebreaker in their run to overtake.
Hold on. Ur is actually in a pretty good spot here. I thought that they'd only done one pull in the Bank Busby wing. They actually did two before backtracking to IPA.
Okay, so they really only have two pulls here, right?
It did allow their Lust to line up a little bit better, but yeah, they only have two pulls prior to them pulling Bank Busby. So they have what is like 10 minutes to do 2 pulls of trash. I guess it's 3 pulls of trash with the Yes Mint, and then 2 bosses. I don't love those odds, but it's certainly doable. I think if you probably knew that this was going to be the situation, you would like slam this next trash pull straight into the boss, though.
So
I think
you're saying
so as
there's
well.
a chance.
There's
There's
a chance.
certainly a chance.
I think it's actually a lot closer than we
no.
necessarily thought. I don't know if this death is actually going to make that much of a difference, but I do think it's a little bit closer than we necessarily thought when we were like, yeah, they need a 27-minute Cinderbrew metery.
Yeah, I think
It's a little
2703, the number we're looking for here for your... The death is, I mean, you say it's not going to matter, but the timer, even just the timer loss from the death is a scary thing here. They now have about 8 minutes left to do, 2 trash pulls, 2 bosses. That's going to be sketchy. Maybe they can take this on the boss.
They're easily timing the key. I think that it's one of those things that we're not really worried about their ability to be able to time the key. So if you look in the bottom right, what we're looking at is if they lock up 56 points and go 20-18-18, tying Polish Mountain, our first tiebreaker criteria is highest dungeon level, but they're going to have all the same dungeon levels. The second tiebreaker criteria is total time, and we were napkin mathing, we're caster mathing out that they were going to need to have somewhere between a 27-ish minute run, which it's quite challenging, but definitely doable. But we're not really, whenever we're talking about the timer, we're not talking about it relative to the 33-minute timer that Cinderbrew Metery is. We're talking about it relative to that time tiebreaker that they need to overcome.
Yeah, again, I think that... I think it's 2703. But yeah, it looks like Missed Count are out of here for the day. So you guys were talking about them getting that extra practice value at the end of the day, but it looks like Missed Count has said, you know what? That's one way of showing dominance. That's one way of practicing. Another way of doing it is just being like, yeah, we'll get an extra bit of rest after the day. Well, let's sit back and relax and watch the other teams that are still needing to play, because we don't have to anymore. We are hard chilling at 58 points. So Missed Count done for the day, locking up first place with time still on the board. An impressive showing out of them. Extremely well played.
Firm handshakes all around the Missed Count.
Do you actually have time if they just speed the end of this run to maybe potentially get an extra run in at the end of the day as well?
I'm pretty sure the answer is no.
So they would need to finish and start another key in the next 6 minutes. So that would mean a 2640 in this dungeon. Okay, 5 minutes and 26 seconds. So it's going to be very close. They would need to two chest. They would need to two chest this plus 18, which is not impossible, but it's not
well, they already won
time
tiebreakers. They already locked up time tiebreaker if they hit that anyway.
Yeah, if they can start another key, they'll have the time tiebreak already. So you're right, it probably wouldn't matter. Although it would let them get to 57 points, which would mean they could maybe contest Polish Mountain, even if Polish Mountain timed this 19. But I agree, I don't think it's feasible. I think you're here are playing for the time tiebreak. Yeah.
Kind of interesting situation. Now, fortunately enough, they actually don't have to snap any... Actually, are they? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where they're going to get the remainder of this count here. So the final mobs of the dungeon are only 3 count per, so they're 12... Yeah,
they're going to have to snap up the IPA trash onto the last boss, which doesn't cost too much time.
Would you have rather lusted that, though?
I think Bank is a pretty good lust.
I guess it's fun either way.
Yeah.
Right?
You kill fewer waves of Cinder Bees off, and so it, in theory, could be a little bit faster.
Okay, getting near the end of the road here. Less than 5 minutes for Ur to be able to contest the time tiebreaker against Polish Mountain. If, and this is a big if, my math is correct. So we're going to have to see at the end of the day here.
I actually think it's going to be really close. I think they're going to be on the wrong side of the time tiebreaker.
I think so as well.
I actually think it's going to be within like 30 seconds on the wrong side of it. I don't think it's going to be minutes off of it. And I think they were timing this 18, which is funny because we were never questioning their ability to be able to time the 18. It's more like, what's the time tiebreaker looking like? I would also be heartbroken if that mage death ends up coming back to mattering.
Yeah, I think it's going to be potentially within that margin of error. So going to be a very exciting finish of our day. About a bit over 3 minutes left for teams to start new keys as well. So depending on what you're doing to monitor the state of the competition, they might at some point realize that they actually need to reset the key and go again, but somehow pull bigger to try and time this. With faster than Polish Mountain, faster than that 2703 that they'll need to overcome the disadvantage they have in the 20 mother load against Polish Mountain.
I think this is the I think this is the fastest version of your Cinerometer.
Yeah, it's looking good.
You say go faster. I'm like, this is it, bro. Like, there is no much. I don't think there's much faster that could be going here because of just how clean they are.
It is a nice run. They are on 1 death, which, again, might come back to haunt them, but they're already now on the Yes Men. After this, it's going to just be Goldie Baron bottom, but they're not going to have Lust for it, so I think that is going to be tough on the timer side of things.
It's going to be like 3.5 minutes, I think, is what the boss is going to be.
Yeah.
How much longer do we have to kill off this trash?
Zero
negative
time if it's
15
3.5
seconds.
minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So bad news, guys. I'm no mathematician, but like, I think that's not looking that hot.
We'll have to see.
What
though,
if
'cause-
you just proc nonstop jackpots back to back to back
Exactly.
to back, and Blood is life 100% uptime?
I guess our best case scenario here is Dratnos' math is wrong. That would be funny though.
It has been
I
known
got
to
bad
happen.
news for you. It's right. I double checked it. I triple checked it. It's 2703 is what they need here. So
I'm so glad that I'm not the one who's responsible for like spouting out the time record numbers ever, because I would be so wrong so often with that.
I mean, if you do just get some good RNG, it could happen. Like, if you think about it, Polish Mountain, they've been getting really good RNG. They've been critting all of their Chaos Bolts. Nobody on your side has been critting all of their abilities. So if that just happened for one of their comparable abilities, like Star Surge or something, that would go a long way.
I mean, they're critting all their Feldev hits, aren't they?
I think that's just I-Beam that does that.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's like I-Beam
Wait.
of the Vengeance, of course.
Are there any mobs that have shields in this first section of the dungeon? I don't think so, right? Because notoriously, you can't crit shields. It just absorbs. But that, so Chaos Bolt cannot crit, believe it or not.
They're
good
playing with
point.
Disc Grease, so they got a lot of shields.
That's another good point. Just great points being made all around by your all-star casting lineup here as Polish Mountain nearing the end of Brewmaster Aldryer here. And this, even if Ur were somehow able to steal the time tiebreak from them, Polish Mountain could steal second place right back if they can time this dungeon. But it is all going to be coming down to Ur in the plus 18, where they are playing for timer, and I just don't see how it's possible. There's 40 seconds left for teams to start a new dungeon run, which Ur are not going to be able to start a new dungeon run at this point as they are pulling the boss. So it is all going to come down to this. We think 27:03 is the timer, which would mean they need to kill this boss in the next minute and a half. It's a plus 18 key. There's no way, right? There's no way they could do that much damage.
I don't think it's
Unless-
going to happen. That one surge was pretty much the only burst of damage they had there. There were no other cooldowns even available.
Unless they proc just the most damage that anyone has ever done on a boss like this. They are playing the Moonkin instead of the Destro Lock, but I think those two will be doing pretty similar single target outside of Lust, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Moonkin single target damage in Mythic Plus has gone up a lot since they got buffed like 5 consecutive times or something like that. So it's fairly decent single target in Mythic Plus, but it's not mage damage, and it's not enough to be able to kill this boss off in another minute and a half.
The
I think
Destro
that-
Locks in these dungeons have actually been making a concession to single target as well. They've been playing Soulfire, doing a little bit more single target than the pure AoE build
I have
as well.
seen that, yeah.
So,
Kind of interesting that they're playing Soulfire. Why are they playing Soulfire, Zara?
Just more single target. I mean, you don't need that extra AoE proc, I don't think. You're already doing so much AoE already.
yeah.
I think having a little extra focus damage for things like the Hobgoblins and just the bosses in general is pretty nice.
But the meters, they matter more than the ability
they're
to
already
time the
topping
key.
the meters too, though, right? So
Well,
more topping the meters.
extra.
You gotta be careful. You don't want to get nerfed. So as soon as you're doing top damage, you gotta not do too much more damage.
Or you just request to not get power infusion. Everybody knows
yeah.
that Blizzard likes to nerf specs based on who's getting power infusion.
I see. Well, we
That's
have
why-
some news here. These runs are final, and it looks like you are on the wrong side of that 27:03 marker. So I believe that is going to lock them in for third place, but that leaderboard down in the bottom right is going to update when this key finishes, and that will give us a definitive answer one way or the other. But either way, they have played so well today. I've been so impressed by watching Ur, because going into today, Polish Mountain and Miscount were substantially ahead on the time trials, but Ur looked so solid coming in and getting that 20 motherload done near the start of the day with relatively little trouble.
I think that if they didn't end up spending I think they ended up spending like 2.5 hours on that 20 ml just from 16 to 20. If they ended up timing it like one run sooner, I think we might be in a slightly different situation where if they could have came back and reran Dungeons for Time tiebreakers, if maybe they could have gone +1 on either the Cinderbrew Meadery or the Priory of the Sacred Flame, that would have been a huge deal. We know that they timed a 19 Priory during time trials. I think that they have 19 Cinderbrew Meadery in their bag if they play as clean as they're playing currently. I was also very, very impressed with their results today, given what seed they are in this competition, Dreadnoughts.
Absolutely, yeah. It would have been interesting to see as well what they would have done on Sunday, because they would have lost Vengeance DH and Disc Priest and one of these DPS options, thanks to our spec variety rules. So it would have been fun to see what their off-meta picks would have been, but that will be something we'll see in a future MDI, I'm sure.
I think that Polish Mountain are going to have pretty much whatever composition they're realistically wanting to play for for Sunday available for them.
Both Polish Mountain and Miscount have preserved the comp that you're currently running.
By the way, Polish Mountain is one of the reasons that this group is that kind of group of death that we were talking about at least last weekend. They have Polish Mountain and Physical God Comp in conjunction with Miscount and Holy Method as kind of the top 4 seeded teams here. And Polish Mountain were like the 6th seed in last TGP and like the 7th seed in the last MDI. So it's certainly a team. There's certainly a team that can play spoiler, and they've been playing together for the entirety of the War Within expansion. And is this going to be the season where they can kind of upset a team that's maybe a little bit more heavily favored than them? We're not really sure, but I think that Polish Mountain have looked great. You're finally lock up that Cinderbrew Meadery, and like we kind of speculated, on the wrong side of that time tiebreaker, unfortunately enough for them.
We were 1 second off. It was 1704. I guess there were some fractions of a second we weren't accounting for.
Decimals. That's not fair. I haven't gotten to fractions and decimals yet. I haven't learned those, so it's unfair to be doing that. But you're in 3rd place. Well played by them. That means there's only one team still in a dungeon. It is the Mountain, the Polish Mountain. They are working their way through a 19 meadery that no longer matters for the end of the day scoring, but it does matter for whether they can prove that, hey, we can do these dungeons at the same level with the same degree of consistency of these top teams. Because like you said, Tettles, there are 4 crazily strong teams in this group of the MDI. And only 2 of them will make it out on Sunday to make it to the global finals. Polish Mountain, by seeding, are the 3rd of those 4 teams, so they will need to prove that they have a little bit more than they showed in the time trials to actually yoink one of those spots from either Miscount or Holy Method would be the other team that we will see tomorrow. That's a Method Raid Guild team. It should be very fun to watch.
It's kind of interesting because as well as like, I think that Physical God Comp is a team that they one-shot their 20 Dark Flame Cleft during time trials, and unfortunately, I think
there's 2 B-reses.
Well,
they do have 2 B-reses, but we lost our bonus. I think we're probably
DK.
There's a chance that they've been told you have already qualified. They just wanted to end it, or maybe they are going to try to keep going. They do expend both the battle reses.
Spot, though. The line of sight is not going to work.
Oh no, he walked out.
And you can see the dot is on our mage and our warlock as well. That's going to lead to a free sample combined with that to kill our warlock. Now our mage is down as well. And Polish Mountain are not going to succeed in this +19. And not even the town portal is going to succeed as well. They're going to have to wait to die here to all of these mobs. But that is the end of this run. The 3 p.m. curse comes out once again and instantly wipes Polish Mountain. The good news was they didn't need that run.
Dratnos curse. Yes, you know what? It happened. It got them, but thankfully they had already secured their way forward. This does mean, of course, that Miscount and Polish Mountain will be moving on to our group finals on Sunday. A huge thank you, though, as well to Ur and I Do It. Both teams, I think, honestly gave a really good showing overall, especially since we didn't totally know. They're newer to the scene, but I hope we get to see more of them in the future because there's a ton of potential there. So while Miscount and Polish Mountain will be moving on, it was still a great day overall. And I mean, looking at everything today on the leaderboard, Tettles, the showings from the teams, I think it was really close overall at a lot of points.
I think that this spec variety rule sets up the group formats to be very, very close on day 1 and day 2, where sometimes we haven't always had it be like the closest to during days 1 and day 2, but now I think it's kind of in a situation where you expect to see seeds 2, 3, and 4 really battling hard against one another. And then there tends to be one team that's kind of breaking away from the pack on the group. But I think that the second slot is never guaranteed.
Yeah, it always is something where whoever can kind of get in there, especially with the spec variety rule, like you pointed out, which I think is so important to highlight, it gives more of an opportunity for that to be so contested. But as we saw today, even with meta comps, having those at your disposal, it doesn't mean that you are going to sweep the whole thing. I mean, some incredible plays. And thinking about our sort of spec bans overall, I mean, we got to see a lot of specs today. We started the day with a lot of flavors of Paladin. We got some Hunters. Zyro, you got your fave Warlock in there. But, Zyro, what do you think about how we kind of shook out re-specs today?
Yeah, so interesting bans here from both of our teams. The Frosty K being banned out for both team. Polish Mountain have the Guardian and Resto Shaman, which I think are typical. We saw the same exact bans from Wunderbar last weekend, so Polish Mountain's looking good. Destro banned out for miscount. Shouldn't be too much of an issue because we had the Cinder Blue today. We're not going to have that on Sunday, so I don't mind the Destro being banned out. The Fire Mage is an interesting one because Fire still has some utility in some of the dungeons, but Hearthjack's Mage Main Arcane is still an insane spec, probably one of the best specs in the game. They can make it work for sure in the dungeons that we have on Sunday, so both of these bans will work out totally fine for them.
I think that there's something that's actually really apparent here if you're looking at miscounts bans. Look at how many healer specs AJ played. So he played triple Resto Shaman, he played double Holy Paladin, he played 4 on the Disc Priest. The reason is because Sunday, Darkflame Cleft is one of the dungeons for Sunday, and they play Restoration Shaman in the Darkflame Cleft because they believe that is a better specialization for being able to have the HPS throughput for the Candle King. That's why you saw him play multiple healer specializations. So being very, very diligent in understanding what they wanted to leave unbanned on the healer specs, I think was super smart by Miscount. In a way that we hadn't necessarily seen other teams kind of perform with their spec bans. They were making sure that they were not going to be banning out that Resto Shaman.
I love that. I mean, we were even talking last weekend about the throughput healing of Resto Shaman, and because the teams are able to know the dungeons ahead of time with some of our format changes this season, it gives them the ability to make these decisions, which I think leads to some just really cool kind of play, counterplay, and sort of general, crafting of your strategy over the course of the weekend. That's awesome to see pan out. So, of course, we have to see how it's all going to pan out, but we still have more teams in Group B to go. So for tomorrow, we're going to be seeing some faces I'm sure you all recognize, but maybe some you don't. Dratnos, what do you think about our lineup for Division 2 of Group B?
I mean, we've already talked about it, but this entire weekend is going to be so strong. Holy Method has some incredible players from the Method Raid Guild, extremely strong team to look out for. And Physical God Comp, they were doing spec variety before there was a rule. They've been out here doing all these different comps, doing this physical comp in all of their runs on the live servers, and they've been timing some of the highest level keys with it. It should be really fun to watch them in a world where everybody's forced to do some adaptation as well.
Absolutely. I love it. I mean, I'm ready. I think a lot of chat's been excited, too, to see what they're going to bring with that Physical God comp. And, of course, very excited to see, too, what all of these teams will be bringing to the table. Again, a lot of contenders, a lot of wild cards, and Holy Method, of course, coming in. Always a powerhouse here, as they now have another addition to their name with some sponsorships. But we'll see if they have any additions to their gameplay tomorrow. With all of that said, though, everyone, Division 1 and Group B might be done, but our Group B weekend, as we've just shown, still has 2 more days to go and a lot of competition ahead. Tomorrow, Division 2 are going to need to secure their spot on the leaderboard if they want a shot at facing off with Miscount and Polish Mountain in Sunday's group finals. To see what the rest of our Group B weekend has in store, come by early tomorrow morning for the pre-show before the runs kick off at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. We'll see you there. Bye, everyone.